Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku was captured by the League of Villains? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. When you were young, not much mattered to you. Life was simple. You know that feeling when you're a kid and you're so blissfully unaware of everything wrong with the world? When you're innocent enough to smile at the way spiderwebs look when they're covered with raindrops, when there's no drama between friend groups because the biggest issue you have is who took your red crayon. All that ended when quirks presented themselves in your life. You remembered it like it was yesterday. Once you were blessed with this power, your whole life flipped upside down. Everyone started acting differently. They didn't exactly try to hide their intense reaction at your quirk and mixed with your mother's not-so-sound advice. Let's just say things didn't go so well. I don't get it. What's so great about All Might? You stared at the large poster of the pro-hero that Izuku brought in for show and tell. As if you had committed murder, your friends turned to gawk at you in horror. It was silent for a few seconds before their confusion grew loud. Ha! Katsuki raised an eyebrow, his eyes wide. What are you even talking about? He scoffed. Izuku blinked at you. Oh. He's All Might. A bright smile spread across his face as he thought about his hero. He's the symbol of peace. He always makes sure everyone is safe and happy with a big smile. Katsuki nodded along. Yeah. He's strong and tough, the #1 hero. He grinned, his eyebrows furrowed. Nothing can stop All Might. His eyes narrowed into a cocky glare aimed at you. And I'm gonna be just like him. Izuku's smile softened as he tilted his head to the side. How can you not think All Might is great? He leaned forward as if physically yearning to hear your answer. Truth be told, it wasn't just All Might you didn't understand the hype around. It was heroes in general, really. Sure, they were flashy and cool with awesome power, but at some point the fascination with them just wore off. You didn't know when it happened, but you knew for sure that one day they just weren't that great. In your opinion, the police basically did the same thing and they barely got any credit for their efforts. And what about the villains? If you were just talking about quirks, the villains had some pretty cool quirks too. But you could never mention that to your friends. Well, you started, your eyes flickering up to the side as you contemplated how to respond. I think Best Jeanist is pretty cool. You smiled, crossing your arms. Super stylish. You nodded to yourself. All Might is totally cool too, but his outfit is kinda weird. What? Izuku let out a small laugh as he stared at you. But his hero costume is iconic. Katsuki let out a loud scoff. His outfit. Of course you would be focusing on that. He huffed. You pouted softly as you glared at the ash blonde. What does that mean? You're a girl. Katsuki explained as if it was simply common sense. Girls are always thinking about clothes or hair or makeup, stupid stuff like that. He leaned back, crossing his arms. It's why you could never be the #1 hero. He let a toothy grin slip onto his face. Your lips quivered downwards into a soft frown. A girl couldn't be the #1 hero? But why not? You remembered this part pretty well. According to Katsuki, girls were supposed to be into clothes, hair, and makeup. You guessed maybe you were into clothes? But not really. Did that make you a bad girl? I could be #1 hero if I wanted. You mumbled. Your eyebrows slowly furrowed and your eyes narrowed into slits. With a sudden wave of determination swarming through you, you leaned forward, a large grin on your face. I'm gonna be the #1 hero, and I'll do it way better than you would. A smirk pulled at your lips as you came face to face with a raging Katsuki. Katsuki gritted his teeth together as he leaned forward, his forehead pressed against yours. Yeah, right? He scoffed. Like you could beat me. Guys? Izuku poked his head between the two of you, dispersing the competitive buzz that fizzled between your heads. Stop fighting. All three of us are gonna be great heroes. He smiled sweetly, his large doe eyes practically sparkling. You and Katsuki stared at each other for a second, both silently deciding to put your competition on the back burner for the time being. You glanced at Izuku, your lips quirking up. Yeah. You nodded. Katsuki rolled his eyes, a small smile forming on his face. Whatever. That was before everything changed, back when everything was simple and easy. When you, Izuku, and Katsuki were still friends. It was the day you decided to be a hero. It wasn't because you wanted to save people, definitely not out of the goodness of your heart. You simply wanted to prove that you could, that a girl could become the #1 hero. And for a while, the three of you worked towards that goal together. You hung out before school, during school, and after school, always trying to go on adventures and playfully compete against each other. The three of you were so excited to compete against each other when your quirks kicked in. But then Katsuki got his quirk. It was bright and flashy and powerful. A quirk like that easily made him one of the most popular kids in school. Everyone truly believed that his quirk would allow him to become #1, or at least pretty high up on the list. You thought so too. But he changed. It all went to his head, everyone constantly calling him the best and the strongest. Everyone always raving to him about how cool and powerful he was. He felt like he was too good to hang out with you and Izuku. Then Izuku was told he would never get a quirk. It got so much worse after that. Katsuki ditched both of you. No, not only did he ditch both of you, but something changed in the way he saw Izuku. With no quirk, Izuku was a weakling to him. They were no longer on the same level, nor would they ever be, and Katsuki had no problem reminding Izuku of that every day. When you tried to step between them, Katsuki only saw it as you taking sides. And maybe you were. Izuku was a small, fragile boy. You knew news of him being quirkless was quietly killing him from the inside out, and yet he braved life every day, taking Katsuki's abuse with a watery smile on his face. You hated going to school. You just wanted your friend group back to the way it was before. But then you got your quirk. After that, things just ended. But Kak and Dash. Don't touch me, Deku. Katsuki scoffed, his palms emitting small crackles of fire and smoke as he. You're such a goody two-shoes. A nerd. He growled, a cocky grin finding its way onto his face. Izuku blinked, his smile wavering as his eyes began to water. I just wanted to help you. He sniffed. Yeah, well, I don't need help. Katsuki glared at the freckle-faced boy. Especially not from a loser like you. You frowned, quickly wading into the water to stand in between the boys. If you don't need help, maybe don't fall next time. You glared at Katsuki, watching as his jaw clenched at your words. He was just trying to be nice. Katsuki's eyes narrowed into icy hot daggers at you. And you. You always defend him. He scoffed angrily. You're supposed to be my friend and you're always taking his side. Who needs you anyway? You're just like Deku. Completely useless. Tears welled in your eyes as you felt a sharp stabbing pain in your chest at Katsuki's words. He had never spoken to you like that before. You'd always seen his malice aimed at poor Izuku, but to feel his acidic hatred coming your way. It felt as if your heart was slowly and painfully melting, taking every cell in your body down with it. Fat tears rolled down your cheeks, dripping down your chin and nose and creating ripples in the water below. You let out a sharp gasp as your eyes squeezed shut and you keeled over. Your hand shot up to grab your chest, your knees hitting the muddy floor of the river as you violently gasped for air. Should it hurt this much? Everything just felt like too much. Your own sadness was amplified within you, along with Izuku's complex mix of anger and sadness. You felt Katsuki's rage, his glowing green jealousy, and his confusion. You even felt the malice of Katsuki's pathetic entourage that lingered behind him on the edge of the water. It clung to your heart, adding an extra 100 pounds that made it almost impossible to get back up. Nami! Izuku's eyes were wide as he rushed to help you up. He turned to Katsuki, a frown on his face. You didn't have to be so mean to her. Katsuki stared at the scene before him with wide eyes. His body was tense and his heart screamed at him. This was his fault. It couldn't be his fault. It was all Deku's fault. If Deku hadn't been quirkless, if he hadn't been such a demon nerd, then maybe the three of you would still be friends. Then none of this would have happened. His face scrunched up in anger and disgust as he watched Deku reach his hand out to you and stare at you with those big bright eyes of his. Pathetic. Are you okay? Izuku's hand lingered in front of you. You sniffed, your eyes still watery as you gasped for air. You reached up to take Izuku's hand, and that was when it happened. The second your fingers touched, you could feel it all. Every single emotion Izuku was feeling. Sadness, anger, confusion, worry. You felt them all so strongly you could almost taste them as if they were your own. You could feel his inadequacy and disappointment about being quirkless, and his quiet rage at Katsuki's newfound behavior. And then it all went quiet. You felt numb as you raised your head, tears still in your eyes. You watched silently as Izuku blinked, the look of worry on his face contorting into one of anger. He said nothing as his eyes narrowed, and before you could say anything the unthinkable happened. Izuku's hands were on Katsuki's shoulders, and with one harsh shove the blonde boy had fallen into the river. Your eyes went wide as you stared at Izuku. Katsuki's lips parted slightly, a dumbfounded look on his face while Izuku stared at his hands. It seemed like the poor boy had no clue what he had just done. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed overtop his wide eyes. "Why did I do that?" he muttered to himself. He pursed his lips for a second, but then he glanced back at you. "It was you, wasn't it?" It had to have been. He was sad, sure, maybe a little mad. But he would never put his hands on Kaken. But when he touched you it was like... He was so overwhelmed with his sadness and anger that he had no say in what he did. It was only for a few seconds, but it was strong. What was that? Izuku stared at you as if waiting for an answer. But you didn't have one. It was only later that day when your mother took you to the doctor did you find out what happened. You had gotten your quirk. It was supposed to be a good thing, but your life as a 6-year-old had fallen apart and your quirk only made it worse. You should have felt excited, but you weren't. Your mother was a calm woman. Nothing seemed to faze her, not like it did you anyway. She was your rock. She always knew just what to do and just how to do it. It was the way she spoke, the way she looked at you that just made her feel so soothing. Though you were sure her quirk helped that. Her quirk, charm, allowed her to momentarily dull someone's judgment and make them more agreeable by making eye contact. A manipulation quirk. Much like the one you had. Her quirk wasn't enough for her to be a hero, not that she ever wanted to be, but it was just strong enough to make everything go her way. Her lavish, work-free life in the suburbs was all given to her by her quirk. She used it expertly. That's why when you learned what your quirk was, the only one you ever even thought to ask to teach you was your mother. "But I can't fight." You frowned, looking down at your hands. "I'm not super strong or anything and my quirk isn't exactly flashy." You pursed your lips and glanced up at your mother, waiting for her answer. She sat across from you on the couch, her sleek black hair tied up in a loose ponytail as she pressed her lips against the rim of her wine glass. You wished you could be more like her. She was so refined. Her skin was always clear as a freshly polished crystal, and she always seemed to be so fit and level-headed. She always knew what to do, and now wasn't any different. "Listen, I know our quirks aren't big and flashy." Your mother scooted closer to you, a smirk on her face as she put her wine glass down. "That's why we have to be smart." You furrowed your eyebrows. "I am smart? I think." Your mother let out an airy laugh. "Of course you're smart. But you need to be a different kind of smart if you want to be a hero with your quirk." She leaned back into the couch. "Men are stupid, you know." She glanced over at you with a knowing look. "And if you deal with them the right way, you can get them to do anything." You scrunched up your nose at your mother's words. "No, you can get them to do anything. I don't think my quirk works like that." You snickered. "Quirks have nothing to do with it. Men will do anything for a beautiful woman." Your mother shook her head, moving from her spot on the couch to next to you. She cuddled up into your side, making you let out a small giggle. "Just look at these adorable cheeks." She poked your nose. "And one day, you're going to grow up into a very beautiful woman." You giggled as you leaned into your mother's side. "What does men doing things for me have to do with anything?" You stared up at her. "My quirk works on girls too, you know. Men are strong." Your mother nudged you a bit. "Like your friend, Katsuki." You made a face. "Katsuki is not my friend anymore." Your mother blinked, staring down at you. "Okay, we're coming back to that later." She let out a small laugh as you pouted. "But men only want one thing." That's why we can outsmart them. And your quirk relies on physical touch, which means you can use that adorable face and shining personality to manipulate them. She smiled, scrunching up her nose as she squeezed your cheeks in her hand, dark eyes flickering slowly between yours. Easy peasy. You furrowed your eyebrows as you slowly nodded, feeling a wave of calm rush over you at your mother's touch. So be cute and approachable and I'll win? You stared up at your mother as she nodded. And when in doubt, always play the helpless damsel in distress card. Your mother dramatically flopped on the ground, pulling her legs close to her as she batted her eyelashes. Act like you need a big strong man to save you. Her lips parted and she put on a breathy, stuck voice. Her lips pulled up into a smirk as she looked at you. And that's when you use your quirk to win the fight. People don't expect you to be much of a threat when you're an innocent and frail little girl. She explained, taking another sip of wine. You nodded, trying with every ounce of your 7-year-old brain to internalize the information. Got it? That's when you started acting this way. It started out small. Lopsided smiles to Izuku and Katsuki in the hall. Izuku began to keep his distance after you got your quirk, and Katsuki refused to speak to you unless it was insults. You hoped your mother's advice would help them warm up to you again. After all, they were men, well, boys weren't they? But as the months went by, lopsided smiles to your once friends turned into soft smiles to other boys in your class. Before you knew it, the boys began to smile back at you, and you quickly learned that you liked the attention. It felt good. Then you began to grow up, and the smiles turned flirtatious. It wasn't something you originally meant to do, you had just been watching the way your mother spoke to men and eventually picked it up. Before you knew it, it became a habit. A subtle smile paired with a bat of the eyelashes and a slow wave of fingers. Boys would give a goofy smile back and say hi, and their friends would even tease them over the slight blush on their cheeks. Life was going well for you. Even though you hadn't become friends with Katsuki or Izuku again, Izuku returned your smiles while Katsuki would just scoff and look away. Both of their cheeks would redden. You even learned how to control your quirk so that it didn't activate every time you touched someone. Taking your mother's advice seemed to have been the best course of action. But then, something changed. When you turned 12, you developed a crush on a boy. Would you maybe want to go out with me sometime? You stared in awe at Kento as he looked down nervously, a blush on his cheeks and his hand tangled in his hair. No way this was happening. Sure, you had a massive crush on him and recently you'd started talking a little, but he was a whole grade ahead of you. You had no idea you were even on his radar. You want to go out with me? You stared at the boy, your wide eyes blinking rapidly. Kento nodded, a shy smile on his face. You're really pretty and I like you a lot. You let a smile slip onto his face as your hand grazed his arm. I'd love to go out with you. You batted your eyelashes. Kento's smile widened as his eyes flickered down to where your hand had made contact with his arm. Really? Awesome. He let out a chuckle as his head peded to the side. How about tonight? We can meet back here at 6. You nodded, making sure to keep your composure. That totally works for me. You smiled sweetly, removing your hand from his arm. See you tonight? Kento nodded as he readied himself to head back to class. Yeah, see you tonight. He smiled, shooting you a small wave before he happily rushed away. Once sure he was gone, you let your smile consume your whole face. You had your first date tonight with Kento Kisaragi no less. You could hardly contain the joy you felt, bouncing up and down on the ball of your feet. Pathetic. Your face immediately soured as a familiar voice hit your ears. You let out a small sigh and slowly turned around. Don't tell me you're actually falling for his act. Katsuki grumbled, glaring daggers at you. You scoffed, crossing your arms. What's got your panties in a twist today? Katsuki gritted his teeth. He's only asking you out because you're a tease. You make it too easy. He snickered, a cocky smirk pulling the corner of his lips up. As if he'd actually like you. Insecurity tugged at your heart, but you quickly ignored it. Ah, is the big baby jealous? You pouted teasingly. Katsuki let out something between a bark and a laugh as he harshly pushed his way past you. I bet you wish I was jealous. Don't come crying to me when he turns out to be full of crap. You rolled your eyes, scoffing quietly as you ignored Katsuki's words. He would be the last person you go crying to. After school was over, you rushed home. You remember it so vividly. You told your mom you had a date, told her all about Kento and how adorable he was. How he was shy asking you out and how he was in the grade above you. Oh my, you've got an older man after you already. That's what your mother said when you told her, in her usual calm and teasing voice. Together, the two of you worked until 5:45 to choose the perfect outfit. Something modest but cute. She fixed your hair up, making it as silky as hers always was, and even allowed you to wear more than just a little makeup for this occasion. She told you to be home at a reasonable hour, and that was it. You were so excited to be going out with Kento, so when you got back to the school and he was nowhere to be found, you were a bit disappointed. But you kept a cool head. After all, that's what your mother would've. Nanami. You turned around at the sound of your name, letting out a relieved breath as Kento came running up behind you. Sorry I was late. He breathed out, clearing his throat as he tried to catch his breath. My mom kept asking me questions. He chuckled sheepishly. You beamed internally at that. He had told his mom about you? But you simply smiled. I was beginning to think you might have stood me up. You laughed. Kento's eyes went wide as he immediately waved away the crazy thought. No way. I'd never stand up someone as pretty as you. Your smile widened, a blush forming on your cheeks as you and Kento began to walk. You had no idea where the two of you were headed and you didn't really care. As long as you were on a date with Kento, you were happy. Looking back, most of the date was a blur. It was fun, you know it was, but you couldn't quite remember any specifics. It was what happened after the date that you remembered. You and Kento settled at the base of a tree, both trying hard to catch your breath after laughing too hard. It was almost 8, and you were sure your mother would want you home before 9. You hummed softly, your back pressed against the tree as Kento pressed his arm against yours. It was silent for a bit as the two of you simply smiled at each other. For a moment it almost seemed like young love, but as fast as the feeling hit, it faded away. So, have you ever? Kento trailed off slowly, a nervous smile on his face. Have you ever kissed anyone before? His eyes flickered over to you. You pursed your lips at the question, a bit embarrassed by the answer. Not yet. You glanced away from him. Oh. Kento blinked as if shocked by your answer. Would you want to kiss me? Tonight, I mean. He stared at you expectantly. You paused, your head whipping back around to Kento. You stared at the boy for a minute, genuinely contemplating it. Did you want to kiss him? You wanted to be just like your mother, and although she hadn't gone into extreme detail about the things she did, you knew it wasn't just the stuck power of her quirk that had men doing things really her. She did other things. Sure, you took all of her advice to heart, but were you really ready to do what she did? Oh. You furrowed your eyebrows. You weren't ready. You took a deep breath as you hesitantly shook your head. I don't think so. You smiled apologetically. Sorry. Kento went quiet. His gaze shifted from you to the ground. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion and his lips parted. But then, why'd you agree to go out with me? He muttered as he glanced back up at you. You froze at the question. Your lips quirked up softly as you let out a confused chuckle. What? Kento leaned towards you, a soft frown on his face. I just don't understand why you agreed to go out with me if we weren't at least gonna kiss. He tilted his head to the side. Your eyebrows knitted upwards as his words flooded your brain. I agreed because I like you? And I guess I wanted to spend time with you. You shrugged, trying to shake off his words as if they meant nothing to you, but you just couldn't. Isn't that why you asked me out? You held your breath as you awaited the answer. Kento quickly nodded. Yeah, I asked you out because I like you too. You're one of the prettiest girls in our school. He smiled. You fought back a frown. Pretty didn't sound like much of a compliment anymore. But you wanted to kiss me? You raised your eyebrow. Kento slowly nodded. Or more maybe. He pursed his lips, his eyes flickering towards you. We could always just try. If you don't like it, we can stop. He smiled reassuringly. You glanced down, searching for some fantastical reason why you couldn't kiss him, but you couldn't find anything. Well, Nothing other than I don't want to, but that wasn't a valid reason, was it? You inhaled sharply as you reluctantly nodded. Okay. You smiled a bit. We can try. Kento's smile widened as he nodded happily. He said nothing, only leaning closer and closer to you until his lips were touching yours. Your eyebrows furrowed at the sensation. It was truly nothing special. Not bad, not good, it was just happening. It was only when his hand snuck itself onto your upper thigh did the alarms in your head go off. You placed your hand over his, carefully pulling away from the kiss. Maybe we should stop now. You smiled awkwardly. Kento furrowed his eyebrows. Didn't you like it, though? He asked. You nodded stiffly as he leaned closer. Yeah. You mumbled. Then let's keep going. He smiled, his hand squeezing your thigh a bit. Your lip quivered as you shook your head. I just don't want to anymore. You craned your head back as he stretched closer to you. Come on. He tried to reason with you. You said you liked it, didn't you? Besides, I want to keep going. His lips pressed themselves against yours once more with no regard for your blatant lack of interest. Maybe it was the panic that rose within you, but in that moment, everything you had practiced to stop the activation of your quirk went out the window. You felt everything Kento was feeling deep down inside, and you couldn't help but feel rather disgusted at the taste it left in your mouth. You knew you had to get away from him before your quirk reacted any further, but Kento's grip on you wasn't something you could just get out of, and before you knew it the lust he felt had tripled in size. His mouth smushed against yours and his hand curled around your thigh, his other one moving to tightly grip your waist. Your heart raced in your chest as you struggled in his grip. Tears welled in your eyes as you thought about what was about to happen. You let out a muffled yelp as his body weight fell onto you, knocking both of you onto the grassy ground. Your silenced shouts and pleas to stop went unnoticed as he pressed himself closer to you. Your arms violently pushed him away, but it was no use. You weren't skilled enough with your quirk to keep your cool in a scenario like this, and as long as your quirk was activated, Kento wouldn't be letting go of you anytime soon. Ichie! Stop! The anxious, unfamiliar voice was loud enough to get Kento's attention. His head snapped up to see who was there. You gasped for air, wasting no time shoving Kento off of you. He rolled onto the grass, the back of his head harshly hitting the base of the tree as you stumbled to your feet only to trip and fall back down as you backed away from the boy. Your breath was labored and tears spilled from your eyes. Katsuki's words from earlier replayed in your head. He's only asking you out because you're a tease. You make it too easy. As if he'd actually like you. Of course. Of course Katsuki turned out to be right. Are you all right? Your eyes shakily flickered up to the unfamiliar boy in front of you, a watery frown on your face. You sniffed as you slowly shook your head. As the boy grew closer to you, you got a better look at him. He looked to be around your age. His blonde hair was a bit matted to his head and his dull blue eyes frowned at you. The boy reached his hand down, a look of pure concern on his face. Let me help you. His hand lingered in front of you for a while, but you shook your head again. And oh, don't touch me. You choked, scrunching up your nose. He furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. It was my fault. You began to clarify, your eyes glancing over to Kento who was knocked unconscious by the tree. It was my shitty quirk that did this. The boy frowned softly as his eyes flickered between you and Kento. He slowly lowered his hand to rest at his side. I'd still like to help you. He knelt down next to you. It's late. At least let me walk you home. Your eyes narrowed as you forced your legs to push your body upwards. No offense, but I don't know you. You sniffed, wiping your nose with the back of your hand. You took a step, trying to stabilize yourself only to have your knees wobble as you started tumbling back towards the ground. You waited to hit the ground, but instead you felt a pair of arms wrap around your waist, hoisting you upwards. You let out a sharp gasp as you tried to get free from the boy's grasp, but it was of no use. Hey, calm down. The boy huffed, wrapping one of your arms over his shoulders while his grip on your waist loosened a bit. I get that you don't want my help, but you can barely walk. Unless you'd like to crawl home, I think you should let me help. He smirked, seemingly proud of his reasoning. You only stared at the boy in awe. You weren't overwhelmed. You didn't feel the extra baggage of his emotions crowding yours, And he wasn't acting all crazy or anything. You blinked, your eyes wide as you let out a small breath. My quirk doesn't work on you. You muttered, cautiously leaning into the boy's side as the two of you began to walk. The boy smirked again. My quirk is copy. I don't really know what I'm doing with your quirk right now, but I must be doing something right. He raised his chin. You slowly shook your head. You're copying my quirk? You could feel the watery mascara drying in streaks on your cheeks. The boy nodded as you looked up at him. I can amplify people's emotions. Your voice was shaky and fragile. Or give them new ones entirely. The boy hummed thoughtfully. I guess that explains it. I just wanted you to feel calm. His smirk slowly fell into a calming smile. I'm Nito Monoma. You stared at the boy for a second before tightening your hold on him. After what just happened, it felt nice to touch someone without having to restrain your quirk. The delicate way Monoma held you gave you a great sense of comfort. Nanami Hashikawa. You huffed as the two of you hobbled out of the park. Monoma simply hummed in acknowledgement. After a brief moment of walking, he paused to glance down at you. Where exactly do you live? Oh, sorry. It's the other way. Nanami Hashikawa. Quirk. Sensory overload. She's got a primarily touch-based quirk. She can sense emotions, and when she touches you she can flood your brain with a tidal wave of emotions so strong it'll knock your boots clean off. The more physical contact, the bigger and longer the emotional blast. A handshake might make you tear up if you're already feeling down, but a kiss. Oh man, you'll be ugly sobbing and drinking yourself to the grave in under 5 seconds. But don't let the random emotional aspect fool ya. This quirk is about control. Hold on to her too long and Nanami can use those raw emotions of yours to steer your actions like a remote control. That's right, she can totally guide your body, and if she knows you well, knows your emotions well, boom. She might even start talking to you in your head. Creepy? Maybe. Definitely. But you do have a fighting chance. If you know she's messin' with your emotions, you can try to fight back, but you have to be mentally strong to even stand a chance. The drawbacks? When Nanami overuses her quirk, she can get pretty overwhelmed, which can lead to short-lived mood swings, depression, and anxiety attacks. So anyway, make sure to keep your emotions in check, hero, or you might just fall under her spell. Hi guys. I'm so happy you chose to read my book. This is a slow burn Bakugo X reader story that doesn't dumb down Bakugo's self-centered and rage-filled actions in the beginning of the show. I love Bakugo, but if I were actually on the show, I'm like 97% sure I'd find him pretty unlikable at the beginning, so that's how I'll be writing him, but fear not. Just like in the show, he will experience major character development. This story will follow the original plot of the show, but events will be a little spread out to leave more room for defining your relationships and friendships with other characters. Trust there will be some cute and juicy Bakugo X reader moments, but I'll also be spending some time focusing on you by yourself. You will be a little annoying in the beginning. You'll notice that your feelings about certain characters, Bakugo, Midoriya, etc., and the way you think about yourself are contradictory at first, and you will not make the greatest decisions in the beginning, but again, fear not. Character development will be big. I am aging them up just a little bit. They will start out as 16 to 17 and the entire plot line of the show will take place over multiple years, but they are still minors at the start of the story, so I do indeed feel a bit weird about writing any smut currently. However, with the way I have the story planned out, and just living in the reality that the majority of people start experimenting with SEC before 18, it will be alluded to. Later on in the story, once they're older, I may or may not include smut. I've already decided there will be 2 books. P.S. I am pretty busy with college, so my updates might be a bit far and in between sometimes, sorry about that. Anyway, without further ado, please enjoy Far Too Young. Are you seeing this? You pushed your lips out into a small pout as you lined your lips with a pink color. HM? Seeing what? You ped your head to the side, rubbing your lips together so that the color blended a bit with your natural color. A loud scoff came from the blonde behind you. The school year just started and already Class 1A has been attacked by a bunch of villains. I bet they think they're better than us. He let out a manic laugh. You're starting to spiral, you hummed, ruffling your hair in the mirror. It's getting kinda long. You pouted, tilting your head up so you could get a better look at the ends of your hair. You think I should cut it? No, it looks good like that. Monoma waved you off, still glaring at the TV. Wah, how are you always so calm? He redirected his glare to you. Doesn't this bug you? Everyone's gonna be focused on Class 1A from now on. He rolled his eyes, making a face when he said, Class 1. You turned around, flipping your hair out of your face. Of course it bugs me, but you just gotta remember that we're better than them. You smirked, sitting down next to Monoma on the edge of your bed. Your arm came up to wrap around Monoma's shoulder as you pressed yourself into his side. Your eyes flickered to the TV where you saw a recount of the interview with Class 1A from yesterday. You noticed a particularly familiar ash blonde. His usual cocky demeanor changed to a grumpy and set-off frown. Behind him was the boy he used to bully being checked for any major injuries. Your smirk faded a bit as you crossed your legs. Class 1A thinks the world revolves around them. They think they're hot shit. You snickered at the TV. Monoma followed your line of sight to the ash blonde on screen. You know him or something? He snickered. Both of them. You nodded, pointing to the green-haired boy. I used to go to school with them, but I haven't seen them in like 3 years. You shrugged. Katsuki Bakugo. You pointed to the sulking blonde. He thinks the whole world revolves around him because of his flashy quirk. And Izuku Midoriya. You paused as you stared at the freckle-faced boy on the TV. He's actually a sweet kid. Not totally sure how he got into UA though. He's quirkless. Monoma blinked, quiet for a second before he let out a loud, ear-piercing shriek. What? His eyes were wide before narrowing into a defeated glare. He flopped back onto your bed dramatically. I see. The teachers at UA must think a quirkless kid has more promise than me. Alas, I am but a supporting character. You let out a small laugh as you gently hit him in the stomach. Don't be such a pick-me. Monoma turned to look at you as if you had offended his whole family. That's certainly rich coming from you. He smirked, clearly irritated. When I do it, it's a carefully curated character. You rolled your eyes, a smile on your face. You and I both know it's just your personality, then. You poked his cheek with a small giggle. He let out a loud groan as he forced himself to sit up. He hated when you called him that and you knew it. You're lucky you're pretty. He hummed, a soft smile pulling at his lips. He turned to you, his mouth opened ready to say something else, but he stopped short when he saw the look on your face. His eyes widened and he quickly shook his head. I didn't mean it like that. I was just joking around. He wasted no time trying to clarify. You rolled your eyes, chuckling softly as you bumped your shoulder against his. I know, you glanced at Monoma as you stood up. And just so you know, the supporting characters are always way cooler than the main character. You shot your friend a large grin, one that he returned with a playful smile. Come on, we're gonna be late. And you know Mr. Vlad does not take kindly to tardies. You let out a small breath as you recalled the way your homeroom teacher yelled at you last week in front of everybody for coming to class late after lunch. Monoma raised an eyebrow at you, looking you up and down. Shouldn't you change? He smirked. Not that I'm complaining. I'm sure Mr. Vlad will love the whole Valentine's Day thing you've got going on. He pointed at your heart-covered pants. You blinked, looking down. You let out a sheepish laugh as you realized you were so caught up in your makeup that you never put on the bottom half of your school uniform. A hee-hee, my bad. Your lips quirked upwards as you began sliding your fuzzy pink pajama pants off. Monoma's eyes went wide as he jerked his head the other way. You want to give me a warning before you strip next time? His eyebrow twitched. Please, you know the deal by now. You rolled your eyes. Monoma shook his head, fighting back a playful smile at your lack of boundaries. Okay, I'm ready to go. You nodded your head, tugging your skirt down a little so that it hung low on your hips, revealing a bit of your lower stomach. Could you take any longer? Monoma scoffed, turning back around as the two of you headed for the door. Shut up. You snickered, gently slapping the back of his head. Ow. The two of you had been friends for 3 years. You weren't totally sure how it happened well, realistically you knew it started after he helped you hobble home that fateful day. But you didn't run into him again until a few months later, when you and your mother moved in with the man she had been dating. You switched schools. You weren't too happy about it, but when you got reacquainted with Monoma things got a bit easier. In the short time you had been in UA, the two of you had gained a rather strange reputation within your class. If one of you was around, everyone knew that the other wasn't too far away. Most people thought you and Monoma were far too close. No one could tell if you were siblings or dating. The simple truth was that he was your best friend. The two of you knew everything about each other, your hopes and fears, favorite foods and random icks. Hell, you even told him about that time you stuffed your bra with socks and one of them fell out during gym class. Granted, he laughed at you and called you a dumbass, but that was just how the two of you were. He was your best friend, the one who let you test out your quirk on him so many times you actually began to think he might need therapy from all the emotional damage your quirk gave him. Maybe to others it was a bit strange, but to the two of you, your relationship wasn't anything other than normal. So, the sports festival, huh? You smirked as you crossed your legs and leaned into Monoma's shoulder. We're totally gonna crush it. You guys have any cool strategies yet? Kendo smiled, starting to dig into her soba. Monoma leaned forward, his eyes flickering over to the tables filled with students from Class 1A to glare at them. Now that they had undergone such a tragic villain attack, they were the talk of the school. I'll take their flashy power and throw it right back in their smug faces. He wore a cheeky smirk on his face as he let out a string of psychotic laughter. Kendo's sweat dropped at his laughter. Right? She sighed, slowly turning her attention to you. What about you? You smiled at the girl, pushing yourself away from Monoma and closer to your food. All I need is one touch and they're done. You smirked. And if I'm up against one of those girl crazy guys, even better. You glanced towards the blonde from Class 1A. His quirk had something to do with electricity, you knew that much, and you had seen him flirting with a different girl almost every day. Kendo hummed softly, furrowing her eyebrows. So, you're just gonna play the cutesy, helpless girl card, huh? She tilted her head to the side, watching you closely as you nodded proudly. Cool. She shoved her chopsticks into her mouth. I don't really think you need to resort to that though. I mean, you're better than that, you know? Her words were muffled, but you understood her well. You pursed your lips. What do you mean? Kendo shrugged. I just mean that you don't need to act so. I don't know, stereotypical? You could totally win a different way if you just tried. You don't need guys to fawn over you for your quirk to work. Your nose scrunched up as you let out an involuntary scoff. Right. You put your chopsticks down. Don't be bitter just 'cause you physically can't get guys to fawn over you. You leaned back, checking your nails to try and give off an unbothered appearance. Monoma grimaced at your words as Kendo's lips parted slightly, a frown on her face. She looked down as her name was called from across the cafeteria. That's Shiozaki. Kendo stood up, taking her tray with her. I promised to help her with math, but... She glanced down at you, only to see you glaring in the opposite direction. Good luck finding a strategy that works for you. She mustered up a polite smile before heading over to Shiozaki's table. Under the table, Monoma's foot collided with your shin. Ow! You gasped, gripping your leg and turning to glare at him. What was that for? You huffed. Monoma rolled his eyes, a smirk on his face. Don't play dumb, you know exactly what that was for. He crossed his arms. You let a groan rumble in your throat as you looked to the ceiling. Whatever. She deserved it. She basically called me an attention-seeking were. Wadash, Monoma gawked at you as if you had two heads. He let out a disbelieving laugh. I think your quirk finally turned your brain to mush. She said nothing close to that. He raised an eyebrow at you, leaning so close to you that you could feel his breath on your cheek. Your eye twitched. It felt like she did. You muttered. You put a hand up, palming Monoma in the face and pushing him away. Anyway, there's no use dwelling on it. We need to figure out how we're gonna train for this. Monoma shook his head with a small smile on his face. You stared at the large sign that read 1A, a blank look on your face. In front of the door were countless students, some from the hero course, some from general studies, and even some business course students. Your eyes narrowed slowly as you caught sight of one of the boys from your class. Putting on a large smile, you sauntered up to him. "Hey, Tetsu Testu." You put a hand on his shoulder as he turned to look at you. His eyes lit up, a small blush coating his cheeks. "Hashikawa." His grin exposed his sharp teeth. "So what's going on here?" You smiled, tilting your head to the side as you watched a boy with purple hair push his way to the front of the crowd. "Why's everyone crowding around 1A? Well, they're here to see the legendary Class 1A. He slammed his fist against his palm. "But I'm here to check out the people I'm gonna crush." His grin widened, if that was even possible. You smiled, brushing a strand of hair out of your face. "With a quirk like yours, I totally believe it." You let out a soft hum. Tetsu's blush deepened as he raised his fist to the sky. "Thanks." He chuckled sheepishly, moving his hand to rub the back of his neck. "I'm sure you'll crush the competition too." "Thanks so much." Your smile widened sweetly as your attention was drawn to the side of the crowd. Students grew louder as they were harshly shoved to the side. Your eyebrows knitted together at the sight of a familiar head of spiky ash blonde hair. You turned back to Tetsu, slowly moving your hand from his shoulder down to his bicep. "I've gotta run, but I'll see you in class tomorrow, all right?" Your hand lingered on his arm for a second more before turning to follow after Bakugo. Behind you, Tetsu could be heard letting out a flustered, "See you tomorrow." Your eyes narrowed and your smile dropped as you followed after the explosive boy. Even from the back, the way he carried himself was the same. With that cocky, condescending, you attitude. You let out a quiet snicker as your feet brought you closer to him. You waited until the crowd was out of earshot to make your move. "Katsuki Bakugo?" Bakugo paused, his head whipping around so fast you almost thought he had snapped it. "Ha!" His lips pulled down into a permanent frown and his eyes glared at you. You, who stood so innocently in front of him with your hands clasped behind your back and your chest pushed out ever so slightly. He looked at you as if you were nothing to him, a bug to be squashed beneath his feet. It said you the f. "Who the hell are you?" The silence between the two of you was deafening. You blinked, your eyes wide and your jaw practically unhinged. You took a small breath, composing yourself. "I know I look a little different, but you really don't remember me?" You chuckled, a small smile on your face as you flipped your hair out of the way. Bakugo stared at you dumbly. He made no move to walk away from you, nor did he try to move closer to you. "Am I supposed to know you?" He scoffed. Your lips pushed themselves into a playful pout as your hand grasped at your heart. "Oh, I'm hurt, Katsuki." It was the way you said your name that made it click. His eyes widened momentarily before narrowing once more. He shoved his hands into his pockets. "Tisich, Hashikawa." He muttered, making you smile. Now that he was sure it was you, it was clear, but still, you looked so different. The way you stood in front of him, now your midnight black hair was long and shiny, flipped over to one side. The top half of your UA uniform was unbuttoned, showing an acceptable amount of cleavage, while your skirt hung a bit lower than it should, exposing the upper pelvis. You looked just shy of trying too hard. And you wore makeup now too. When did that start? The Nanami he remembered was far too lazy to put on makeup. You never worked to expose skin. You were fairly modest. Maybe a bit mouthy and annoying, but that was what stood out about you the most. You were a small girl with two messy buns who loved knitted sweaters. Granted, that was 3 years ago, but it still shook him a bit. You weren't this flirty woman in front of him. "Hashikawa?" You tilted your head to the side. "What happened to Nami?" "The hell do you want?" Bakugo wasted no time getting to the point. Something about that answer buried itself under your skin and set off thousands of little explosions. While small, they still hurt like hell. But that was Bakugo. You shouldn't have been surprised. You didn't even know why you came up to him. You saw him break free from the crowd in front of his classroom and you just wanted to talk to him. "I can't just say hi to an old friend?" Your smile softened as you took a step towards him, reaching a hand out to touch him. Bakugo jerked away from you, a glare settling on his face. "Don't fucking touch me. Don't think I don't remember your quirk." He snarled. I don't need you all in my head. Your smile faltered, your hands slowly retreating. Like I'd waste my quirk on you. You snickered, trying to save some face. Bakugo's nose scrunched up in annoyance. Did you seriously think you were better than him? Now that you've gotten into you think you're hot sheet, huh? He scoffed, letting a few stray explosions pop from his palm. You're the same pathetic tease you were in middle school. Is someone threatened by Lil Olmi? You batted your eyelashes, putting your hands on your hips. I know I'm hot sheet. As if I'd be threatened by you. Bakugo growled, the explosions gradually getting bigger as he grew angrier. I'm 10 times better than you. You're just an extra in my story. A wild grin settled on his face as he used his thumb to point at himself. Your smile slowly shifted into a much smaller one, your eyes softening. You haven't changed a bit. Bakugo's anger carefully quieted as he stared at you. Well, you have. You pursed your lips, taking a deep breath. I just wanted to show my face. You took a few steps forwards, stopping when you were right next to him. And tell you that I'm gonna be the #1 hero, and I'll do it way better than you would. You scoffed, your smile dropping slowly as you kept walking past him. Bakugo let a mean scoff rumble in his chest as he watched you walk away. You're right. Like you could beat me. The sports festival is next week. The sports festival, huh? That's exciting. Your mother took a long sip of her wine, her eyes glued to the TV. I'm sure you must be excited. She glanced at you, shooting you a small smile before turning her gaze back to the TV. You nodded, biting at the inside of your cheek. Super excited. You replied dryly. I don't think I'll win or anything, but it'll be good for the pros to see me, you know? You pursed your lips. Your mother smiled softly. Of course, good publicity is important for heroes. She hummed. You went silent for a second, your eyes flickering between the TV and your mother. You blinked. You inhaled sharply. You let out a quiet, high-pitched hum as you slowly rocked back and forth in your chair, your eyes occasionally flickering to her mother. You wondered how long it would take to wear her down. Not long, apparently. Her nose twitched and she let out a deep sigh, her head finally turning towards you. What is it? She pet her head to the side, a knowing smile on your face. You puckered your lips, sitting up straight in your chair. Well, I wouldn't want to cut into your super busy afternoon of watching The Real Housewives, but you leaned forward a bit as your mother narrowed her eyes. She could already see where this was going. Could you train with me tonight? You plastered a large, hopeful grin on your face. Nanami. Your mother raised her hand, snapping her fingers in your face. What have I told you about smiling that hard? She raised an eyebrow. Your smile dropped as your fingers worked to massage your mouth. It gives you wrinkles dash. It'll give you wrinkles. Exactly. Your mother nodded. How do you think my skin still looks like this at my age? She sent you a sly wink. It was true. Your mother's skin was perfect, smooth, clear, and shiny, no wrinkles either. It looked like that crystal eyeglass skin you see in ads. Absolutely flawless. Anyway, you leaned back in your chair, making sure your smile was minimal this time. Training. Your mother hummed softly as her long nails tapped against the wine glass between her hands. I don't think so, babe, I'm sorry. She sighed. I've had a pretty long day and I just need some time to relax. You blinked. Your eye twitched as your fingers curled into your palms, your nails digging themselves into your palms. You knew it wasn't true. A long day of what? Relaxing yoga and reality TV? You mumbled on your breath, childishly sulking into the cushion of the chair you sat in with a frown on your face. Your mother pursed her lips at you. I don't have to explain myself to you. She sighed. Your frown deepened. But Mom Dash, what have I said about frowns? Your mother narrowed her eyes at you. You let out a loud groan as your body practically crumpled to the ground. They also give you wrinkles Dash. They also give you wrinkles. Your mother spoke over you. Mom, this is the sports festival. You tried to reason with her. She put her glass of wine down on the coffee table, standing up. She leaned down over you, helping you up off the ground. Listen to me. Her hand caressed your cheek, her index finger tilting your chin up just enough to look her in the eyes. You're so perfect. She smiled softly as you watched her dark blue eyes swirled with care. Why don't you practice on your own tonight? Or with Yoshi? I'm sure he'd love to train with you. She gave your cheek a small rub before she sat back down. You blinked softly, feeling a bit calmer now. Your eyebrows furrowed as you weighed your options. I guess I could do one of those things. You muttered. You glanced at your mother. You'll be watching. Me though. At the sport festival? She hummed with a smile, taking her gaze off of you and turning her attention back to the TV. I know you'll make me proud. You found yourself fighting back a big smile at your mother's words. Thanks. A small smile broke through. You laid with your back pressed against the cold floor. Your eyes fluttered shut, unable to take the neon whiteness of your ceiling any longer. Behind your eyelids wasn't any better. All you saw was a vast sea of blurred bright reds and yellows fading in and out of a black canvas. You opened your eyes, squinting at the brightness of the ceiling. Nope. Behind your eyelids was definitely better. You let out a deep breath, focusing on the way your breath hovered in the back of your throat before making its way down to your diaphragm. You felt the numb tingle of stillness surround your legs and fingertips, and you desperately fought against the urge to move. You listened for the faint thump of your heart against your rib cage. It was soft, but the harder you focused, the more pronounced it became. It grew louder and louder until, knock knock knock. Your eyes sprung open as you flinched at the sudden sound. Your hand came up to feel your heartbeat as it once again faded into background noise. The door slowly creaked open. Your mom said you wanted me to train you. You clenched your jaw, letting out a bitter sigh as you sat up. He didn't say any more, but you could feel him staring at you. Your eyes flickered towards the door, immediately falling on the blond man awkwardly standing in the doorway. A small scoff left your lips as you slowly took to your feet. Of course your mother said that. She was always looking for ways for you and him to bond. You never liked Yoshi very much, the man your mother married 2.5 years ago. He was quiet, never speaking to you unless your mother requested that of him. And it wasn't just you he was so standoffish with. You were convinced he didn't like your mother much either. You never saw them together, only at dinner, and even then he was quiet, maybe even reluctant to talk to her. He would walk past her in the house without speaking and sometimes even ignore her, and when he did respond his words always sounded forced. Your mother seemed helplessly infatuated with him and he didn't seem to like her in the least bit. You couldn't wrap your head around it why he even decided to marry her. Actually, I'm all right. You crossed your arms, standing in front of him. I can train by myself, and I wouldn't want to waste any of your time. You smiled sweetly, not trying very hard to make it look real. Yoshi frowned a bit, shaking his head. I'm done with work for the day, so you won't be wasting any of my time. He clarified, pushing your door open wider. Besides, your mom really wants me to help you train. You rolled your eyes, letting out a small huff as you ran a hand through your hair to smooth it out. Of course she does. You pushed past him, ignoring the way he took a few steps back, simply watching you. Let's get this over with, I guess. Ow! You out a shriek of pain as the hardened projectile shot straight into your shoulder. You turned to glare at Yoshi, who wore an amused smile on his face. You look like you're enjoying this a little too much. You huffed, annoyed with the situation. Yoshi shook his head. I just don't get to use my quirk much, so this is nice. He chuckled softly. You let out a small, frustrated puff of air as you got back in position. Remember, you're trying to dodge the ball right before it hits you. I know. Your eyes narrowed as Yoshi's cheeks puffed up. Why do you think I keep getting hit? This is hard. You huffed as Yoshi shook his head. There was a second where you saw his lips puckering up, and then with a wet whistling sound, the shot was fired. If anyone asked you, you'd say your stepdad's quirk was pretty frickin' nasty. Spit shot. After gathering a sufficient amount of saliva in his mouth, he could spit high-speed blobs of spit that hardened mid-air and ricochet off of anything and everything until they reached their target. Pretty annoying, and definitely gross to get hit with, but you had to admit it could be a pretty powerful quirk if used right. If anything, it was better than your quirk. Your eyes flickered around, silently tracking the hardened glob of spit as it bounced off the walls like an overpowered bouncy ball. You watched as it got closer to you, anxiously awaiting its arrival. From the right. The left. Now above. It finally came at you from the left and… Nanami! Yoshi called out to you. You whipped your head around to face him, only to let out a pained yelp as the hardened glob created a large bump on the back of your head. You dropped to the ground, grunting dramatically as you clutched the back of your head. Ugh! You gritted your teeth as you looked up at your stepdad. What? You seethed through a clenched jaw. He wore an amused smirk on his face. I was just going to tell you to keep your eye on the ball. He stifled a smug laugh. You swore a vein was throbbing out of your forehead at the look on his face. Your vision was blurred with red and it looked as if steam might just ooze out of your ears. That's what you wanted to say? You growled. Yoshi tilted his head to the side. I'm only playing. He chuckled a bit before his face grew a bit more serious. You're a pretty fast kid, smart too. But you can't get distracted like that during the sports festival. Keep your eye on the ball. He repeated, nodding his head to you. Let's run it again. He used his index and middle finger to gesture for you to stand up. You scoffed, your eyes narrowing at him. You hated that his advice was good. Right. You muttered bitterly. Since when did you become a professional coach for heroes? Yoshi's face darkened a bit as you stood up. Since your mother asked me to be one for you. He hummed thoughtfully, his cheeks puffing up again. Your eyebrows furrowed and you stared at him inquisitively. You watched as another tiny glob of spit was fired from his lips, ricocheting off the walls. This time, Yoshi mumbled under his breath, spouting nonsense, singing songs, and tapping his foot on the ground. He was trying to do everything in his power to distract you. Your eyes stayed on the tiny ball of spit. You would not get hit this time. You took a small step back as your eyes went left, then down, then to the right. With minimal movement from your head, you followed the glob of spit until you saw it mere feet away from you, aimed right between your eyes. Your eyes narrowed at the wet bullet, your lips pursing as you let out a deep breath. You refused to blink. You stood your ground until you were sure the bullet was going to take your eye clean out, and just before it did, your head ducked down as your body curled backwards, narrowly avoiding permanent blindness. Yoshi smiled. Great. His eyes flickered to the spitball as it flew off the wall. Keep going. His attention turned back to you, watching intently as you hurried to keep the spitball in your line of sight. The spitball wouldn't stop until it hit its intended target. He watched as you tuned out his incessant yapping, ranging from stories about his coworkers to what color socks he put on when he woke up. He found himself fighting back a smile as you dodged the projectile again. And again. And again and again. And finally, a full 15 minutes had gone by without the ball hitting you. His hands tapped against each other as he gracefully cheered for you. You're still going. He applauded you. Good work. Your eyes flickered over to him, sending him a curt nod before you quickly ducked out of the way of the unstoppable spitball. So, a dash, you took a step back, your eyes immediately retreating back to the ball. Does this only end when I get hit? You asked, a nervous look on your face. You already knew the answer. You weren't tired, but this was getting a little annoying. Oh, don't tell me you're thinking of giving up. Yoshi furrowed his eyebrows, a smile on his face. His cheeks puffed up. Your eyes widened as you heard the familiar swish of liquid. It's time to add another ball. What? Today's the day. We're gonna crush it. You smirked at Tetsutetsu, holding your fist out as Monoma tapped his against yours. Monoma let out a giddy laugh. I can't wait to destroy those cocky bisas in Class 1A. He grinned maliciously. You rolled your eyes, amused at your friend's semi-psychotic tendencies. We'll show the world what Class 1B can do. Tetsutetsu grinned, showing off his sharp teeth as he activated his quirk. He slammed his fists together, creating a loud clanking sound and minor sparks. Hey! Kendo put a hand out, a reassuring smile on her face. I know we're all excited, but we have to keep a level head. The rest of the class quieted down as their attention slowly drifted towards her. Tetsu, take that energy of yours and save it for the sports festival. She nodded proudly. And you too. She turned towards you and Monoma. We'll need that passion of yours if we're ever gonna shine brighter than Class 1A. You smirked teasingly as you pushed yourself close to the class rep. I thought you didn't care that Class 1A is getting so much attention. You know, 'cause you're so above it all. You pinched the tip of your nose as you spoke in a mocking tone. Kendo put on a bashful smile. I guess. She sighed. I don't completely not care. She turned towards the rest of the class. Class 1A is great. She nodded, eliciting a large and dramatic scoff from Monoma. You snickered. But so are we. And it's about time that we shine too. Class 1B, let's go out there and win the sports festival. She smiled, clapping her hands together. Class 1B began to cheer, Kendo's speech having lit a fire under everyone. You blinked, your eyes trained on Kendo as your classmates went up to her, patting her on the back and telling her that she was going to do amazing out there too. You crossed your arms. She definitely has a gift for public speaking. Heyo, make some noise, you rabid sports fans. You draped your arms over Monoma's shoulder, pressing your chest into his back as all the students stood in front of the main stage. Wow, so many people. You glanced around the large arena. It was filled to the brim with men, women, children, and hundreds of pro heroes. Monoma smiled calmly. And they're all gonna get to see us mop the floor with Class 1A. His eyes narrowed. We're gonna kill them. You hummed. Monoma glanced at you. Hey, now you're getting into it. He hummed, giving a nod of approval. Now the introductory speech. Your eyes widened at the familiar voice, your lips parting in the shape of a large zero. Oh my gosh, you squealed into Monoma's ear as you grabbed onto his arm. It's the R-rated hero, Midnight. You shook Monoma back and forth, stars in your eyes as you stared up at the magnificent woman. I can't believe I'm in the same vicinity as her. I'm so close I can see her eyes sparkle. Monoma rolled his eyes, a smile on his face as he let you shake him. I see your obsession with Midnight hasn't gotten any better. He chuckled. Silence, everyone. Midnight threw her hand up in the air. Your hand whipped across Monoma's mouth, creating a tight sealant. Shoo, you ignored Monoma's glare as you stared at your role model. And for the student pledge, we have Katsuki Bakugo. Midnight announced. Your smile wavered a bit. Your hand dropped from Monoma's mouth down onto his shoulder as you watched Bakugo make his way onto center stage. Your eyes stayed trained on him as the students around you began to murmur about the angry boy who finished first in the entrance exams. As Bakugo approached the microphone, everyone stared up at him in anticipation. He was silent for a second, and then, without missing a beat, he leaned into the mic, and, I just want to say that I'm gonna win. Your eye twitched and you could practically feel the irk mark forming on Momona's forehead. The whole UA student body roared in protest to his speech, even his classmates were appalled. What are you doing? You can't say that. One of his classmates shouted at him, making a chopping motion in the air with his hand. Bakugo's eyes flickered to him. Not my fault, the rest of you are just stepping stones to my victory. You chuckled darkly as you glared up at the ash-blonde boy. He sure knows how to make the whole school hate him. You muttered. But you couldn't really be too mad. It was just so like him to say something like that. Monoma's jaw clenched, irritated. I can't wait to rub his words in his smug face. I'm gonna crush this overconfident. With his quirk activated, Tetsu raged next to you. I'll knock him down a peg. You blinked at the word, overconfident. You watched the way he sauntered off the stage, a blank look on his face with his hands shoved in his pockets. Usually he would have a cocky grin on his face, but right now that was nowhere to be found. Something was different. Overconfident definitely wasn't the word you'd use to describe the angry blonde. Without further ado, it's time for us to get started. Midnight brought the mic close to her lips again, a smile on her face. This is where you begin feeling the pain, the first fateful game of the festival. She raised her arm as a large screen dropped down behind her showing the words, an obstacle course. Tada, all 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest. She turned towards the students as her lips moved to wet her lips. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. She revealed, reveling in the sound of the crowd cheering. Now then, take your places, contestants. All the students lined up at the starting line, simply waiting for midnight signal. You smirked as you glanced down the line at Monoma. You gently bumped his shoulder. Until we come face to face, we'll help each other. You nodded. Monoma's smirk widened as he nodded along with you. Obviously. Class 1B looks out for each other. Tetsu grinned from behind you, swinging his arm over yours and Monoma's shoulder. Yeah. Kendo nodded, a large smile on her face. We'll make sure at least some of us make it to the final round. You hummed, leaning back into Tetsu's hold. We're gonna crush these Class 1A losers. Begin. You took off as fast as you could, racing against the other students. You rushed forward, slipping between hundreds of students as you tried to make your way to the front of the crowd. And we're off to a start. Present Mick's voice rang out through the arena. Care for some color commentary, mummy man? Aizawa let out a muffled sigh. How did you rope me into this? Who should we pay attention to in the race? The doorway. Students clamored through the entrance, pushing and shoving and fighting their way out. It was so hectic you were having trouble breathing. Then, before you could even blink, a chill rushed over you and suddenly you couldn't move. You looked down only to find your feet frozen in place. You let out a cold breath, your eyes narrowed as you looked around, noticing that the majority of the student body were stuck in the ice as well. Crap. You huffed. Someone sure had one hell of an ice quirk. As you searched for a way to get free, a familiar tuft of long platinum blonde hair rushed in front of you. Your eyes lit up as you quickly grabbed his hand. Hananuki. You beamed, running your hand up his arm as he turned to look back at you. Mind helping me out here? You batted your eyelashes, searching for any subtle part of him that wanted to help you as you touched him. Once you found it, you latched on, making the feeling multiply. Hananuki's face reddened as he quickly nodded. Anything for you. He reached down, his hand brushing against the ice. You watched as the ice softened into a cold, muddy substance, letting out a relieved sigh at the feeling of the ice no longer containing your legs. Thanks. You smiled, removing your hand from his arm. I really owe you. Hananuki nodded at you, turning to continue forward. Good luck. With an annoyed breath, you raced through the crowd of frozen students. It was much easier now that everybody was stuck. As you exited the entrance tunnel, you got a better look at the wannabe heroes in front of you. You were just behind the front of the crowd, close enough to see the rusty green robots from the entrance exam blocking your way. You had begun thinking of ways to get past, when a huge blast of ice to freeze the robots mid-attack. Your eyes widened and you shuddered from the cold. A boy with red and white hair at the front of the crowd let his arm fall and rushed forward. So then it must have been him unleashing the crazy ice attacks. You'd seen him on TV before, during the USJ incident. He was in Class 1. The bitterness rose up in your chest at the sheer power his quirk held. It wasn't fair. After a few seconds, the robot broke through the ice, collapsing on a few students before getting up to fight again. You let out a gasp at the way the robot shook the ground. You shook your head at yourself. There was no time to be shocked. You needed to find some pathetically strong sap you could latch onto. Your eyes narrowed as you mentally scanned the emotions of each individual person. Who would be the easiest to coerce into giving you a helping hand? As you looked around, your eyes landed on one particular student from Class 1A. A smirk played at your lips as you sprinted towards him. If you could catch up to him, he'd be perfect. So you pushed yourself. You felt your legs begin to burn as you ran closer to the boy, ducking under legs of the bulky robot and tilting your body away just in time to miss being violently crushed by its claw. Your smirk widened as the boys stopped for a moment. This was your chance. You took a flying leap, tightly looping your legs around his waist and your arms around his shoulders. He let out a loud gasp, his eyes widening as his glasses began to slip down his face. Who are you and what are you doing? This is highly inappropriate dash. Please help me. My foot got hurt in the ice attack. I'll never get to the next round if I can't even move. You whined, tears brimming in your eyes as you hugged his back tighter. You squeezed your eyes shut, reaching deep down to pick out the shame and guilt he felt for leaving a small injured girl alone to fail, and drag them to the surface. Please be my hero. You cried. That seemed to have done the trick. The boy nodded, awkwardly holding onto your legs as he readied himself to maneuver through the rest of the robots. Hold on tight, he ordered. You simply nodded and off you were. The two of you zoomed forward with ease, the engines in his calves achieving a speed you could never dream of. Your grip on the boy tightened, you could feel your skin buzzing as cool air pushed you back. The feeling slowly faded as the two of you approached the next challenge. You peeked over the back of the boy's neatly laid hair and almost had to do a double take at what you saw. A tightrope. Your lips quirked up at your luck. You could run in a straight line with 6-inch heels on. This would be light work compared to that. You hopped off the boy's back, a soft smile playing at your lips as he turned to stare at you. But your leg. His eyebrows furrowed and his head felt a bit fuzzy. I helped you, he muttered to himself. Wait, what just happened? Your smirk widened at his reaction. Thanks so much for the help, handsome. You waved goodbye to him as you headed closer to the large chasm you were to get across. I'll be sure to ask you if I need anything else. You winked, blowing a small kiss before leaving the boy there, confused. You glanced over the side of the chasm, eyes narrowed. This was easy rookie stuff. The hardest part, all you had to do was keep your eyes ahead of you. One look at the rocky abyss below and you were done for. With a deep breath, you took off running. The tips of your shoes hit the rope. It was sturdy, barely any recoil with every step. You kept your body low, making sure your center of gravity was directly above the thick rope the entire time. Your eyes narrowed as a cocky smirk made its way to your face. Before you knew it, you reached the end. You glanced back to see everyone else struggling on the rope. Losers, you snickered. It hasn't been announced how many students will make it to the next line, so there's no time to relax. Present Mick's voice echoed through the arena. You turned around, sprinting forward. There was no time to waste. Thanks to that kid from Class 1A, you weren't too far behind. There was still enough time for you to get a high-ish spot. And now, we're finally approaching the last obstacle. Present Mike announced. Everyone had better tread carefully. You're stepping onto a minefield. If you look carefully, you can see where the bombs are buried, so keep your eyes on the ground, folks. By the way, those landmines were designed for the game, so they might be loud and flashy, but they're really not that powerful. Just enough to make you wet your pants. Get a hold of yourself. Aizawa sighed in the background. You stood at the edge of the final obstacle, racking your brain with ideas of how to get past it. You looked ahead, scoffing under your breath as you noticed Bakugo fighting with the boy with the ice quirk for first place. Your eyes squeezed shut and you took a deep breath. If you wasted your time slowly dancing through the mines, you'd be way too behind. Your eyes popped open, and boy were you glad they did. In front of you, you noticed a familiar freckle-faced boy. Your eyes widened as you watched him carefully dig up the landmines in the front and place them all in a large ditch in front of him. He held a large sheet of metal in front of him. You assumed it was from the robots in the first obstacle. You let out a laugh of disbelief as you watched him go. He was planning to use the mines to propel himself all the way to the front. This was your chance. Midoriya nodded to himself, backing up a bit. Thanks for the idea, Kaken. He spoke to himself as he ran towards the stack of landmines. Your heart hiccuped at the familiar name, but you paid it no mind. Instead, you rushed forward, wrapping your arms around his neck. Mind giving me a ride, Izuku? Your grip tightened as you childishly pressed your cheek against his. Midoriya's eyes widened as he glanced back at you. His jaw dropped, soul practically leaving his body. And Nami. Your breath froze in your throat as you stared at him. He remembered you. He tried to stop himself, but it was too late. The two of you and the sheet of metal collapsed onto the pile of mines. The explosions puffed up around you in a haze of pink and orange, creating a blast large enough to propel the two of you into the air, far beyond the rest of the competition. You held onto Midoriya, fingers gripping at his shirt as the two of you sailed through the air. Your eyes blinked shut from your hair whipping into your face and you let out a small cough at the amount of dust being kicked up. Midoriya's head turned back and forth between you and the end goal, confused and unsure which he should focus on. You pushed your cheek deeper into his, replacing his confusion with determination. Focus on winning. You shouted just loud enough for him to hear you. Midoriya's eyes widened, but he shakily nodded and his gaze returned to the spot where you would soon enough be landing. When I tell you to let go, let go. He shouted back to you. You nodded. Right. Whatever the case. Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya is suddenly in hot pursuit of first place. Present Mike screeched with anticipation. And what's this? Looks like Nanami Hashikawa of Class 1B hitched a ride. You let a wild grin take over your face as you noticed Bakugo glaring up at you with shock and disgust written all over his face. You let out a loud laugh as the two of you passed him and the boy he was fighting with. Without wasting a second, the two sprung into action. Instead of fighting each other, they were now racing against time to beat you and Midoriya. What the hell do you two think you're doing, huh? Bakugo growled, his explosions propelling him towards you. As they started catching up to you and the raft of metal the two of you were on began losing speed, Midoriya began to panic. His jaw clenched and looked around anxiously. Just as Bakugo and the ICBSRD were about to pass you, Midoriya called out to you. Now! You let go, rolling to the ground just behind Bakugo. With a small stumble, you pushed yourself up, still sprinting forwards. Still in the air, Midoriya swung the scrap of metal around and slammed it against the ground, triggering the last few landmines to push him all the way to the finish line. You grinned, using the smoke as a distraction to grab onto Bakugo's shirt and yank him back just as he was about to pass the ICBSRD. Maybe you wouldn't get within the top 3, but fourth was way better than you ever imagined yourself doing for this race. Forcing Bakugo to settle for third was just icing on the cake. Bakugo let out a loud grunt as he turned around the glare at you. Get the hell off me, tease. He shoved you back as his quirk pushed himself closer to the finish line. I don't believe it. He cleared that minefield in an instant. Eraserhead, what the heck are you teaching them? You huffed at Present Mic's voice. Hey, I'm here too, you know. Of course. Even when Class 1B did well, Class 1A did better. The attention was still on them. This has nothing to do with me. Each of them is powered by their own drive to succeed. You watched as Bakugo came in third, a small smirk on our face. Totally worth it. There you have it. Eraserhead is a terrible teacher. Wait, what? You sped up, following behind Bakugo and finally making it back out into the main stadium. A smile played at your lips as you watched everyone cheer, maybe not all for you, but it sure felt like it. You were fourth. Izuku Midoriya is our champion. What the hell was that? Buffans harshly grabbed the collar of your shirt, practically lifting you off the ground. I don't know what you're talking about. You pouted innocently, batting your eyelashes at Bakugo. Bakugo gritted his teeth. It looked like a vein was about to pop out in his forehead. Don't play dumb with me, you DMN idiot. What the hell were you doing teaming up with Deku? He shouted in your face. Nothing personal. You wore a calm smile on your face, shrugging softly. He was just my best chance at getting within the top 5. Bakugo let out a nasty scoff. Can't get a high-ranking score by yourself? Don't give me that bullshit. I want a better answer. His grip on your collar tightened as he shook you back and forth. It's actually not bullshit. You rolled your eyes. My quirk relies entirely on other people. A low growl rumbled in Bakugo's chest as his glare sharpened at you. He opened his mouth to spew more crap at you when Midoriya waved his hands in between the two of you. Kaken? He squeaked out. Maybe you shouldn't be threatening her right now? Huh? Shut the hell up, you dumb nerd. Midoriya's eyes flickered to you. Nami, I didn't know you got in, but he sent you a soft smile. I'm glad you're here with us. Your eyes softened a bit as your smile wavered. Thanks. You muttered. Congrats on getting first place. In front of you, Bakugo seethed angrily, practically foaming at the mouth. Not only was he being ignored, but the two of you were talking to each other all softly like old friends. Technically you were, but that didn't make it any better. You seemed to drop your fake act when you talked with Deku. Even that dead, unbothered smile that you always had was gone. You didn't talk to Bakugo like that. You want to let her go, hothead? You turned your head to see Monoma and Tetsu quickly approaching. Your eyes lit up a bit, a smile pulling at your lips. You guys passed. You ped your head to the side. Bakugo's eyebrows furrowed as he stared at your goofy, lopsided smile. It was real. His eyes flickered to Monoma and Tetsu, sending them a fiery glare. Were these your new friends? Heard you got fourth. Monoma smirked, raising an eyebrow. How'd you manage that? This guy blew himself up and I latched on. You pointed your thumb towards Izuku, who stood there with a sheepish smile on his face. Monoma's eyes narrowed at the two boys, a calm smile still plastered on his face. So you got Class 1A to do your dirty work. His eyes flickered to Bakugo, reveling in the way his teeth gritted against each other in anger. I can't say I'm too surprised. Wow. You're so awesome, Hoshikawa. Tetsu's eyes lit up as he slammed his fist against his palm. The definition of work smarter, not harder. So cool. Huh? It wasn't that cool. Riding on someone else's coattails like a demed loser. Bakugo barked rabidly. She's pathetic, just like she's always been. And who the hell are you guys anyway? We're Hoshikawa's friends, that's who we are. Tetsu leaned forward, grinning madly at Bakugo. And we'd greatly appreciate it if you let our helpless little Nami-chan go. Monoma put a hand on his hip as he stared at Bakugo. You let out a playful snicker as your eyes rolled at Monoma's words. Yeah, you pouted, batting your eyelashes up at Bakugo. I'm just poor helpless Nami-chan. Let me go, please. You whined softly. Bakugo narrowed his eyes, his disgust at your act accented by a tint of red on the tips of his ears. You were anything but helpless. If anything, your quirk was terrifying. Whatever. Don't expect me to hold back against you in the next round. He growled, harshly shoving you back as he released your collar. He spun around on his heel, pushing his way past Midoriya. Get the hell out of my way, Deku. He huffed. Midoriya quickly stepped to the side, a shaky look on his face. Once he finally ripped his eyes away from Kaken's retreating figure, he turned around to face you, ready to start a dialogue to try and catch up on all the years the two of you missed out on, but what he found made him pause. Monoma's arm was wrapped around your shoulder as you practically cuddled up into his side, beaming brightly at Tetsu, who endlessly praised you for using Class 1A to help you get such a high ranking. You looked so comfortable and cozy. You looked like you belonged something you never really looked like when you were in middle school. Sure, it had been around 3 years since he had seen you and he was sure you'd changed since then, but this version of you was completely uncharted territory. It made his resolve wobble a bit, but Midoriya quickly shook off the feeling. Right now, you were with your friends, focusing on the next challenge, what he should be doing too. He would talk to you later. 42 of you have qualified to move on to the next round. Midnight raised her hand, the H&Vs on her wrists jangling around like jewelry. Time to prepare for your next test, a cavalry battle. Those of you at the top will suffer the most. Of course, that's something you'll hear over and over again here at UA. You leaned your head back onto Monoma's shoulder as Midnight spoke. Show us what plus ultra means. Midnight stretched her arms out. Izuku Midoriya placed first in the qualifier. He'll be worth 10 million. As if they were hunting their prey, everyone turned to stare at Midoriya. Your eyes narrowed at the boy, almost pitying him as anxious tears rose in his eyes and sweat peeling down his skin. He was terrified, anyone could tell. Tetsu grinned down at you, placing a hand on your shoulder. Mind if we team up, Hoshikawa? After all, when I use my quirk, yours doesn't work on me. We'd be perfect together. He closed his eyes, showing off his sharp teeth. You nodded as you crossed your arms. Obviously. We work well together. And it was true, something you learned your first week. When he activated his quirk, the properties of his body shifted entirely. You supposed his quirk made him too inorganic for yours to work. First years. Midnight called out. These are the rules that you'll abide by. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point values will be added together to reach your team total. Everyone will know how much you're worth thanks to your headbands. Swipe as many headbands as you can to raise your team score. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up, so the more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. Midnight shook dramatically as she mimicked the feeling of being weighed down. And another thing. Even if your headband gets stolen or your team falls down, you can keep playing until time's up. You held your fist out to knock against Tetsu's. We got this. The two of you nodded. I'd like to join your team too. You and Tetsu turned around to see Awaze slinking towards you. With my quirk, I'll make sure our headbands are unmovable. His fingers curled into a fist. You smirked softly, batting your eyelashes up at Awaze. You hadn't talked to him much, but his quirk was truly fascinating. With the ability to fuse together any organic or inorganic object, he was a total powerhouse. What do you think? You spoke to Tetsu as you circled around Awaze, popping up in front of him. Awaze raised an eyebrow, a tense frown on his face as his eyes followed you. Oh man, Awaze could totally be awesome on our team. Tetsu raised his fist. You nodded in response. This team is turning out to be pretty great. You smiled sweetly as Awaze, making his cheeks heat up a bit. Awaze nodded curtly. Thanks. I'll make sure we mop the floor with these Class 1A fuckers. He let a playful smirk crawl into his face. For this challenge, you may use your quirks as much as you like. Midnight's voice rang out crystal clear. But there are still rules. Make a team fall on purpose and I'll slap you with a red card. She grinned, bouncing up and down before standing her ground at center stage. Now, you've got 15 minutes to build your teams. You turned around to face Tetsu and Awaze, a smile on your face. Looks like we've already got a pretty good team going here. You tilted your head to the side. Awaze leaned closer so that the three of you could conspire privately. We've got defense, he nodded to Tetsu. And protection for the headbands, himself. And short-range offense. His eyes flickered to you. Tetsu's fists slammed against each other. Now all we need is someone with range. He nodded. You pursed your lips, your eyes squinting. You glanced around the large arena, thinking hard about who would be of good use to you. Your first thought was Monoma, but as much as it pained you to admit his quirk wasn't going to be much help to your group. Besides, he had already found a pretty solid group of his own. You let out a small sigh as you rolled your head back, running a hand through your hair. Your fingers reached the ends of your hair, the thick strands twisting over your skin like vines. You blinked, your lips parting as your hand fell to your side. A smile slid onto your face as you turned to face your team. I know just who to ask, leave it to me. You nodded. The boys stared at you, raising their hands to question you, but you were already off. You pushed your way through the crowd of people all clamoring over each other to be accepted by Bakugo and the ICBSRD. You noticed Midoriya stood in the middle of the arena, all alone, but you paid him no mind. You continued forward until you were face to face with the girl you needed. Shiozaki. You breathed out, plastering a kind smile on your face. Shiozaki turned to you, holding her hands in front of her chest. Oh, Hashikawa. There was a faint smile on her face. You stepped closer. We have such an amazing team already, but it would be even greater with you on it. Your smile brightened. Please, we need a long-distance fighter, and with you, we can defeat everyone who stands in our way. You paused, your eyes softening as you put a hand on your chest. With our kindness and determination. You sniffed, wiping a stray tear from your cheek. Shiozaki smiled softly, her long green hair puffing up at the ends. I'd be honored to be included in your team if you'll have me. Her hands clutched together as the sun seemed to shine down around her, creating a spotlight of some sort. It is my duty to always do my best to help those in need. You blinked, pursing your lips a bit as your smile grew strained. Well, we couldn't be more grateful for your participation. Follow me so we can confirm our team before time's up. You turned to walk back, letting out a relieved breath as Shiozaki nodded and followed behind. This time you paid no mind to everyone else. There were only 5 minutes left and you still needed to discuss strategy. Tetsu and Awaze, noticing the two of you heading your way, stood up and walked over to meet you halfway. Oh wow, you got Shiozaki. Tetsu grinned. Perfect for long range. Awaze nodded as the four of you met. We were thinking Tetsu should be at the front. Makes for good defense against these fuckers. He huffed stiffly. Shiozaki let out a small gasp. Such harsh language. She shook her head. You blinked at the girl. Yeah, that makes sense. You smiled at Awaze. I was thinking Shiozaki could be at the back. You know, like our secret weapon or something. You glanced over at Shiozaki as everyone nodded. I'll do my best. Shiozaki looked to the sky. Who should be on top then? Tetsu glanced between you and Awaze. You opened your mouth to speak, but Awaze beat you to it. I can do my job from the bottom. He stared at you. We'll carry you. That way you have a better chance of touching any team who passes us. And once I do, I can take their headbands and hand them off to you. Your smile widened as you nodded. Awaze subtly grinned back at you. And I'll weld them to Tetsu so they're unmovable. Shiozaki pressed her hands to her chest. Our plan is coming together, just as the gods intended. She smiled softly, her eyes closed. Your eyebrows furrowed as you glanced at her. Well, we have a strategy now, so all we have to do is stick to it. You smiled at Tetsu and Awaze. We'll show everyone that Class 1B is just as great as those JRKS from 1A. Oh goody! Midnight's voice cut through the loud buzzer. It's time to get this party started. A calm smile plastered itself on your face as your team lifted you onto their shoulders. The vines running down Shiozaki's back flared up and Tetsu's skin turned to solid metal. Your knuckles knocked against his cold metal head and you let out a small giggle at the clanking noise it made. The countdown was fast. A simple 3, 2, 1 and everyone was off. All of you quickly handed your headbands to Awaze, who used his quirk to weld them onto Tetsu's forehead. Tetsu grunted. Now we're ready. He slammed his fists together. Most people rushed forward, charging Midoriya's and Todoroki's teams, but you were steady. Your eyes scanned your surroundings until you landed on one team in particular. A few members of Class 1A, a boy with multiple arms, a girl strongly resembling a frog, and you squinted. A tiny purple blob hiding out inside the arms of the first boy. They were already taking people's headbands and hiding them with a barely noticeable purple blob. There. You grabbed hold of Tetsu's head and turned it in their direction. We'll distract them from the front while Shiozaki uses her vines to steal the headbands of the creep inside. Your eyes narrowed. Tetsu grinned wildly as Awaze nodded. Going forward, this should be our plan to take out all the teams. Shiozaki hummed softly. To be such an important part of our plan. You humble me. She smiled. Save it for when we win, babe. You smirked, huffing a bit. Your team sprinted forward, skirting to a stop in front of your target. Hey you! With the arms! You called out, pointing your finger at the boy. You're pretty cute for a heteromorph. You stared at him. He seemed shocked by your comment, a light blush rising on his cheeks from under his mask. The frog girl, however, frowned. Isn't that kind of mean? She huffed, her long tongue darting out to take hold of your group's headbands. I wasn't talking to you, frog. You huffed, narrowing your eyes at the girl. She was pretty cute though. Her eyes widened as her tongue grazed Tetsu's forehead, unable to pull them back to her team. I can't grab them. She informed her team. It's like they're part of him. I've achieved our goal. You heard Shiozaki mutter from below you. Your eyes flickered to the ground beside the frog girl where one of Shiozaki's vines slithered back to her side with all of their headbands in its grasp. We've beat these guys already. Awaze nodded. Time to move on to the next team. Tetsu nodded with a smirk. If we play our cards right, we might be able to take on Team Todoroki or even Team Midoriya. His eyes flickered between the two teams. Awaze's eyes widened. He's right. Both teams are too preoccupied with each other. They may not even notice if we try to steal a headband or two. A smirk formed on his face. Oh my, you giggled at the confused looks on the frog girl and the boy with the arms' faces, not to mention the way the purple blob sputtered anxiously when he realized that he didn't have the headbands anymore. I'd wish you guys good luck. They watched as Awaze welded the new headbands to Tetsu's forehead. But Class 1A already has more than enough of that. You huffed as your team turned away. What about Team Bakugo? Shiozaki hummed. Should we go for them? From across the field, you got a clear view of Monoma and his team. You watched as he let a few deadly explosions flicker off from his palm, right in the face of the one and only Katsuki Bakugo before ripping the headbands from his neck. You let a smile creep onto your face as you bit back a giggle. Monoma must have copied his quirk. Serve that angry blonde BS right. You shook your head. Nito's team is taking care of them already. You smirked, turning your head towards the ICBSTRD Todoroki's team. You rested your hands on Tetsu's head. Let's go for Peppermint Swirl over there. Tetsu nodded. All right, I hear you loud and clear, Hashikawa. He grinned as Awaze let out a small huff. Same plan as before, right? Shiozaki readied her vines for action. I'm ready. And with that, your team sprinted forward, ready for battle. It was quick. The way your team made it just close enough to Todoroki's team before a shallow wall of ice could cut them off from him and Midoriya's groups. Looks like he wanted a private showdown with Izuku. You huffed, peeking out from behind that shard of ice that you had almost run face first into. Tetsu shook his head, a toothy grin on his face. Then it's a good thing we got here when we did. You quickly slapped a hand over Tetsu's mouth, your arms haphazardly wrapping around his head. Shoo! Tetsu's eyes widened as he tilted his head back to get a look at you. What's the big idea? His voice was muffled from under your arms. I don't think either team has noticed us yet, so there's need to make some big distraction this time. You slowly let your hand fall from his face. Tetsu blinked as he took in the scene in front of him. Your group was a bit away from teams Midoriya and Todoroki, almost completely visually shielded by a large chunk of ice as the two groups were locked in their own showdown. If you kept quiet and kept your heads down, you might have been able to fly under the radar. Oh, I see. Tetsu smiled. You're right. Awaze nodded. Shiozaki. He glanced at the girl. She nodded, a serious look on her face as her vines softly flared up. The way her vines slinked up behind Todoroki, creeping past his other teammates without gaining their attention. Midoriya noticed though. You could tell by the way his eyes widened, trying to follow the vines all the way back to their origin, but his vision was obscured by the ice. He wouldn't say anything you didn't think he would. Why would he? It wasn't his team you were attacking. But of course, Midoriya had to open his diamond mouth. Todoroki! It was a sharp gasp, almost as if he hadn't meant to. Todoroki leaned forward, extending his arm. Ida! Your eyes widened as you noticed the boy who helped you in the obstacle course. The fast one. His legs twitched and the engines in his calves began secreting smoke. Shiozaki, take it now. Your fists anxiously slammed down on the top of Tetsu's head over and over again. Shiozaki's eyes widened as her vines lunged forward to wrap around one of the headbands on Todoroki's neck. Todoroki must have felt the slight yank on his neck, because he let out a small gasp. His eyes slowly widened as he turned back to try and see what had happened, but it was too late. Their team zoomed forwards at an insane speed and his attention was quickly brought back to Midoriya. A smile crawled across your face as Shiozaki's vines placed the headband in Awaze's hands and with proud smirks on all of your faces, the buzzer went off. Your smirk only widened as you watched Bakugo's team fly over the wall of ice. Bakugo hovered in the air for a split second before his face angrily planted into the ground below. A nasty laugh erupted from your throat as you threw your hand up to point at the sulking blonde. What a loser! Who's the extra now? You cackled wildly as Tetsu's sweat dropped below you. Bakugo turned to you with pure white rage in his eyes. Shut the hell up, you dementees. I'll kill you. He glared at you as he childishly punched the ground. Behind him his team slowly backed away, all laughing sheepishly. Your smirk turned smug as your eyes flickered up to the scoreboard. Your group came in third. Your heart itched as you stared at your ranking with a blank face. You were doing far better than you expected to. Honestly, you thought you would have been eliminated by now. You let out a bitter scoff at the thought. You really had no faith in yourself, did you? Well, it didn't matter now. You'd gotten this far, you weren't gonna waste an opportunity to show the world just how much better than everyone else you were. You glared down at your phone, A bitter look on your face as your heart raced. This was so stupid. You were supposed to be having fun with Monoma and Tetsu. There was an hour-long lunch break before the finals, and there were so many stands to check out fun games and activities, food so good you could smell it from the isolated corner you hid yourself away in. But instead, here you were, eyes hesitantly scanning over your most recent calls. 2 missed calls already. Both made by you to your mother mere minutes ago. You didn't understand. You told her to watch the sports festival. No, you asked her. You asked her to watch you. And of course she would. She was your mother after all. She said just. She didn't respond. So, she'd meant to say yes. Are you that effing stupid? She's watching. No, she isn't. Your eyes squeezed shut and your nose twitched. You could feel a pressure behind your eyes, but you forced it away. You let a small breath flow past your lips. She was a good mom. She'd be watching. And since she was at home watching the sports festival, she should have been in a state to answer the phone. Your mother wasn't ever one to turn her phone off. She had so many people blowing her phone up 24/7 that you lost count how many times the device would buzz during a simple 10-minute conversation between you and her. Her ringer was always on, so it always confused you when this happened. When your calls and texts to her went unanswered. But you wouldn't let it get you down. You never did. Your thumb swiftly tapped on her name again. You nibbled on the inside of your lip as your phone buzzed. Over and over and over again. Until eventually, hey, it's Rena. If you're not my daughter or a close friend, don't bother leaving a message. That always made you smile. Hey, Mom. You held the phone to your ear as you held a soft smile on your face. I'm doing really well so far. I got 4th in the first round, and 3rd just now. Did you see me? I was totally awesome. You let out a small chuckle. I was calling to see what you thought so far, to see if you had any notes or something. But actually, it'll be more impressive if I can do it without your advice for once. You laughed awkwardly, your eyebrows knitting together in frustration. That I'm gonna go. But make sure to watch me in the last round, okay? You slowly lowered the phone away from your face, just staring at the black screen in front of you. I love you. You said it just loud enough for the phone to pick it up. See you at home. It was quiet for a bit after that. Your eyes fluttered shut as your hand drifted up to touch your chest. You pursed your lips as you tried to figure it out. You weren't sad. Not mad or disgusted in any way. Your finger tapped on your chest repetitively as you tried to place the feeling. Disappointment. Yeah, that's what it was. No answer again, huh? You blinked, your hand slowly falling to your side at the familiar voice. You took a second to recover, but once you had, it was easy. A smile came to your face and you carefully turned around to look him in the eyes. Aren't you supposed to be getting lunch with the Tin Man? You puffed up your cheeks teasingly. Monoma let out a small huff as he walked towards you. There's no need to do that, my dear sweet Nami-chan. He sighed dramatically, playfully ruffling your hair. It's only me. He chuckled with a soft smile. It's all right to feel upset that she didn't answer. You pursed your lips as you swatted at his hand. I guess. You let out a sputtering sigh. I am a little disappointed. You shrugged. But it's fine. It's the commercial break. She's probably using the bathroom or making some food or whatever. You waved him off, a hopeful look on your face. Monoma glanced at you, his playful gaze softening for a second before he rolled his eyes dramatically. Right, does your mother even know how to cook? He giggled. Don't you have people to do that for you? He bent over, bowing in front of you. Haha. You let out a sarcastic laugh as you rolled your eyes. Better stand up straight before someone decides to take that as an invitation. You smirked teasingly. Monoma's face went bright red as he rolled his eyes. Someone really needs to do something about that dirty mind of yours. He chuckled, grabbing you by the wrist and beginning to walk. You giggled, nudging his shoulder. You act like you don't think the exact same way. You hummed. Monoma gasped wildly. I would never. He shook his head, pausing for a second. And anyway, maybe your mom's just taking this commercial break as an opportunity to spend some alone time with that stepdilf of yours. You threw a wild punch at his head, one that he quickly dodged. Ooh, you're so gross, you squealed. I don't even want to think about that. Bleh. You stuck your tongue out in disgust. The two of you continued down the hall to the checkout the food trucks, oblivious to the pair of sharp red eyes that watched you go. "Hey, Shiozaki." You called out to the girl who stood across from you. "Promise me when I win we'll still be friends?" You smiled sweetly as thousands of people cheered madly from the stands above you. She wasn't your friend. Both of you knew it. You were trying to bait her and she could tell. Hell, Minoma could tell all the way up in the stands. You wore that sickly sweet smile on your face, the one you wore whenever you wanted something from someone else. The smile that Bakugo absolutely despised. Shiozaki shook her head, long vines swirling about behind her. "Of course we'll still be friends." She hummed. "Forgiveness is a virtue. I'm sure the Lord will forgive that attitude of yours." Your eye twitched. You wanted to wrap her long but hair around your hand and drag her across the arena. Your eyes widened slightly as they settled on her hair. There was an easy way to win this match. Smile relaxed a bit as you delicately rolled up the sleeves of your uniform. "And here we go, the third match of the evening." Present Mick's voice echoed through the stadium. "From Class 1B, the D1 Ragebaiter, Nanami Hashikawa. Also from Class 1B, we have the real-life Poison Ivy, Ibara Shiozaki." You fought back the urge to glare up at Present Mike for his introduction of you. "And start. This'll be quick." You smirked, tilting your head back. Shiozaki's hair was made of long and sharp vines. Powerful and annoying to touch, but you watched with calm eyes as a swarm of vines was moved towards you. You didn't make a move, didn't even blink as your body was fully encased in a warm and prickly bundle of green. You needed as much physical contact as possible. Is that girl trying to lose?" Kaminari snickered from the stands. Kirishima chuckled softly as he stared down at the fight in confusion. "Maybe she has a plan?" Bakugo let out a low scoff from beside them. "Oh, don't you know her, Deku?" Uraraka's cheerful voice aimed itself at the freckle-faced boy beside her. "What do you think about it?" Midoriya hummed thoughtfully as he watched Shiozaki hold your vine-covered body up in the air. "It's hard to say." He sighed, pressing his thumb to his lips as he thought aloud. "Kaken and I grew up with Nami, so both of us know she's smart, but she's never really been the fighter type. Her quirk is powerful, but—" His lips curved down into a shameful frown as he recalled the day you got your quirk. It was the same day he subconsciously decided to stay away from you. "I actually don't know much about how it works." He looked down. From behind him, Bakugo let out a loud growl. "How the hell do you not know how it works?" He glared at Midoriya. Midoriya slouched over in shame as his attention turned back to the fight. He really had no excuse. "Sure, can I call you that?" Your smooth voice echoed through the arena. The vines had bundled your body up into a tightly wound ball, your head being the only part of your body visible. "Doesn't matter, I like it." You grinned, tilting your head to the side as you stared down at Shiozaki. "Aren't you tired? I mean, you totally carried us in the cavalry battle, so why don't you take a little nap?" You smirked. "You deserve it." Her vines were a total pain in the butt, but they were alive. A living, breathing organism, attached to a different living, breathing organism. It would take a bit more concentration than usual, but you'd manage. You could feel all of her worry for the battles to come. "I don't know about you, but whenever I feel too worried I get super tired." You let out a soft yawn as you focused on the places your body connected with her vines. You could feel the extra pulse of anxiety run down her vines. "So take my advice, babe, take a nap." You pouted. "Before I have to force a healthy dose of emotional exhaustion down your vines." She didn't really have a choice, you were doing it anyway. You smiled sweetly as you watched the look on Shiozaki's usually calm face switch to one of fear, and then, all within the same 10 seconds, Shiozaki collapsed. Her eyes fluttered shut and her body crumpled to the ground, her vines falling a few seconds later. Now on the ground, you unraveled yourself from the vines, skiing at the scratches that Shiozaki's vines left on your skin. You let out a sigh, brushing the tips of your hair out and softly hopping over the vines on the ground. You glanced at Shiozaki for a second before making your way to the edge of the arena. Bakugo watched with narrowed eyes as you turned around, your eyes searching for Minoma's in the crowd. When you finally found him, you visibly relaxed. A proud smile wiggled its way onto your face, one that your best friend returned and held 2 thumbs up in his direction. Bakugo let out a scoff at the sight. And then everybody started clapping. Ibara Shiozaki is unable to continue. Midnight announced. Nanami Hoshikawa is the winner. So fast, not even enough time for my color commentary. Present Mike gasped. What a shame. Aizawa mumbled flatly. Katsuki versus Uraraka. You raised an eyebrow as you leaned your head on Monoma's shoulder. Who the hell is Uraraka? You scoffed. Is that jealousy I hear? Monoma smirked mockingly. You rolled your eyes. Don't be ridiculous, Nito. Monoma snickered as he watched the 2 fighters from Class 1A take center stage in the arena below. I think she's the floaty one. He hummed. Pay close attention, Nanami. He leaned forward. We need to see how far they've come dash. So we can beat the sheet out of them when the time comes. You finished for him, a sheet-eating grin plastered on your face. Monoma stared at you, his face mimicking yours. He always loved when your face contorted into such aggressive expressions. No one would expect someone with such an effortlessly beautiful face to be capable of making such hostile facial expressions, to think such vulgar things. He appreciated it that you were willing to share such a real part of yourself with him and only him. Let the 8th match begin. It all happened so fast. Uraraka charged towards Bakugo, aiming to touch him, but of course, he was just too fast for her. She sprinted towards him over and over again, but each time he would let off an extreme explosion in her direction. Each explosion was bigger and stronger than the last, and it didn't take long for Uraraka to look fatigued and battered up. As the match went on, your heart raced faster and faster. Your eyes were wide and your jaw clenched so tightly you felt you might crack a tooth. The hairs on the back of your neck even stood up straight. Why wasn't he holding back? Tears welled up in your eyes as the crowd began to boo Bakugo for his actions. Uraraka was a frail-looking girl, and truth be told you admired her adamance to keep getting back up. But for Bakugo to aim his deadly explosions straight in her face like that. People don't expect you to be much of a threat when you're an innocent and frail little girl. Your mother's words echoed in your mind as you watched Bakugo ruin Uraraka's plan by letting out a blast towards the floating rocks in the sky that rattled the entire stadium. If your mother was right, then why was Bakugo staring at Uraraka like she was a real threat? Why was he waiting for Uraraka to stand back up and fight him as if she actually could? He had just destroyed a girl just to what? To win? What the hell? He's just doing what it takes to win. He's acting like FNG monster. Vowed to be number 1. He's just making good on that promise. He's taking her seriously. No, he was a FING pig. How could he just stand there and set off what's practically a FNG bomb in her face? To a girl like that? And what did that say about you? What chance did you have to win when people like him didn't care who they went after? I know that last blast was strong, but you don't have to cry. Monoma raised a playful eyebrow. Your eyes fluttered, your face scrunching up in confusion as you reached up to touch your cheek. You scoffed softly, staring down at your wet fingertips. You hadn't even realized you'd begun to cry, but you really weren't too surprised. He's such a effing jackass. You glared down at the arena where Bakugo was being announced the winner. Monoma's eyes flickered over to you before he glared down at Bakugo. He's a frickin' animal. Monoma let out a stifled laugh as his lips quirked up into a wicked smile. Totally reckless and respectless. It's not gonna be hard to surpass him. He hummed. You didn't respond, instead opting to keep your firm glare pointed at the back of Bakugo's head. You only hoped he felt your hatred for him burning into his skull. You kept your head held high as you walked through the halls. You hated it, but at this moment you craved your stepdad's sound advice. It was Hoshikawa versus Ida, and that meant you'd be using the skills you gained training with Yoshi over the past few weeks. You could just hear his annoyingly perfect voice just grating away in your ear. Keep your eye on the ball. You weren't strong, not physically, and maybe not mentally either, but you were fast. And flexible. And smart too. Ida was a total powerhouse, and he had the speed to match too. There was no way you'd win, and you were well aware of it, but maybe if you kept your eye on the frickin' ball you'd at least be able to show the pros what you were made of. You just couldn't let Ida out of your sight. Not even for a second. Stressed before your big match? A snarky voice flooded your ears. You forced your face to not contort into a vision of disgust and anger as you turned around to glare at the ash-blonde boy. Why is it that every time I turn around, there you are? Your eyes narrowed as a blank smile settled on your lips. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were stalking me. Bakugo scoffed. Don't flatter yourself, you effing tease. His eyes glared at you as his hands pushed themselves into his pockets. He didn't know what to think of you. A tiny part of him, the part that used to be your best friend, wanted you to win, whether just out of a sense of goodness for you or just to fight you himself. He wasn't sure. But he wasn't sure you would. If you were the same girl he'd known over 3 years ago, you weren't anywhere near strong enough to beat Ida. He knew you were clever though. He'd just have to wait and see what you came up with. Get lost, Katsuki. You put a hand on your hip as your smile sharpened. Believe it or not, your crappy attitude gets real old real fast. Bakugo's jaw clenched as he seethed at your insult. Huh? The hell did you just say to me? He glared at you, taking a step closer. Don't get all pissy with me just 'cause you know you're a sheet hero. You let out an unamused scoff as your tense smile widened. Right? And you're gonna be a great one? You barked out a laugh as Bakugo's lips twisted down into a nasty frown. Scoff. You rolled your eyes, holding your hand up to your forehead in the shape of an L. Fix your face. You'd be better off being scouted by villains. Sparks flickered in the palm of Bakugo's hands as steam poured out from them. He was really starting to get mad now. His lips turned upwards into a somewhat malicious smirk, and he let a few minor explosions fly. Tough talk from someone who's only good for getting guys all riled up. He growled. Get over yourself, you damn tease. You and I both know you're too weak to win your match, so just watch as I rocket past you. His voice was loud and he was practically in your face now. You shuddered. It was only Bakugo. He was angry and loud and said things he didn't mean. Besides, you had been the one to provoke him. You knew you shouldn't take it too seriously. But then why did his words cause such a stabbing pain in your heart? You felt your lips begin to tilt downwards involuntarily, a telltale sign that tears would come next. You quickly fought them back. You would not cry in front of him. Fine. Your voice was low, your gaze not leaving Bakugo's. You want to win so bad, I support you. A sickly sweet smile rose on your cheeks. Don't worry, Katsuki. I'll make sure you win. Bakugo glared down at the arena as your fight began. You had ignored his harsh questioning at what the hell you meant. I'll make sure you win, instead calmly walking away and leaving him by himself. He was suspicious as hell, that was for sure. She won pretty quickly against that nature cutie from her class, right? Kaminari's grating voice floated through Bakugo's ears, instantly irritating him more than he already had been. True, but this fight should be different. Kirishima tilted his head to the side. Ida's pretty fast. Would her quirk even work on him? That's assuming her quirk relies on touch, though. Mina poked her head through the space between the two boys. What even is her quirk anyway? Like, she gave that girl a mental breakdown or something, right? Kirishima shrugged. Guess we'll just have to see. He leaned forward, noticing the match had started. Down in the arena, Nanami stood tall, delicately flipping her long hair over her shoulder. There was a practiced smile that blessed her face as she stared at Ida expectantly. Just as she thought, he had remembered her from the first obstacle. You! He gasped, his eyes wide behind his glasses as his jaw dropped. I have to say, I'm not sure what you did to me, but messing with my emotions like that is hardly fair. Your eyes narrowed, eyebrows quirking up. Well, the judges sure thought it was fair, didn't they? After all, I came in fourth and you were. You pouted mockingly. Sorry, what number did you come in again? I have to admit, I didn't bother reading past 5th place. Anything under 3rd is kind of embarrassing for a speedster like you. You hummed, chuckling a bit. Ida's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched as a hand came up to make a chopping motion in the air. This kind of talk from a UA student will not be tolerated. You're here to be a hero, so don't speak as if you were a villain. He huffed, sending you a small glare. Despite your lack of respect, I'd like to show you that I still have some left for you. I'll make sure to finish quickly. He leaned down, ready to race towards you at any moment. You smirked playfully. Wow. Just what every girl wants to hear. You tilted your head to the side, noticing the way your comment had thrown Ida off a bit. That small crack was all you needed. You bent down slightly, taking the stance you had done so many times before with Yoshi. Keep your eye on the ball, off Yoshi. Your pea-green eyes stared at Ida as he raced forward. He was faster than Yoshi's spitball, but you could still see him. You waited just like you did in practice. You watched his arms come up in a blur in an attempt to shove you out of the ring. He grew close and closer, and just as his hands were about to grip your shoulder, you ducked. Holy crap! Kaminari's eyes were wide as Class 1A Casper at your actions. Did she just dodge Ida? Mina nodded vigorously. I almost missed it, but she totally did. No way. Midoriya's eyes practically sparkled as he watched you dodge Ida again, this time performing a swift flip right over him. He knew you'd always been somewhat of a gymnast, but he never really considered how those skills would be valuable in a real fight. Uraraka gasped. She did it again. Bakugo glared down at the scene below him. You hadn't launched your own attack yet, opting to wait until Ida was within an inch of you to flicker out of the way. Why not though? You were clever, he'd admit that much. So shouldn't you have a plan? Or was it just to tire him out? Pathetic. He scoffed lowly. Ah. A sharp laugh came from the section next to them. I can only assume you're talking about yourself? Class 1A turned to see the one and only Nito Monoma holding his stomach as he laughed cockily. Midoriya blinked at the boy while Bakugo simply glared. Oh, you're Nami's friend, aren't you? Midoriya tilted his head to the side. Monoma nodded with a proud smirk. I'm her best friend. He corrected. You sorry plebes haven't a clue. He began to laugh. It's over for your friend down there. He cackled, his eye twitching. Nanami is only toying with that studious brute, and soon enough, she'll ruin him and show everyone how much better Class B is dash. Sorry about him. Kendo sighed, holding the now unconscious Monoma by his collar. He's very protective of Hoshikawa, so don't take it personally, please. She wore a lopsided smile on her face as she dragged him back to their section. Class 1A stared at the scene with appalled expressions on their faces. Midoriya blinked, letting out a sheepish chuckle as he slowly turned back to the arena. Well, that was weird. Uraraka nodded. Tell me about it. She sighed. This fight is insane. Is Hoshikawa even trying? Present Mick's voice echoed through the arena. It was the question on everyone's mind. You hadn't landed one attack or even attempted to, and it didn't seem like you had used your quirk even once. You were on guard though, watching Ida with narrowed and attentive eyes that never once blinked or strayed from him. She's clearly stalling. Aizawa's muffled voice followed Present Mick's. The question is, what for? Your goal wasn't to win. Honestly, even if you could beat Ida, you knew you could never beat whoever you'd have to face next. Tokoyami, Midoriya, or Todoroki, you had yet to see whatever Midoriya's supposedly great and powerful quirk was yet. In fact, you still found it unbelievable to think that he actually did have a quirk, but you wouldn't write him off just yet, and then Bakugo. You couldn't win against them, so you had devised a plan to show off your speed and agility to the pros, and if you ruined Bakugo's day with your little plan, it was even better. The match had already been going on for 10 minutes, more than enough time to show off. It was time to end it. You stood 2 feet away from the edge of the ring, waiting for Ida to charge you once more. Getting tired, handsome? You smiled at the boy. Ida shook his head as his mind recalled your previous fight with Shiozaki. Hardly. Don't even think about using whatever emotional manipulation you have on me. His eyes narrowed. You pouted. Geez, emotional manipulation sounds so awful. You waved your hand around. Frenic FRY has a much better ring to it, doesn't it? You beamed at him. Ida shook his head. You won't throw me off this time. His jaw clenched as his engines filled with smoke. This is it for you. It was then that your eyes flickered up to the stands. Bakugo's eyes widened a fraction as he caught the sneaky smirk he was sure was aimed at him. Before he could even blink, your eyes were back on Ida as he charged towards you. What were you planning? Everyone watched in anticipation as you elegantly slipped out of the way of Ida's attack. You, however, were so close to the edge of the arena that when you dodged, Ida was unable to stop himself fast enough. And just as he was about to fly out of bounds, "I forfeit." You said it before his foot stepped over the white tape. The whole stadium was dead silent. And then, "What?" Present Mike screeched. "Nanami Hashikawa just forfeited? And Tenya Ida is out of bounds. Is that even allowed?" Midnight pursed her lips, her eyes wide as they flickered between you and a confused Ida. Hashikawa clearly forfeited before Ida stepped out of bounds, so. She raised her whip to the sky. "The winner of this round is Tenya Ida," she announced. And with a crazy plot twist and some unexpected humiliation, Tenya Ida from Class 1A is the winner of this match. You stared up into the crowd with a focused smile as you locked eyes with Bakugo. His eyes were wide and his face was red with rage. You could tell he was seething. You almost won. You would have won. But your forfeit, it was like a sharp punch to the gut. Whoever won between Ida and Tokoyami didn't matter anymore. You had subtly tainted the rest of the matches. You did this to get in his head, Bakugo was sure of it. And it was working. You dumb. Fing. Tease. His teeth gritted anxiously against each other as his nails dig harshly into his palms. He was gonna Fing kill you. Monoma clapped a hand against your back, a proud grin on his face. You should have seen the looks on Class 1A's faces when you forfeited. That hot-headed blonde looked like he was a powder keg about to explode. Your eyebrows furrowed. Is that a line from Hamilton? Your lips tilted upwards as you glanced at your friend. Nothing gets past you. Monoma chuckled, draping an arm around your shoulder. The two of you watched as All Might went down the line of winners, starting with Tokoyami at third, Todoroki at second, and Bakugo in first place. Although, Bakugo was heavily chained up, looking somewhat similar to a rabid dog that would only be stopped once it was violently put down. Between your little stunt and Todoroki refusing to go all out on him, Bakugo was a shell of a man filled with nothing but justified fury. Look at him. Monoma snickered. What an animal. You stared at Bakugo with a blank look on your face, watching as Bakugo twisted about in an attempt to avoid receiving the first-place medal. Yeah. You nodded along, but you couldn't help but frown at the string of guilt that had begun trickling down your chest. You really watched it? You raised a hopeful eyebrow at your mother, a small smile on your face. Your mother hummed, a proud smile gracing her elegant features. You were wonderful. Yoshi worked quietly in the kitchen, his blank eyes flickering over to your mother at her words to you. He said nothing though. What about my fight with Ida? You tilted your head to the side as you nibbled anxiously on your lip. Ever since the sports festival you'd felt terrible about your actions. You still believed that you wouldn't have won any of the next fights, but you just couldn't shake the thought that you'd screwed up Bakugo's victory for him. And you'd wanted to too. That was the worst part. Your lips curled downwards into a slight frown. Should I have kept fighting? Your mother sent you a comforting smile. He was just too strong for you. She shook her head. You couldn't have won, but you managed to show the pros what you're made of. That's what matters. Your eyebrows furrowed momentarily as you stared at your mother. She was wrong. You were going to win. If you hadn't forfeited, you were going to win. Maybe he was too strong for you, but you managed to evade him just long enough to get him to slip up. That was something. Yoshi let out a tense sigh. You blinked as you stared at her. Right. Had she not been fully paying attention? You did your best. Your mother giggled, poking your cheek. That's what really matters. Besides, you got farther than I expected. Be proud. Your cheeks burned red and you fought back a large smile at your mother's praise. Thanks. You smiled softly. Your mother glanced over her shoulder, a smile on her face. Yoshi, honey? Is lunch almost ready? She called out to your stepdad. Yoshi's eyes flickered over to her. He responded with a curt nod. 10 more minutes, was all he said before turning his attention back to the stove. Your mother nodded, standing up from the couch and stretching her limbs. Well then I'm off to the bathroom. Hopefully it'll be ready by the time I'm done. She shot Yoshi a calm look. You watched her sashay down the hall, closing the bathroom door behind her. The second she was out of sight, your face fell. Your eyes flickered to Yoshi, then to the ground as you contemplated what to say. He would know the truth. But did you really want to know? You took a deep breath. She didn't watch it, did she? The question hung thick in the air between the two of you. For a moment, nobody spoke and all that could be heard was the sizzle of whatever Yoshi was frying up. No, you didn't want to know. Your eyes squeezed shut. Wait. You shook your head. Don't answer that. Yoshi was silent for a minute, but it didn't take long before his stupidly soothing voice claimed the kitchen. You dodged well in your last round. Was what he said. Your breath hitched. I'm glad to see our training was put to good use. His voice was low, as if he didn't want to speak too loudly. Your lip twitched. You watched it. You breathed out with widened eyes. You could feel your heart pound in your chest. Yoshi didn't outwardly respond to your question. Latching onto that boy in that minefield was risky though. He glanced over at you, offering up a small smile. He was one of your old friends, right? You watched it. Your eyebrows furrowed in disbelief as your jaw hung slack. You watched it. And your mother hadn't. You don't know that. You know. You know. You let out a disgruntled scoff. Of course you watched it. You turned to send a harsh glare towards Yoshi. What the hell is your problem? You scoffed. What? You couldn't get her to watch it with you? You crossed your arms, glaring at Yoshi as if he had done something wrong. Yoshi didn't respond. Instead, you heard the creak of the bathroom door pushing open. Your mother emerged from the bathroom, her eyes finding Yoshi. Is it ready yet? She asked with a smile. Yoshi only nodded. If she noticed the tension in the room, she didn't say anything. Actually, I can't stay. You stood up, letting out a small breath as you tried not to let your frown pull down too far. The last thing you needed right now was for your mother to scold you for it. Your mother raised an eyebrow. Oh, and where are you going? She hummed. You swiped your phone from the table, shooting off a quick text to the small group chat that had formed a few days ago. To the mall with Nito, Tetsu, and Kendo. You only hoped they agreed. Your mother's face softened as she nodded. She always liked Monoma. Are the other two new friends from school? She smiled. You nodded. Tetsu was on my team during the cavalry battle. You studied her face, watching for any sort of reaction at the mention of the sports festival. You couldn't find any. And Kendo's our class rep. Your mother's lips pursed at that. Class rep, hmm? Of course that was what she picked up on. Yeah. You checked your phone, pleased when you saw the excited text from Tetsu agreeing to meet at the mall. She's pretty good at it too. Your mother shook her head, frowning ever so slightly. And why aren't you the class rep? You did apply, didn't you? She pursed her lips. Or did you get voted out? You let out an exasperated sigh as Yoshi began plating the food for him and your mother. It's really not a big deal, I just didn't want to do it. Your mother opened her mouth to say something else, but you beat her to it. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm already late. You weren't. In fact, Kendo hadn't even responded yet. Monoma had though, agreeing to go, of course. There was no universe in which he wouldn't agree to go. 2 out of 3 was good enough for you, but a small part of you hoped Kendo would respond too. Tucked your phone and keys into your pockets and brushed past your mother. You ignored the way she stared at you, with an unreadable look on her face. You paused, just for a moment before stepping through the now open front door. You swallowed your pride and inhaled sharply as you glanced back. You hadn't meant to sound as bitchy as you did earlier. It wasn't his fault. You internally psyched yourself up to apologize to your stepdad. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. It was rude and you didn't deserve it. I'm sorry. That's what you meant to say. Instead, you locked eyes with Yoshi and blurted out, "Bye." Your face burned red. You wanted to fling yourself out the door and over a sharp cliff. Bye? What the hell was that? Dogs could do a better job of apologizing. Yoshi didn't seem to mind though. He nodded back at you, a smile on his face. Have fun with your friends, kid. I'm kinda glad you were able to make it. You let out a relieved breath as you and Kendo walked in between Monoma and Tetsu. My life has been a total sausage fest recently and I needed a break. Kendo let out a small laugh. Don't worry, I totally understand. She nodded. Monoma scoffed dramatically. I'm right here, you know. Tetsu smiled with furrowed eyebrows. What did she invite us for anyway then? Monoma placed a hand against his heart. Who knows why girls do anything? Calm down. You rolled your eyes. When I said sausage fest, I didn't mean you. Obviously. You snickered teasingly as you watched an appalled gasp leave Monoma's lips. I'm glad I could make it too. Kendo smiled back at you, ignoring Tetsu, who had begun comforting a distraught Monoma. We don't get to hang out much. You nodded, eyes flickering to the orange-haired girl. It was true, you didn't hang out much. But to be fair, you weren't really friends. The group chat was made by Tetsu, and the only reason you went along with it was because Monoma was in it. You didn't really care too much for Kendo, but you sort of wanted to. You had never been too good at maintaining female friendships. At one point or another, you all just started talking badly about each other to each other. You supposed it was some sort of weird competition, the cause of which you weren't sure. You never knew if your failed female friendships were your fault or not, but you felt like they were. Either way, you finally deemed yourself ready enough to give it another shot. Where are we going anyway? Tetsu's voice cut clean through your thoughts. Monoma snickered. Probably the same store she goes every time we go to the mall. You rolled your eyes, elbowing Monoma in the side. Pish, you always enjoy it. You let out a small laugh. Kendo raised an eyebrow. What store is he talking about? You'll just have to wait and see. You smiled, shaking your head. Hey, what are you guys thinking for your internships? Tetsu grinned, stumbling a bit in front of you and turning back to look at you. Did any cool pros give you offers? He tilted his head to the side, showing off his sharp teeth. Monoma chuckled as he watched your face light up. He could practically see the stars that bloomed in your eyes at the question. You had been excited about the internships ever since you'd seen your list of offers. Me first. You squealed, bouncing on the heels of your feet. Okay, so, get this. You jumped in front of Tetsu, walking backwards as the rest of the group continued forward. I'm doing my internship with ... You paused for effect as your grin widened. Ms. Midnight. Your head was in the clouds just thinking about how amazing it would be to learn from her. Ms. Midnight. You repeated with a loud laugh as you excitedly slammed your fist down onto Tetsu's shoulder over and over again. Monoma shook his head. You're such a fangirl. He chuckled, looking at you fondly. Whoa, sounds like you're super excited. Tetsu laughed, his hands balling into fists at your obvious enthusiasm. You nodded violently. Well duh. You giggled. She's only been my favorite hero for forever. And now she's gonna be my mentor too. You sighed dreamily, only snapping out of it when Monoma pinched your cheek. Oh, what about you guys? You internally thanked Monoma for reminding you to ask, swatting at his hand as you fell back into step with him. Kendo spoke up first. I'm leaning towards you, Wabami. She smiled. Your eyebrows furrowed momentarily as you tried to recall who that was. You could vaguely picture a curvy woman with long blonde hair and snakes protruding from her head. You mean the one who's in all those hair commercials? Monoma smirked. Oh, I know who that is. You nodded, pursing your lips a bit. Honestly, Uwabami was pretty cool, but she didn't really seem like Kendo's type of hero. Kendo would do much better with a hero like Empty Lady or Ryukyu in your opinion. Kendo's head turned to Tetsu. What about you? I'm going with fourth kind. Tetsu pointed a finger back at himself, a proud grin on his face. That'll prove handy in the future. Monoma nodded as you smiled. Kendo threw a stiff punch into the air. Definitely. She grinned. You'll really perfect your defense with him. Totally. Tetsu bared his teeth. I'm super stoked. Monoma let out a dramatic sigh as he did a theatrical twirl. I guess that means it's my turn. He raised his arms. Oh yeah, you pouted at your best friend. You haven't even told me yet. Monoma smirked. Well, Prepare yourself, my flirtatious friend, for I, Nito Monoma, have decided to intern with the one and only Eraserhead. He ran a hair through his hair as he struck a pose. Isn't that Class 1A's teacher? Kendo raised an eyebrow. Tetsu barked out a loud laugh. Getting close to Class 1A's teacher to see what they're learning, huh? He leaned closer to Monoma. Smart thinking, man. Oh, you humble me. Monoma nodded his head up and down, motioning for Tetsu to keep going with his praise. We're here. You stared at your favorite store in the mall as if it were the god you had been searching for your entire life. You made a mental note to ask Monoma more about his internship choice later. Kendo pursed her lips. Where exactly is here? You grabbed her arm, tugging her forward. Here. You extended your arm to show off the store. You wasted no time dragging Kendo inside. Come on, we're wasting time just standing here. The boys simply stared at you as you dragged Kendo from wall to wall of the shop, showing off each and every criminally soft plushie, small and large, that the store carried. Monoma nudged Tetsu, sending the boy a smile as they began walking into the shop. Monoma smiled watching Kendo help you decide which plushie to buy. He hoped this would be the start of a long-lasting friendship between the two of you. Your lips pushed out thoughtfully as you contemplated what you had gone over in class the day prior, what everyone had been obsessing about. Your hero name. It was the thing that finally cemented your rights as future heroes. You wanted it to encompass your quirk, your personality, and your reason for being a hero. But how could one name ever encompass all those things? You let out a small sigh, lilting your head down as you shook it. You would need a day or two more to think about it. Nanami. Your eyebrows furrowed at the familiar voice. Your head whipped around only for your eyes to widen in shock at the female version of Bakugo that stood before you. Mitsuki-san. You blinked at the woman. You hadn't seen her in years, but you supposed it wasn't too shocking to be seeing her now given that the supermarket you'd wandered into wasn't on your usual route. You'd been meaning to head right home, but the train you usually transferred onto was delayed, so you decided to wander around in the neighborhood for a while. You hadn't even realized you'd been in Bakugo's neighborhood. Oh my gosh. Mitsuki let out a laugh as she rushed towards you, scooping you up into a tight hug. What the hell are you doing around here? She grinned wildly. After getting over your initial shock, you hugged her back, squeezing the woman tightly. She looked just how you remembered her, maybe even younger. My train was delayed. You smiled as you pulled away. Mitsuki's eyes sparkled as she took a step back to stare at you. Her crimson eyes scanned you up and down. Wow. Look at you, kid. She sent a loving punch to your shoulder. Beautiful, just like I knew you'd be. And so sweet, she squealed, fanning her face a bit. You wore a lopsided smile, laughing bashfully as you tucked a strand of hair behind your ear. Thank you. You ped your head to the side. Are you alone? Mitsuki blinked, a sly smirk on her face. Why so concerned, She raised an eyebrow. On the lookout for my shitty son? Your face quickly grew red at what she was insinuating. You let out an airy laugh and waved your hands in front of your face. Oh no, I was just curious, ma'am. Ma'am? Mitsuki gasped as if you just threatened her entire bloodline. I'm not that old, am I? Are you kidding? You smiled, sticking your tongue out a bit as you held your fingers up to frame Mitsuki's face. You look younger now than you did last time I saw you. Mitsuki smiled fondly at you, placing a hand on her chest. You're too kind. She sighed happily. Katsuki could really use someone like you to balance him out. You paused, grimacing a bit at the thought. You wouldn't balance him out. If anything, he'd PSS you off to no end and you'd drive him criminally insane. It would never work out, and you were most certain it would end with the two of you killing each other. I don't know about the dash. When that brat told me that you were at UA too, I almost didn't believe him. I mean, it was just too good to be true. Mitsuki continued with a huff. But I'm glad, you know. The two of you have a chance to start over here. When you transferred schools, he was just so sad. He would never admit it, but I know my son. He can try to hide it all he wants, but he's missed you. You're good for him. Your breath hitched at her words and a warm, fuzzy feeling spread across your chest. He's missed you. And he was sad when you left. Then why was he always so crappy towards you? Suddenly, guilt bloomed in your chest. After all, it wasn't like you were making it any easier for him. A part of you wished that maybe you'd become friends again, but you knew that wasn't realistic. Your face fell softly as you hesitantly shook your head. Mitsuki frowned at your sudden shift in mood. No, that's all wrong. Your lips tugged into a bittersweet smile. I think we only bring out the worst in each other. Mitsuki shook her head. That's just his usual crappy attitude. She huffed, waving you off. Trust me, he's young. He'll grow out of it, and until then, if he steps out of line, just send him over to me. She grinned at you, taking your hands in hers. I'll straighten that a-hole son of mine right out. A small laugh left your lips as you gave Mitsuki's hands a squeeze. Thank you. You smiled. Somehow Mitsuki Bakugo always knew what to say to make you feel better. But it isn't just him. You let out a small sigh, feeling your heart tighten at the words you knew were about to slip free from your lips. I've got some growing up to do too. It was something you'd only ever admit to her. Mitsuki's smile softened as she stared at you. You seemed pretty grown up to her. She missed the days when she'd pick up you, Katsuki, and Izuku from the park after school. The three of you would always be arguing about something stupid. Izuku would try to mediate through eyes full of tears threatening to fall while you and Katsuki would be at each other's throats. It had all gone by so fast, and even though she was right there for all of it, she couldn't help but feel that she missed out on it. She loved her 16-year-old shithead of a son, but she couldn't believe how quickly time had passed. When had he stopped being a child? Then I'm glad the two of you get to grow up together. Mitsuki squeezed your hand one last time before letting go. You pursed your lips, nodding slowly as you began to nibble uncomfortably on the inside of your lower lip. I should let you get back to your shopping. You smiled, gesturing to the woman's half-filled shopping cart. Oh, this is nothing. Mitsuki, Tsukeru. Her eyes brightened, smile widening as if she just hatched the best idea ever. Why don't you come to dinner tonight? I'm sure Masaru would love to see you again. Your eyes softened slightly at the thought, but you shook your head. I can't. My train comes soon and my mom is expecting me home, so I should be getting back to the station. You ped your head to the side as you watched the cogs turn in Mitsuki's head. You knew she wouldn't take no for an answer. But maybe next weekend? You suggested. After the internships I'm pretty free. Mitsuki grinned happily as she nodded. Fantastic. I'll make that curry you used to like. Her eyes narrowed momentarily. You can still handle your spice, can't you? I don't know if you remember, but my dumbass kid won't eat anything that's not overly spicy. She sighed, rolling her eyes at her son. You let a small giggle slip. I can still handle my spice. A soft smile graced your lips as you remembered Bakugo's love for all things spicy. I have to go, but... You hesitated, feeling nervous under Mitsuki's curious gaze. He missed Bakugo too. There was. You can tell him that if you want. You knew it wouldn't make up for your actions at the sports festival, but it was a start. A painfully small start, but a start nonetheless. You could practically see Mitsuki trying to hold back a devious smirk and a high-pitched squeal at your words. Instead, she let out a small breath and sent you a warm smile. Get to that DMN train before it leaves you. She huffed, nodding at you. I'll see you next weekend. You nodded with a smile as you turned to leave. See you next weekend, Mitsuki-san. Your lip quivered as you reluctantly held onto the pole of the train. There were far too many people on this hot but train, all of them unintentionally pushing and shoving into you. Your eyebrows furrowed and your eyes squeezed shut. It wasn't like you were actively using your quirk or anything, but still, all these people pressing against you? Way too many emotions to block out. You wondered how far you were from your stop. You had stopped keeping track after the third stop. You hoped you hadn't passed yours already. The more people clambered together, the more overwhelmed you got. The sweaty heat made your skin sticky and your throat swell up, and the deep breath you tried to take only resulted in the smell of body odor and sweat filling your nostrils. Tears welled in your eyes. You agreed to dinner with the Bakugos next week. Why had you done that? You told Mitsuki that you missed her son. Said she could tell him too. What? Knowing her, she'd tell him whether you told her to or not. What the F is wrong with you? You just love causing drama everywhere you go, don't you? Bakugo will probably be set at you for a long time. Wait, some of it was Todoroki's fault though. He screwed up his fight with Bakugo. And now you're gonna die on this hot but train surrounded by mediocre-looking people. Damn it, shut the hell up. You just needed to breathe, no matter how bad it smelled. You inhaled as slowly as you could. You tapped your thigh to try and keep count as you held it in. Then, after a meticulous 4 seconds, you let it out. You focused on the tapping of your finger against your right thigh, imagining a string of static electricity from your finger to your thigh every time you lifted up. You waited, feeling the dullness of your finger as it hovered just above your skin, not touching anything. It was a quiet feeling. The tip of your finger was there, and yet while nothing bothered it, all you could feel was the weight of the whole finger. It fascinated you to no end. Enough to keep your attention until you wound up at your stop at least. Your eyes flickered open as you heard your stop being called. Excuse me. You pushed your way through the swarm of people as you made your way to the nearest door. Sorry. Get the F out of my way. You let out a sigh of relief as you stepped out of the train. You felt lighter already, but even so. You turned around to glare at the train full of people as it pulled away. I need to find a new way home. No kidding. I've been waiting for you for like 20 minutes. You blinked, turning your head to see Monoma walking towards you. You grimaced at the ticked-off look on his face. Oh crap. You muttered, slowly walking towards him. I'm so sorry, I totally forgot we were supposed to hang out today. Monoma scoffed, his hands waving about incredulously. You have the gall to forget about moi? He hummed, a smirk slowly slipping onto his face as he hooked his arm through yours. Now, what's so important that you forgot about your favorite person? Bold of you to assume you're my favorite person. You teased. Monoma didn't take the bait. Oh please, I know I'm your favorite person. He chuckled. Don't worry, you're mine too. He patted you on the head, ruffling your hair a bit. You leaned into his side as you let out a deep sigh. It's been a weird afternoon. You mumbled, glancing up at him. You remember Bakugo? Monoma's nose wrinkled up. Ugh, how could I ever forget that brutish oaf? You giggled at his obvious disdain, nudging him a bit. Well, I ran into his mom earlier. You tilted your head down to hide your face. And we got to talking and she kind of invited me to dinner with them. You mumbled. Monoma froze, his arm removed from yours and falling slack at his side. You were almost afraid you'd broken him. And then, bah! He cackled loudly in the middle of the street, so hard that he held his stomach. Your face fell into a deadpan at his reaction. Stuck going to dinner with that firecracker, in his own house no less. He roared with amusement as he wiped a stray tear from his face. Good luck with that. You don't have to be mean about it. You smirked, knowing the nickname would get under his skin. Monoma's eye twitched as he grabbed your arm, pulling you along. Why would she want you over for dinner? He raised an eyebrow. Your face slowly grew red as you recalled Mitsuki's words from earlier. You shook your head with a small pout. She said, something about Bakugo missing me and how I'm good for him. You looked away from your friend. You would never in a million years tell him that you told Mitsuki that you missed him too. Monoma let out a sly giggle as he tugged you closer to him, swinging his arm over your shoulders. So, the firecracker has a soft spot for you, hmm? He smirked. We could use this against him in the future, you know. Imagine that. He let out a humorless laugh. A way to take down one of Class 1A's hardest hitters. He practically squealed at the thought. You let out a loud guffaw as you twirled around, slumping limply into Monoma's arms. Traitor! You gasped. I always knew you only wanted to use me. You sent Monoma a playful glare. Just like everyone else. You squeaked out dramatically. Monoma heaved you upwards. You finally uncovered my evil plan. You slapped his chest, snickering slightly as you and Monoma continued walking. Okay, well now that we've covered my day, tell me about your internship. Why erase her head? You glanced at him. Monoma's smile softened. My quirk is versatile. You know. He hummed, looking down at his hands. I'm sure I could learn something valuable from any pro I choose. But I'd like to think my abilities go beyond that of my quirk. Hopefully with Eraserhead I'll learn how to fight on my own merits. You smiled softly at Monoma. He always wanted to do better, always wanted to be better than what he was. You admired that about him so much. Truth be told, you didn't give two sheets about Class 1B's rivalry with Class 1A not until you saw Bakugo and Midoriya anyway, but you knew for him it was just a show of his insecurities. And it was pushing him to be better. So you forced yourself to care about it just as much as she did. You'll get there, babe. You smiled, wrapping your arms around Monoma's waist to pull him into a tight and awkwardly angled hug as you walked. You're gonna be so badass, popping up with some karate or taekwondo or whatever the hell Eraserhead teaches you, stealing people's quirks left and right. You let go of Monoma, throwing messy punches into the air. Monoma chuckled at you, ruffling the top of your hair once more. We'll be badass together. He hummed. As soon as you decide to learn how to fight for real. Your face turned red as you rolled your eyes. I'll get right on that. You giggled. Yeah, because your punches are really sloppy. Okay, I get it. Like really sloppy, huh? I get it. 'Cause you know you can't just dodge all the time dash. I get it. You had just bid Monoma, Tetsu, and Kendo a fond farewell, wishing them all good luck at their internships. You'd hugged Monoma tightly before you went. This would be the first time you'd spent a full week without him in a year. But you supposed it wasn't that big of a deal since the two of you could still text and call. Since Midnight didn't have an agency of her own, it had been established that the two of you would work out one of the UA buildings far from the main campus. It wasn't a big change of scenery, but you didn't mind. To make the week an immersive one, Midnight suggested that you stay with her. At her actual house. Well, actually it was a house she occasionally stayed in just outside of UA, but still. You'd be staying with Midnight. You were so excited. You tightly clutched the case that held your hero costume as you carefully pushed through the door, ready to learn everything Midnight was willing to teach you. Hashikawa. Your eyes sparkled at the sound of her voice, your face lighting up. Pro Hero Midnight. You bounced up and down on the ball of your feet. There she was, walking towards you with a welcoming smile plastered on her face. You have no idea how much I'm looking forward to this. Your mouth moved faster than your brain. I've been your biggest fan for ever. Your laugh was uncharacteristically shy. Midnight chuckled a bit as she stared at you. Your eyes were wide, with hearts and stars practically swirling around inside them. You looked so small, so excited, so adorable. So different from the you she had seen in the sports festival. To her it felt like your whole personality had done a complete, well. Midnight hummed softly, stopping in front of you. When I sent out my offer for you, I didn't realize you were such a fan. She smiled. Your eyes widened, a look of panic taking over your face. Wait dash, your hands shot up to wave around wildly. Is that like a deal breaker or something? I'm sorry, I'll try not to fangirl so much. You squeaked out. Your face burned red and nerves ate away at your chest. Not even 5 minutes in front of Midnight and you'd already made a complete fool of yourself. But Midnight just let out a delightful laugh. She calmly waved her hand back and forth in front of your face. Nonsense. I don't mind a bit of praise once in a while. It's good for the ego. She sent you a wink. A large grin stretched across your face as you nodded. Awesome. But now, Midnight's face grew serious as she stood tall. You blinked, forcing your expression to mimic hers. It was only when your face relaxed that you realized just how hard you'd really been smiling. It's time for the real work to begin. Your hands came up to gently massage the corners of your mouth as Midnight spoke. We'll start with a couple questions. She tapped the top of your head, making your hands drop down to your side. I'm listening. You nodded. Midnight smiled. Why do you think I extended an offer to you? You faltered a bit at that. Why had she offered to train you this week? You'd been thinking about the reason for some time now. You hadn't done terribly in the sports festival, you knew that. But you were also painfully aware of the fact that you really hadn't done much of anything to get recognized by any pros out there. The list of pros who actually extended their offers to you was on the shorter side. Midnight, the lady, and Ms. Joke. That was it. You supposed your quirk was mildly similar to Ms. Joke's. That must have been why she wanted to train you. But Midnight and Lady? Well, you just assumed they found you cute or something. Because why else would Midnight think to offer you an internship? You'd always thought you could learn so much about strategy and manipulation tactics from her, but she didn't know that. She didn't even know what your quirk could truly do. You weren't very strong, and your quirk wasn't really flashy and loud. With those facts alone, it was safe to say you'd never really be a powerhouse. It was something you'd come to terms with early on. Your nose scrunched up as you pulled an answer out of your butt. Was it my fight with Ida? You raised a hesitant eyebrow. I wasn't very strong, but... You let a flat frown take over your face as Yoshi's constant remarks about your skills echoed in your head. I was fast. You sighed. And I dodged well. I have potential. That and the things I was saying to Ida while we fought. You hoped she knew what you were talking about so you wouldn't have to repeat the inappropriate way you teased him on the battlefield. I was hoping to throw him off and it worked. Midnight smirked as your voice carefully trailed off, her eyes lighting up a bit at your answer. You've got part of it right. She put a hand on your hip. It wasn't just your final battle. You were using your quirk to throw people off the entire time. Although, I did happen to notice you laying it on thick when it came to the boys. She hummed, a hand on her chest as she giggled at the thought. Reminds me of me. She sighed fondly. You fought back another large grin at her words. You reminded her of her. You felt like your head was going to explode. This is the best day ever. It didn't say anything about this in the file I got on you, but is your quirk stronger on men? Midnight's sharp question cut through your happy little daydream. You blinked. Your lip twitched at the question. It was one you'd ever been asked before. No. Your eyebrows furrowed as you shook your head. My quirk works the same on men and women. Midnight paused at your answer, her eyebrow carefully raised. Oh. Her bottom lip poked out into a pensive pout as her hand clutched her chin thoughtfully. I must admit, I wasn't expecting that answer. You simply stared at Midnight. Was your answer wrong? She seemed thoroughly perplexed by your answer. The guys are stronger than me. You shrugged, trying to clarify a bit for her. I'll never be one of the top heroes, but if I play to my strengths and their weaknesses, at least I might have a chance to be a hero at all. Your words only seemed to add a layer of disappointment over top Midnight's confusion. Her lips parted and her brow furrowed, as if she was truly at a loss for how to respond. But she took one look at your face and that's when she saw it. That dull flicker of hope in your eyes that held onto the idea that maybe what you believed in wasn't true. Maybe training with her was just what you needed to grow that small flicker into a raging fire. Midnight offered you a soft smile. I think we'll just be talking for today. She tilted her head to the side, her eyes drifting from your confused expression to the metal case in your hand that, no doubt, held your hero costume. Why don't you go change so we can see what we're working with? Your eyes flickered down to the case. Oh, sure. But if we're only talking then why dash? Hurry up or I'll have to punish you. Oh, right. It's too much. Your breath stuttered as Midnight scanned your hero costume with a critical eye. The skin-tight suit isn't an issue, but it's revealing for no reason. She hummed softly. Your eyebrows furrowed. There are tons of heroes that have revealing outfits. You counted them off on your fingers. Mirko, Uwabami, even you, right? Your first hero costume was just a bra and a belt. Midnight blinked as soft laughter left her lips. You really are a fan. She waved your words away. All true, I suppose. But all the designs you're talking about are for mobility or the functionality of the quirk. Take my early hero design, for example. With the way my quirk works, the more exposed skin, the more of it I can release. What about you? Does your outfit accommodate your quirk? She tilted her head to the side as she stared at you, as if she already knew the answer. You pursed your lips nervously as your eyes flickered down to your hero suit. It wasn't all that flashy, and truth be told it did make you feel a bit cold at times. The heart-shaped hole that showed a majority of your cleavage and the large gaps in the pants around your hips left you feeling mildly exposed, but it got people to pay attention to you. It got men to falter around you and that gave you an opening to attack. But I guess I didn't really think about how my outfit would accommodate my quirk. You felt stupid saying it out loud, but the truth was you'd only really thought about how the costume would look to others. Midnight shook her head. That isn't the only issue, I'm afraid. She looked you up and down. It looks like you're stuck between yourself and a SXL fantasy. This costume says close to nothing about who you are, what hero you want to be. She crossed her arms as she smiled at you, pointing a dramatic finger in your direction. Do you understand? You aren't anyone's fantasy, you're a force to be reckoned with. You need to look like one. You only stared at her. Midnight went on. What's your hero name? You didn't choose one in class. You looked down, suddenly feeling very out of place in your hero costume. You wanted to be back in your UA uniform. I still don't know. You shook your head. I was thinking overdrive. Maybe heartache. Midnight nodded thoughtfully. Those aren't bad. She stared at you. She noticed the way you wouldn't meet her eye anymore. Apart from your unease at her earlier words, you didn't seem quite taken with either name you'd made for yourself. Keep thinking. This name will stick with you forever. You tried to take in her words, but truth be told you couldn't help but be hung up on what Midnight had said about your costume. Midnight could tell it was bothering you. I understand this is hard to hear, especially from me, but when you become a pro hero you'll be getting constant criticism about your costume, your name, and your actions. That's part of what it is to be a hero, and it's even worse if you're a woman. Midnight took a step towards you. We'll end here for today, but I want you to take tonight to think about what kind of hero you want to be. She let a sultry grin take over her face. The real hard work starts tomorrow. You nodded slowly. You weren't quite sure when you changed back into your UA uniform. You weren't even sure when you arrived at Midnight's house, or even how you got up to the room you were supposed to stay in. Today hadn't been as amazing as you thought it would be. All you could think about was how your hero hated your hero costume. It was like a harsh slap in the face. And what was wrong with being SXL fantasy wasn't that her whole thing. You let out a low scoff as you stared into the mirror that hung in your bathroom. According to my hero, I have zero personality. You mumbled bitterly to yourself. Come on, you know that isn't what she said. Right? She just suggested that I don't know who I am or what kind of hero I want to be. You glared at your reflection. You paused, blinking madly as your face grew a bright red. Great. Now I'm actually talking to myself. You huffed, bringing your hands up to slap your cheeks. Your head shook back and forth, watching the way your long hair fell into your face at the action. It was strange. From this angle, a blush on your cheeks and your hair flowing down your back. For just a moment, you could have sworn you were a carbon copy of your mother. You wanted to smile. After all, you'd wanted to be like her for as long as you could remember. But instead, a perturbed frown settled on your face. You couldn't help the wave of nausea that bubbled in the pit of your stomach as Midnight's words replayed in your head. Your fingers clenched around the edge of the counter as you leaned forwards, narrowing your eyes at yourself in the mirror. Who am I? Your head tilted to the side. Your lack of an answer only bothered you further. You really had no clue. Over the next few days, Midnight would test your quirk to see just what your limits were and if it was possible for you to surpass those limits. It started out simple enough. Could you isolate and amplify individual emotions? That wasn't difficult. In fact, it was the way you used your quirk the most. The only way you could explain it to Midnight was to imagine reaching your hand into a hole filled with different shapes. You felt around for the shape you were looking for, and once you grabbed hold of it, you simply pulled it forward. Of course, some emotions had a tendency to bleed into each other. For example, if someone's motivation to achieve their goal stems from something like jealousy, you couldn't amplify their motivation without also amplifying their jealousy, or separating the jealousy from the motivation and replacing the jealousy with a new emotion entirely, but that process took a bit more focus. Midnight had you practice separating the conjoined emotions and replacing them with new ones over and over again. She had you practice on one of her sidekicks, and truth be told, you almost felt bad for the poor girl. Having your emotions switched up so quickly at random wasn't an easy thing to go through. You did your best to put her feelings back in their rightful places though. The day after that was tough. It was the day both you and Midnight realized that you really knew next to nothing about hand-to-hand combat. She told you what people always did, what you already knew about yourself. That you were fast and agile, and that as a hero, your background in gymnastics would be a great support. You could even take a punch like a champ. But you were shit at throwing a punch. Shit at throwing a kick too. Your form was sloppy, and even though your reflexes were sharp, your aim was off and your strength was weak on a pathetic level. Midnight asked you if you had ever exercised before. You had responded, telling her that you only exercise when you do gymnastics. You told her that you weren't weak though, you just didn't know how to throw a punch. She didn't believe you. After that, Midnight created a strict workout routine for you to follow and began teaching you some basic fighting forms. She scheduled for you to wake up at 6 a.m. every morning to get in your workout before the day started as she taught you the most basic of fighting forms. Midnight analyzed the way you fought, all your natural tics and habits. You were jagged and messy with your movements, attacking like you were holding back even though you knew you didn't have enough power to really hurt her. She noticed that your stance was low, and that you kept most of your power in your legs. Midnight told you she thought you'd benefit from training with one of her old friends, number 5 pro hero, Mirko. You weren't all too sure. Next, Midnight had you pick apart emotions from afar. This one was a bit harder. When you informed Midnight that you could sense people's emotions without touching them, she had the genius idea to test out how many emotions you could sense at the same time. You stood facing a line of Midnight's sidekicks. You were instructed to call out each emotion as you felt it and point to who it belonged to. It started out easy. You could do all that with no problem. But then Midnight added more people, and you quickly found out that your limit was 10 people. Any more than that and the emotions got too jumbled together to label. Since you'd finally found a limit, that was what Midnight had you working on. For 3 days straight, you'd been training your quirk nonstop. You'd never used your quirk so much, and it was really beginning to take a toll on you. Your head was spinning and your heart ached. As you stared at the line of sidekicks and staff members, you could barely tell which emotions were your own and which belonged to them. Your eyebrows furrowed in frustration as you stared at each person. You could feel everything, their contentment, motivation, boredom, everything. All of it festered deeply inside your own body, twirling in between the carefully woven threads of your own determination to master this skill until suddenly it was just gonna. Just breathe. The deep-seated annoyance comes from. Your eyes flickered between the tall girl to the left and the man next to her. Your nose scrunched up in confusion as you tried to decipher who the feeling belonged to. Maybe it belonged to you. After all, this exercise was starting to become a real pain in the butt. The space behind your eyes burned with the expectation of tears as you turned on your heel. I'm not doing this anymore. You scoffed lowly as you nibbled on your inner lip, desperately trying to stop the tears from welling up in your eyes. What's even the point? Midnight's face twisted at your actions. Her eyes narrowed. What's this? Why are you giving up so suddenly? She took a step towards you, hands on her hips. Your eyes stayed trained on the ground as your bottom lip began to quiver. I'm not giving up. You gritted your teeth. It's just a side effect from my quirk. I've overused it. You sniffed, bringing your hand up to wipe the tears that had begun to pour down your cheeks. I see. Midnight hummed, her finger holding her chin thoughtfully. And when you overuse your quirk you cry? You rolled your eyes, trying hard not to glare at the woman. I'm overwhelmed. You huffed in between sniffs. It's like. You paused, harshly raking your palm against your cheek to disperse the tears. All their emotions are jumbled together in my head and I can't tell which are mine. Your head hung low as you tried to will yourself to stop crying. It's a real pain. Midnight glanced at the line of people, waving them all off. All right, let's take a break. They nodded and quickly dispersed. Midnight's head turned back to you as she led you towards a more secluded area of the building. You said nothing as you followed her, letting your shallow tears drip onto the carpeted floor. So tell me, Midnight started, taking a seat and letting her leg delicately swing over the other. When this drawback occurs, how do you get past it? You blinked at the question, wrinkling up your nose to sniff up whatever was beginning to leak out. Your eyes narrowed inquisitively at Midnight as you took a seat in front of her. You weren't quite sure how to answer. After all, I don't. You shook your head. My quirk isn't one that I can train with on my own, and there aren't many people that volunteer to be emotionally manipulated on the regular. Your mind thought back to all the times Monoma let you practice your quirk on him. You were grateful, but it was hard, knowing that you'd probably given him some sort of irreversible emotional trauma from how many times you jumbled his emotions around. Even if they volunteered, you didn't want to practice your quirk on people you cared about. This is the most I've ever used my quirk, so this hasn't happened much. Last time I couldn't even bring myself to move at all though. Midnight pursed her lips as she leaned back in her seat. So what we need is a way for you to dispel all the emotion that doesn't belong to you. She hummed softly. Can you use your quirk on yourself? You shook your head, rapidly blinking away the burn in your eyes. No. I've tried a couple times. No matter how hard I try, I can't change how I feel. And in turn, I can't change the backlash of emotion I feel when I overuse my quirk. These emotions that I feel right now dash. You gestured to the stream of tears pouring down your cheeks. They're mine now. I'll feel them until they've run their course and I don't feel them anymore. Midnight stared at you for a moment. Then, without warning, she let out a dreamy-sounding squeal. Oh my, you've endured so much emotional anguish and yet you're still standing. She giggled, her hands cradling her cheeks. What a turn-on. You cracked a small smile at that. After almost a week, you'd finally managed to do something that made Midnight say something in style for her hero persona. You let out a string of laughter through your crystal tears. You probably looked insane, your face all red and splotchy, but you couldn't help it. You just felt so incredibly annoyed and drained and proud of yourself. Midnight's lips quirked up as she watched your reaction. Have you ever tried expelling the energy outwardly? She pet her head to the side as your eyebrows furrowed. Like an emotional shock wave? You mumbled, your eyes narrowing. Midnight nodded. Something to throw off any attackers while freeing yourself. You leaned back, sniffing crudely as you thought about it. I've never done anything like that before. You pondered it, briefly thinking about how it might feel to have all the overwhelming emotions shoot out and disrupt the people around you. You imagined it would feel like relief. But as you closed your eyes and tried to visualize the transparent wave of emotion that you would expel from your body, it felt stiff and unnatural. You let out a soft hiss. That's going to be a hard one to get down. You huffed, glaring at your hands. I guess I'll try though. Your hands curled into fists as you sniffed again. Midnight let out another squeal. Such passion. I like that. She shot you a fiery smile. In the meantime, I'll teach you some basic breathing exercises to keep yourself calm when you overuse your quirk. You nodded, still trying to wipe your tears away. I'd like that. You stood in the middle of the room Midnight had you at the beginning of the week. Your eyes were trained on the reflection you saw in the full-length mirror. You looked the same as when the week started. Well, maybe you were a little more banged up now, covered in small scratches and bruises from Midnight's whip. Your eyes were puffy and red too. You looked less perfect now. Less like your mother. You let a small smile pull your lips upwards as you let out a breath. Your legs spread, bent slightly, and you allowed yourself to spread your weight between both of them. You remembered Midnight's advice, keeping your right fist back against your hip and your left extended and aimed at your reflection's chest. Then you switched, pulling your left arm back tight against your side and moving your right arm out. You imagined punching right through the mirror, ignoring the jagged shards, and pushing forward into your own chest. You kept going like that, swinging your arms back and forth at a steady pace. Each time your body shifted, you let out a small spurt of air that felt like relief of some sort. It wasn't much progress if you were being honest. But it was something. You finally had a solid starting line, a sense of your limitations and ideas to push past those limitations. And you were finally learning how to fight. Monoma would surely be pleased when you told him that. As if he could sense you were thinking about him, your phone buzzed rapidly from your nightstand. You halted your movements, glancing over at your phone, then back at the mirror. You let out a small breath as you let your arms fall to your sides and gently shook your legs out. A smile crawled onto your face as you noticed Monoma's name at the top of your phone. You collapsed onto your bed, reaching to grab your phone off the nightstand. Neato, just the man I've been wanting to talk to. You huffed happily into the phone as you picked up the call. What's up, Anon? Your call with him lasted more than a couple hours. The two of you stayed up late. You researched and spat out theories, watching videos and reading articles from tonight and years ago. Both of you were curious, eager to find the truth about the question Monoma had posed. Nanami, what do you think really happened in Hosu City last night? Can you let Mr. Vlad know that I'm going to be late today? You spoke into the phone as you pushed the doors of the convenience store open. HM? You know he doesn't like when people are late. Monoma's voice sighed. What are you late for anyway? You rolled your eyes, scoffing at his question. You're so nosy, Nito. I have to make a quick stop this morning. You could practically hear Monoma glaring at you through the phone as he responded. All right, but if you get yelled at in front of the whole class, it's not my problem. You snickered. I'll take that chance. Thanks. You glanced down at your phone to hang up as Monoma bid you a quick, just get here soon. You should have looked up sooner than you did. Or at the very least you should have stopped walking. If you had, maybe you wouldn't have bumped into the man making his way out of the second aisle. You gasped as your phone stumbled out of your hands. You leaned forward, stretching yourself thin in front of the man to catch it before it hit the ground. A breath of relief left your lips as you held your phone, now safe and sound in your hands, closely against your pit. Your mom would have been so annoyed if you'd come home asking for a new phone. Sorry, sir. Your eyes flickered over to the man beside you. He was easily taller than you, but he was lanky and frail-looking. Really, it seemed like one good gust of wind would make him blow away faster than a tissue. You almost questioned how he even stayed upright when you knocked into him. Your eyebrows furrowed as your eyes scanned up from his red sneakers and dirty black sweatpants to the dark blue hoodie that hung low enough over his head to cover the majority of his face. Despite that, you could clearly see his shaggy pale blue hair sticking out from all directions under the hood. You couldn't see much of his skin, but the shadow that hung just under his nose allowed you to see just how chapped and cracked his lips looked. You blinked, your jaw clenched as you stared at him. He hadn't responded. Your eyes narrowed. Are you okay? You leaned down slightly to try and see under his hood. That was when he reacted. He took a sharp step back, his teeth gritting together crudely as he held his hood down. Don't worry about it. His voice was scratchy and breathy. You moved to step forward when something on the ground next to him caught your eye. You let out another gasp at the sight of the opened container and the egg sandwich sprawled across the ground. You internally cursed yourself out. Great, now you are going to be even later than before. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to make you drop your breakfast. You offered up an apologetic smile. You hoped he hadn't already paid for it. He didn't look like the type to have a lot of money. Let me buy you another. The man's head snapped up to you. No dash. No really. I insist. You shook your head as you slipped past him to get to the sandwiches. You wouldn't take no for an answer. I was gonna get myself one of those sandwiches anyway. You glanced back at him, only to find his head up, his red eyes stared daggers into your head. Your head whipped back around as the hairs on the back of your neck stood up in terror. It was only for a moment, but when you locked eyes with him your quirk activated. You hadn't meant it to, but it had. And in the brief moment, all you felt was a crushing and violent hatred. You weren't sure who exactly it was aimed at, but you were sure it was there. Crap. This guy is a total creep. Watch out around him. I can just leave right now. You already said you'd buy him another sandwich. It'll look more suspicious if you just leave. Why do I always get myself stuck in these situations? Just move fast. You let out a slow breath as you kept moving towards the sandwiches. You paused for a moment before turning back to look at the man. His head was down again, and you could once again only see his lips. You just had a plain egg sandwich, right? Your head tilted to the side, a smile still plastered on your face. You watched as he waited for a second, then slowly nodded. It wasn't until you turned back to grab 2 sandwiches that he spoke. You go to UA. It was more of a statement than a question. You felt a shiver run up your spine at his words. When you first started at UA you'd thought the uniform was cute. Now you were beginning to think it was just a hindrance. Way too recognizable. Yeah, I do. You nodded as you turned back around. You held the sandwiches in your arms as you made your way to the register. The man followed behind you. I saw you in the sports festival. You forced yourself to keep walking. No matter how badly you wanted to freeze, you had to seem normal. You glanced back at him as you placed the sandwiches onto the counter. Really? You blinked, letting out a small breath before you let a flattered grin take over your face. This is my first time getting recognized. You chuckled a bit. What did you think? You turned around, not bothering to make eye contact with the cashier as you handed her the money. The man stayed a moderate distance away from you as he watched you pay for his breakfast. You played dirty. He spoke under his breath. You made a fool out of that one kid. You blinked, staring at the man. Oh yeah, I totally did. You scratched the back of your neck sheepishly. The man simply stared at you as you grabbed the sandwiches off the counter. He watched as you took steps closer to him to hand him his sandwich. You held your arm out, waiting patiently for him to take his food. He only waited a few seconds more before he reached his arm right back out at you. His fingers flexed slightly in the air, two of them brushing over yours as he took hold of the container. You jolted at the feeling. You began to nibble on your lower lip as you finally lowered your arm. This whole interaction felt way too eerie. What's your quirk? The man hung his head low, his eyes trained on the egg sandwich you had just paid for. I couldn't figure that out while I was watching. You hesitated. Not long enough to make it awkward, but long enough for him to notice. You let a slow breath flow through your nostrils as you held your own sandwich tightly. I can sense people's emotions. It was all you chose to share about your quirk. But it seemed like it was enough. Enough for the man to raise his head and look you in the eyes. Like he knew he had been caught. Is that so? He stared at you. Then he smiled. The kind of smile that could either mean, thanks for the sandwich, or, watch your back. His chapped lips had stretched, making the cracks in his lips larger, and close to bleeding. Interesting. Your smile never faded, but it didn't reach your eyes anymore. I think so. You nodded. I'm going to be late for class, so if there's nothing else I'll be leaving. You bent over, giving the man a slight bow as you pushed the convenience store door open. Have a nice day. Your smile widened at the man before you turned to leave. The man watched you leave, his red eyes boring into your back as you crossed the street and turned the corner. He glanced down to the egg sandwich in his hands. It intrigued him, truly, that someone who played so dirty in front of practically the whole world could be so kind to a stranger like him. You certainly weren't hero material. The whole thing just intrigued him. You continued down the street in silence. Your skin still bore a mass amount of goosebumps, but you refused to let your practiced smile slip. Your eyes flickered down to the sandwich in your hands to see what kind you had chosen for yourself. You didn't even want it anymore. Hey, Izuku. You're sugary. Voice called out as you bursted through the doors of Class 1. Class 1A stared at you in shock and confusion, but you paid them no mind. You looked around the classroom until you found the boy you were looking for. Once you saw him, you made a beeline freckle-faced boy, your heart feeling a bit lighter already. Midoriya's eyes widened in confusion as you beamed at him. Oh, Nami-chan. What are you at? You cut him off with a harsh whack to the back of his head. You're a real piece of work. You huffed as Midoriya cradled his head. Ow, comically large tears poured down his face as the entire class gasped in shock. She hit him? What did you do that for? Midoriya sent you a weak glare. You dug through your pocket, pulling out a neatly folded sheet of paper. Midoriya stared at the paper with mild interest, watching quietly as you unfolded it and shoved it closer to his face. Just for him to see. This you? Your voice was quieter this time. You didn't want to alert any of his classmates unnecessarily. Midoriya's eyes widened at the paper. It was a clip from a video you had clearly printed out yourself. It was a bit blurry, like it was shifting to the next scene when you paused the video, but there was no mistaking the image. It was Hero Killer, staying in Hosu City, just after he'd been defeated. And there, right in the corner of the image was a mop of messy green hair and half a cheek filled with freckles. Midoriya's face went white. Me? Why would you think that's me? I mean I was there, sure, but it's not no us fighting game or anything. His voice grew high-pitched as his body grew rigid and awkward. You let out a soft sigh as you took the paper back, folding it up and putting it right back in your pocket. Then you let out a string of giggles. Midoriya had always been such a terrible liar, but it didn't matter this time. Whether he had something to do with Hero Killer, Stain or not, you were just glad he was okay. Whatever, I don't really care. Your smile softened as you shook your head. I just wanted to make sure you were alive. Midoriya's gaze softened as a blush rose on his cheeks. You'd come all the way here to make sure he was okay. His heart warmed at that. Of course, he wasn't sure if the two of you were still friends, but he hoped this gesture meant that you were. Don't worry about me. He smiled. I'm all right. You held his gaze for a moment longer before a thought broke into your head. Oh, I've actually been meaning to ask you about your quirk dash. Aha, I think you're about to be late to class. Midoriya's limbs flailed about wildly as he began pushing you out the door. Class 1A sweat dropped. What's up with them? You smiled lazily at the class that Midoriya pushed you out. Your eyes scanned all the faces as you went, until, bah! You planted your feet firmly on the ground, slipping under Midoriya's arm as you got a clear view of Bakugo in his seat. Midoriya stumbled forwards, almost tumbling out the door. No way! You stumbled up to Bakugo, leaning over his desk to grin in his face. What happened to your hair? The boys that sat around Bakugo stifled their laughter. Bakugo, on the other hand, was quietly seething. His eyes were fully white and eyebrows were so scrunched up that it made the wrinkles on his forehead pop out and droop down. He was practically shaking with rage. Shut the hell up, you demon tease. He gritted out. I can't get it back to how it was before. Your smile widened in amusement as his friends finally burst out laughing. Stop laughing. I'll kill you all. He was still tense. I'd like to see you try, pretty boy. One of the boys mocked him. What did you call me? Bakugo's hair exploded, whatever gel holding it place melting instantly when faced with his usual rage. Ah, is the Pomeranian angry? You cooed, crossing your arms. You're so adorable. You shook your head, smiling wistfully. Bakugo's face grew red as he glared at you dangerously. He wasn't even sure what to be mad about. What did you call me? He repeated, a deep frown etched into his features. You heard me, Doc. I refused to repeat myself. You backed away from him. You turned around, only to come face to face with his friends. Your head tilted to the side as you looked from the redhead, to the boy with black hair, to the blonde you always saw flirting with someone. Whoa, you've got some cute friends, Katsuki. The blonde immediately stepped forward. You're pretty cute yourself. He smirked. You're from Class 1B, right? Your smile stretched into a more flirtatious one as you clasped your hands behind your back. Yeah, that's right. Before he could open his mouth again, you felt a rough hand on your shoulder, spinning you around. Don't forget you're coming to dinner on Saturday. Bakugo glared at you, much calmer than before. Dinner at his house? Class 1A gasped. Any side conversation that may have been going on had ceased. Even Midoriya had tuned in to see what might be going on between his childhood best friends. Your eyes widened momentarily. Truth be told, you'd almost forgotten the plans you'd made with Mitsuki last week. That means she really must have told him. Your face grew red at the realization. Right. Your smile weakened a bit. I promised your mom. Titi. Bakugo scoffed. My old hag has been asking about you nonstop since then. It's really effing annoying. You deadpanned. Well, if you too then. Bakugo let out a low growl as the tips of his ears reddened. Watch what you tell her, damn it. You should be smarter than that. You stared at him, noticing the way his gaze wouldn't meet yours. Crap, she definitely told him I said I missed him. Your own blush worsened as you looked down. Whatever. You sighed, trying to calm yourself down. I'm only going for her food anyway. As you turned on your heel to finally leave the classroom, you heard a loud shout behind you. This doesn't mean we're friends, so don't you dare go around thinking that, what in tease. You paused. You didn't think the two of you were friends. But he didn't have to yell that crappy nickname out for everyone to hear it. You let out a deep breath as you turned around. You beaches better gear up for the final exam. 'Cause Class 1B's scores are gonna knock you out of the water and leave you suffocating to death like fish on dry land. You smiled sweetly as you spoke. This is a declaration of war. Class 1A gaped at your crude declaration. War? Midoriya let out a sheepish laugh. You were really no better than Monoma. Although, that was to be expected. The two of you were best friends after all. See you later, Izuku. You smiled. Your smile dropped as you turned towards Bakugo. Dog. You bid him a quick goodbye, ignoring Bakugo's unattractive screeches. As the door to Class 1A closed behind you, your eyes flickered down to the sandwich still in your hand. You let out a small sigh. You'd meant to give it to Midoriya, but with Bakugo's flattened hair, you had completely forgotten about it. Oh well. You sighed, bringing your free hand up to massage the sides of your mouth. Maybe I'll see if Kendo wants it. You're seriously gonna go to his house? You stood with a blank look on your face as Setsuna grinned at you teasingly. I kinda have to now. Kendo shot you a skeptical look, her eyebrows raised and an amused smile on her face as she shook her head. You know you don't have to pretend you don't like him. She pet her head to the side. We're not gonna make fun of you or anything like that. Speak for yourself. Setsuna barked out, smirking at you. He's a total hothead. So loud I bet even the deaf could hear him. She giggled. You rolled your eyes, frowning a bit. Your eyes narrowed at the two girls. First of all, I don't like him. You scoffed at Kendo. Katsuki is a menace as always. I'd rather choke on smoke than go out with him. Yeah, but he sure is hot, isn't he? Setsuna nudged your shoulder. You glared at the girl, moving your arm away from hers. Your gaze drifted up to the ceiling as you thought about it. Was Bakugo hot? You supposed you'd never thought about him like that before. He'd always just been Katsuki to you. He was the loud and cocky kid you grew up with. The same Katsuki who always got upset that you didn't love All Might as much as him. The same Katsuki who made fun of you for crying when you fell down, but always stayed close to you after to make sure you didn't fall again. The same Katsuki who pushed you and Izuku around once he realized he was better than you. He was taller than he was back then. His shoulders were broader, his facial features had sharpened a bit, and sure, he had bulked up a bit too. One might say he was conventionally attractive, but he was still Katsuki. Still loud and cocky and violent. Still a jerke. Like that matters. You flipped your hair over your shoulder as the three of you walked into the cafeteria. He's a jerke. You huffed. Kendo raised an eyebrow at you. Didn't you wanna apologize to him for the sports festival, though? Your face went red as you let out an annoyed breath. Your glare shifted from Setsuna to Kendo. Do you really have to remember every little thing? Your eye twitched as Kendo chuckled sheepishly. Sorry. She smiled at you. You let out a small sigh as you shook your head. I'm gonna catch up with Monoma. You pointed to the neatly matted mop of blonde hair getting his food from lunch rush. With all the new friends I've been making, I haven't had much time to hang out with my bestie. You smiled cheekily at the girls as your fingers combed through the ends of your hair. Kendo giggled as Setsuna let out a loud laugh. Yeah. You've always been so popular with the guys, so all these new female friendships must really be stressing you out. Setsuna smirked at you as she and Kendo shared a look. You laughed along with them, letting a small smile pull the corners of your lips upwards. You guys are the worst. You huffed, eyes narrowing as the two girls beamed innocently at you. You shook your head, plastering an amused smile on your face. Tell us how tomorrow night goes. Setsuna grinned at you as you began walking towards Monoma. You skipped a bit, turning to walk backwards so you could still see Setsuna and Kendo. Sure, but there won't be anything to tell. You chuckled, sticking your tongue out at the girls. Kendo and Setsuna grabbed their trays and took their places in line as they watched you pop up by Monoma's side. You know, Setsuna started, her eyes flickering over the menu for the day. Even though he's a total brute, I am so down to watch this slow burn unfold. Kendo smiled a bit. I guess they would be pretty cute together. She shrugged. Maybe they'll mellow each other out. Setsuna cackled as she turned to briefly scan the cafeteria. Oh, speakin' of being mellow, she nudged Kendo, gesturing to where you and Monoma were approaching a table full of Class 1A students. I think there's a situation that might need your magic touch. Class Republic, she snickered. Kendo turned to see the situation only to let out a long sigh. It's always those two. She fought back an amused smile as she lifted her tray and geared up to defuse the situation. You stalked alongside Monoma, shaking your head slightly as you watched him elbow Midoriya in the head. Ow! Midoriya leaned forward, holding his head as he glanced up to see who had hurt him. Oh, sorry. Monoma's voice was as smooth and condescending as ever. Your head's so big it's hard to miss. His face held a carefree smirk on it. Midoriya's eyes widened. Monoma from Class 1B. His eyes flickered to you. And Nami? Hey, that really her dash. I heard you guys stumbled across the hero killer. Monoma pet his head back. Just like in the sports festival, Class 1A isn't happy unless they're the center of attention. It's lucky we have Nanami here to claim at least a little glory for our dear Class 1B. Everyone's eyes flickered to you as you locked eyes with Ida. You rolled your eyes, looking away quickly. You didn't like the bubble of guilt that was beginning to form in your stomach. You guys realize you're not hot sheet, right? Your smirk matched Monoma's. You're not getting attention because you're great heroes, you just keep screwing up. Your eyes landed on the frog-like girl you fought against in the cavalry battle. Azui was her name. And next to her was Uraraka, the girl Bakugo fought in the final rounds. Your eyes narrowed at the pink-cheeked girl as that familiar feeling began gnawing at your insides. You hated her. Really? Of course. But when Uraraka fought Bakugo, she kept getting back up. There was no way she was going to win, and she had to have known that. It was almost pathetic the way she ran at him, only to get knocked right back down. She put herself through such unnecessary pain and humiliation. Was she stupid or something? Why are you getting so worked up over her? It's none of your business what she does. Because why the hell was she so confident and determined? She was so ambitious and it made absolutely no sense for her to be that way. What are you really feeling? You guys just keep getting into trouble. Monoma continued on as your curious glare settled on Uraraka. What were you feeling towards her? Your hand drifted up to your chest as Monoma rambled on and on. Here's some food for thought. Someday, the rest of us might get caught up in your mess, and then we'll all become unwitting victims as well. Your eyebrows furrowed and you began to tune his voice out as you focused on the heavy feeling in your chest. It was sharp and prickly, and the harder you focused on it the more you felt like you would cry at any second. Not anger or disgust. No, it's not hatred. It was like a silent whisper that rang inside your chest, screaming the words, "That could have been you." Your breath hitched. You were jealous. You let out a sharp gasp, unable to cover up your reaction to the startling sound. Midoriya glanced at you with concern. You blinked, turning to see Kendo standing over a slumped-over Monoma. That's not funny, Monoma. Kendo huffed, her eyes flickering to you. You too, Hoshikawa. You guys heard what happened to Ida, chill out. She turned to Class 1A, a smile now plastered on her face. Sorry about them. They share one brain cell, and I'm pretty sure they have holes where their hearts should be. She chuckled a bit. You bit back the glare you wanted to aim at her, instead opting to put on a polite smile. So much for being my friend. Where's the loyalty? You tilted your head to the side as you grabbed the collar of Monoma's shirt from up off the ground. Kendo's smile faltered for a second as she watched you help Monoma to his feet and begin to drag him away. You had a heart. Sometimes you wished you didn't. Maybe if there really was a hole where your heart was, you wouldn't be so jealous of Uraraka's determination. But you were. So you definitely had a heart. Saturday had come, and to say you were nervous was an understatement. You'd spent a full hour simply picking your outfit for the night. This wasn't a walk around your neighborhood, nor was it a day at the mall with your friends. You couldn't wear your usual crop top and miniskirt. You didn't care about anyone else, but you couldn't stand it if Mitsuki grew any sort of negative ideas about you. So here you were, standing in front of the Bakugo residence with your bangs brushed and tied back as the rest of your hair hung low against your back. You chose to dress yourself in a t-shirt, tucking it neatly into a high-waisted skirt that stretched a bit longer than your usual miniskirts. You let out a shaky breath as you took another step closer to the front door. You raised your hand, ready to knock when the large door swung open as if on command. "Nanami!" Mitsuki's warm voice rang in your ears as you were suddenly swept up in a bone-crushing hug. "I'm so glad you could make it." You let out a small cough as Mitsuki hugged you tighter. You tried to hug her back, but with the way her arms had locked around yours, your hands could barely reach the edge of her back. "And me too." You breathed out. You let out a deep breath as Mitsuki finally released you. "Well, come on in, kid." Mitsuki tugged you inside. Bakugo's house was just how you remembered it. Large, modern, and stylish. You could easily tell he came from money, but not the cold and distant kind. No, this house felt so very lived in. So warm and cozy that it was hard not to feel a sense of comfort. Your lips almost twitched up as you looked around the familiar house. You could already smell the spice from the curry that was cooking in the kitchen. "Is Masaru-san around?" Your eyes flickered around the house. Mitsuki smiled, nodding immediately. "Oh, he's in the kitchen. Had him take over for me while I went to get you." She turned on her heel, making her way to the kitchen as you followed along after. You noticed all the framed pictures of Bakugo through the years that coated their house as you went. You always loved how much Mitsuki and Masaru clearly adored their son. "Nanami." You turned your head to see Masaru staring at you, his eyes wide from behind his glasses. He wore a well-used apron that said, "Kiss the cook," in the center of it. You couldn't help it. You broke out into a wide smile at the sight of him. You were glad your mother wasn't here to reprimand you. "Masaru-san." You would have to remember to massage the corners of your lips later. "You're all grown up." Masaru smiled at you fondly as he pushed his glasses up. Despite nodding happily at the fact that you'd grown up, you fully felt like a child, one that was showing off just how tall they'd grown in the past year in order to seem more adult than they really are. "You grew up beautiful." Mitsuki cut in, turning to her husband. "Isn't she beautiful, Masaru?" Masaru nodded, draping the apron back over his wife's shoulders as she began to take over cooking the food again. "We certainly missed a lot." Masaru chuckled. Mitsuki peered down at the pot of curry as a shrill timer went off. "Looks like you got here just in time too." She stirred the curry once more as Masaru turned off the alarm. "If you set the table, I'll get Katsuki out of his room." She spoke to Masaru. "Oh, I can help set the table." You stepped forward. Mitsuki's face curled up in disbelief. "Don't be ridiculous, kid, you're the guest here. Please." You smiled, your head tilting to the side. "I'd feel awkward just standing around while you two do everything for me. It's really no trouble, I promise." "I insist." Mitsuki stared at you for a moment. Then, a determined smile took over her face. Kind and stubborn. Perfect for Katsuki. She whispered it under her breath in a way where you could tell she meant it for her ears. But you and Masaru heard it clear as day. Masaru face-palmed, shaking his head at his wife as you turned away. It was easiest to pretend you hadn't heard it, though the heavy thump of your heart in your chest betrayed you. Masaru carried plates out to the table while you followed behind with cups. There was a loud shriek from the kitchen. "Katsuki! Get your butt down here, it's time to eat." You giggled to yourself, not noticing Masaru's sweat drop next to you. You'd almost forgotten how the Bakugo family best communicates, but how could you? It was loud and unorthodox, but it was their normal. It was quiet for a moment before a gruff response came down from upstairs. "I'll be down in a minute, don't rush me." He was just as loud as Mitsuki was. "Huh? Don't you take that tone with me, Katsuki. And don't forget we have company, so look presentable." "But always look presentable. Quit nagging me, you old hag. Don't make me come up there." Masaru's eyes flickered to you. He had to admit, he was a bit worried of what you'd think about their family norms, but you seemed to be handling it just fine. You stood there at the edge of the table, with your lips delicately tilted upwards. You placed the cups down as the yelling back and forth continued, looking comfortable enough for an outside party to mistake you as part of their household. Masaru's face held a genuine smile at that. And for once, as you continued to help Masaru set the table, your smile was genuine too. You stared at the food in front of you as Mitsuki rambled on about how happy she was that you and Katsuki had found your way back to each other. Bakugo angrily shoveled food into his mouth, his glare flickering between you and his mother, like he wasn't sure who to blame for this situation. You, on the other hand, refused to make eye contact with the boy. How has UA been going for you? Mitsuki smiled brightly at you. You blinked, glancing up at the woman. Oh well, you tilted your head, feeling Bakugo's glare burn holes into your forehead. I'm really enjoying it. You smiled. I'm not in the legendary class 1A like Katsuki, but I'm learning a lot. You shot Bakugo a brief look as Mitsuki let out a laugh. And I'm learning a lot about my quirk too. Your smile softened. Across the table, Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He hated this. You just looked so DM and fake to him with all your polite smiling and your soft-spoken tone. Even the way you were dressed played into the carefully thought-out performance you were putting on for his DM and gullible parents. You were never all sweet like this in school, so what the hell was going on? What about your internship? Masaru chimed in, his voice soft as he took a delicate bite of his food. Katsuki wasn't too happy with his. Bakugo's frown grew deeper as his mother added on. The brat was moping around this whole week something about how he didn't learn anything dash. I wasn't moping, you didn't. What have I told you about yelling at the dinner table? Masaru let out an anxious sigh as his eyes flickered to you. I'm sorry about them. He chuckled sheepishly. You shook your head. It's all right, I don't mind. You giggled a bit. Your house is so lively, I really love that. Mitsuki and Bakugo turned to look at you, Bakugo glaring at you suspiciously while Mitsuki's gaze softened. Who was your internship with? She pet her head to the side curiously. Despite realizing that meeting and training alongside your hero wasn't everything you thought it would be, you still grew stars in your eyes at the mention of her. I trained with R-rated hero, Midnight. Your smile grew toothy as you forced a giddy squeal down. Bakugo let out a small scoff. Of course you ended up training with Midnight. Peach, bet you were too busy fangirling to actually learn anything. He grumbled. Mitsuki glared at her son. She opened up her mouth to reprimand him, but you beat her to it. At least I can say I actually learned how to use my quirk more efficiently and not just a new way to slick my hair back. You snickered, bringing a mouthful of the spicy curry up to your lips. Bakugo's eyes turned white as smoke filtered out of his ears. You want to say that again? He spoke through gritted teeth. You huffed. This is your second time asking me to repeat myself this week. I hope that loud quirk of yours isn't making you deaf. You pouted innocently in his direction, enjoying the way his face contorted up in pure rage. Mitsuki, however, was over the moon. So the two of you talk in school? She gasped, nodding to herself. Masaru let out a shaky sigh. Dinner felt like it stretched on forever. It mostly consisted of Mitsuki asking you questions about your life at UA. Occasionally Masaru would chime in, but Bakugo sat there silently fuming. His ears were red as he stuffed his face with spicy curry and glared at you, his glare flickering over to his mother anytime she dared to make a comment about the two of you being close. But it was finally over. You let a slow breath leave your lips as you and Bakugo piled up the empty dishes to be taken back to the kitchen. You made it through dinner, and apart from Bakugo trying to murder you with his eyes, it wasn't bad. Now all you had to do was make it through some more small talk, maybe an hour or two, and then you could go home. Katsuki, why don't you take Nanami up to your room for a bit? Your face must have looked like something out of a horror movie, because you caught Masaru stifling a concerned laugh at you. Huh? Bakugo turned so fast you could have sworn you heard a crack. Like hell, I'm taking her to my room. You're out of your mind. Don't take that tone with me. Mitsuki huffed, glaring at her son as she and Masaru finished clearing the table. Go catch up. Wait, I can help wash the dish. You let out a gasp as Bakugo gripped you by the back of your shirt, begrudgingly dragging you towards his room. You're a DMN guest here, so don't go offering to do stuff like that. He growled. Mitsuki let out a small huff. Don't drag her like that. She shouted down the hall. And keep the door open. Shut the hell up. Katsuki hollered back. Your lips parted and closed over and over again like a fish. Your eyes were wide as you helplessly watched Mitsuki and Masaru disappear around the corner. Masaru stared at you with eyes filled with pity, offering up a small smile to let you know that you'd be okay. Your eyebrows furrowed as Bakugo's grip on your shirt loosened. You stumbled into his room, sending him a lackluster glare as you yanked yourself out of his grip. "I can walk by myself," you muttered. Bakugo didn't say anything back. Instead, his glare turned away from you and he made his way over to his desk. You pursed your lips and straightened up, running your fingers through the tips of your hair. It was silent for a while. You took the chance to glance around the room. It was darker than your room, painted a light shade of gray. That was different. When you were little, his room was a pale orange. The walls still covered with All Might posters. The posters of All Might were mixed in with random posters of different bands and a couple of other high-ranking heroes. His room was still as neat as ever. It always amused you how someone like Katsuki could be such a neat freak. He even had a pristine-looking drum set in the corner of his room. You'd forgotten that he played the drums. Your gaze softened as your eyes flickered back over to Bakugo. He was sat at his desk, quietly finishing up his homework for the day. Your lips pursed as your eyes flickered around. Okay, now it was getting a little awkward. It was too silent. So Bakugo let an irritated sigh leave his lips as your voice filled the room. An irk mark grew on your forehead, but you put a smile on your face. "I was about to apologize for what I did at the sports festival, but what the hell are you apologizing to me for?" The screech of the chair against the floor was loud. You blinked, eyes flickering over to Bakugo just in time to see him turn to face you. "You made your decision, so stick by it, damn it." He barked out, teeth gritting together as he glared at you. Your smile faltered, only for a moment. "I do stick by it, dog." You crossed your arms. "I just wanted to apologize for doing it out of spite." Bakugo's nose twitched. "Huh? That's FNG pathetic. Why the hell do you stick by it then?" He stepped closer to you as your eyebrows furrowed. "The F did you even do it for?" "Because I'm not strong enough to go any further than that." The words died in your throat. You just couldn't get yourself to say them. You weren't sure what was wrong, you were so certain of your feelings in the moment. So why did they feel so pathetic and ridiculous to admit now, out loud? You just couldn't force yourself to admit the simple truth. That you had no faith in yourself, that seeing him mercilessly attack Uraraka as she stuttered to her feet over and over again only confirmed what you already silently believed. You weren't hero material. Bakugo stared at you, waiting, hoping for you to lose your cool and yell back at him. But you never did. It was the best way to make a scene and get my face out there. Your gaze flickered to the ground. Your mind replayed your meeting with the strange man who had recognized you from the sports festival. You grimaced at the fresh memory. Maybe it wasn't the best way. Bakugo let out a disgusted scoff as he glared at you. "Bullshit. You could have done the same thing if you won. Like I could have won." Your lips moved before you could even think. Bakugo stared at you. Then he scoffed. "Can't believe that DMN copycat is fine being friends with someone as pathetic as you." You covered up your wince at his words with a sharp snicker. You could feel your heart pounding in your chest. Your fingers curled into the palms of your hands, pressing hard enough to feel the sting of your nails against your skin. You tried to keep up your smile, but you were sure it had grown watery. "You're just jealous that I actually have friends who like me as a person." Your eyes glossed over as you raised your head to meet his gaze. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly at the way your practiced smile quivered just slightly. "I may seem pathetic, but at least I don't have the personality of a walking dumpster fire like you." "Huh? What did you just say?" Small sparks left the palm of his hands. "As if I'd ever be jealous of you, you demon tease." Bakugo let out a bitter growl as he glared at you, stepping closer once more. "With that freakish quirk of yours, I bet you seduced them all into being your friend." "That's not true." Bakugo's breath hitched as he stared down at you. When had he gotten so close to you? He was practically cornering you against the wall at this point. And when had you started crying? He wasn't even sure if you were aware of it. Thin tears rolled down your cheeks, narrowly missing the soft smile that was on your face. "I'd never do that." You sniffed, shaking your head. You brought your hands to your face to wipe the tears away. "I'm not stupid. I've learned how to control my quirk by now. You think I like to mess with people for fun or something?" You let out a breath as your eyes narrowed. That's bullshit. I don't use it on random people, and I'd never ever use it to make Nito do something he didn't want to. You held Bakugo's gaze, returning it with a harsh glare of your own. Bakugo's eyes flickered back and forth between yours. It was silent for a beat as he scanned your reddened, tear-ridden face. Who the hell is Nito? You blinked, letting out a small huff. Monoma. You wiped your tears once more. Bakugo wore a dumb look on his face. Who? It was stupid. To him, Monoma and your other friends from Class 1B were just extras. That demon copycat was all that Monoma was to him. There was no need to memorize his name. It should have annoyed you at the very least. But you let out a laugh. Bakugo stared at you, his eyebrows furrowing in confusion as he watched your smile grow real. Huh? What the hell are you laughing at? He growled, leaning forward with his palms out. I guess you still think the world revolves around you, huh? You smiled, tilting your head to the side. It's both comforting and terrifying how little you've changed since middle school. You chuckled, moving your hands down your cheeks to massage the corners of your lips. What's that supposed to mean? Bakugo's lips tilted upwards into a mocking smirk. If I'm so terrible, then why the hell do you miss me so much? Your jaw clenched as your cheeks grew red. You knew Mitsuki had told him, but you didn't think he'd actually bring it up. Ha. So what if maybe I missed you a little? You let out a sputtering huff. You're acting like your mom didn't tell me that you missed me too. Bakugo's mouth snapped shut as his ears burned red. Shut up. My old hag is obviously losing it, I never said that. His teeth gritted against each other. You smirked teasingly as you leaned closer. No, but you felt it. Admit it. You missed me. Your smirk widened and you held up your finger. You blinked as your finger collided with his chest. You pursed your lips. Wow, that is rock hard. You poked his chest again. Bakugo's ears grew redder as he swatted your hand away. Don't touch me, damn it. His eyes flickered away from you. You tilted your head up, coming nose to chin with Bakugo. You inhaled sharply at the unexpected closeness. When you were this close to him, you could smell the subtle scent of burnt caramel that came from his nitroglycerin-infused sweat. Your eyes flickered up to his clenched jaw, scanning his face, from his rigid frown to his sharp, crimson eyes. What was that Setsuna said the other day? He sure is hot, isn't he? You stared at him, your eyes flickering between his as you tried to pinpoint what you were feeling. It was soft and warm and stop looking at me like that. Bakugo huffed, face red and angry. Like what? You pouted as Bakugo finally backed away from you. Bagwo's menacing glare flickered over to you, but he quickly looked away. His hand shot up to cover the lower half of his face. You didn't tease. His gruff voice was muffled from being his hand. Your eyes refused to leave him. So, do you accept my apology or not? Wadash, Bakugo's head whipped around to glare at you. That wasn't even a real apology. You hummed. It was implied. You pushed your lips out into a small pout. Bakugo's eyes went white as he practically hissed at you. Get the hell out of my room. Your expression softened into your usual smile once more as you rolled your eyes at his attitude. You totally accept my apology. You held your hand up, high-fiving yourself for your good work. Awesome. Out. Sure. I should be getting home soon anyway. You nodded as you crept closer to his door. Your smile perked up just slightly as you looked back at him. See you at school, Katsuki. Whatever. Bagwo huffed. We're still not friends. He called out as you ventured down the stairs. You pranced down the stairs, making your way into where you remembered the living room to be. Mitsuki-san. You called out to the woman. Mitsuki turned from her place next to Masaru on the couch. Her face lit up once more at the sight of you. Thank you so much for dinner, it was delicious. You bowed to her. I should be getting home though. Mitsuki gasped as she stared at you. Her eyes narrowed at your puffy eyes. What happened? Did my brat make you cry? She stood up as Masaru blinked at you. You nodded. Of course. You smiled. But it's all resolved now. Mitsuki huffed, crossing her arms. I'm giving you my number. She ripped a sheet of paper out of a nearby notepad and began to scribble her phone number down. If he messes with you, just let me know and I'll straighten him out. She nodded, moving the paper into your hands. You let a lopsided smile take over your face as you held the sheet of paper in between your fingers. You're the first person I'll tell. You nodded. Mitsuki's smile widened. Perfect. She hummed, her gaze turning to the staircase. Katsuki, get your butt down here and take Nanami home. She hollered. You blinked, letting out a small sigh. I should have seen that coming. You locked eyes with Masaru, who chuckled a bit. Bakugo came down the stairs with an irritated look on his face, his footsteps heavy and loud. Let's go. He grumbled roughly as he grabbed the back of your shirt again. Your smile widened as you waved goodbye to Mitsuki and Masaru. It was great to see you guys again. Thank you for dinner. Mitsuki nodded, her smile wide as she waved back. Come back soon. Get her home safe. Masaru smiled softly. Bakugo grumbled under his breath as he dragged you out the door. You were going to be the death of him. The next couple weeks flew by faster than you could keep track of, and with the promise of training camp if finals were passed, Class B was training harder than ever before. The finals themselves weren't as tough as you expected them to be. You and Kurwaro fought against Snipe, just narrowly winning by formulating a plan that allowed you to touch him. Luckily, all the other members of Class 1B passed the physical part of the exam as well. You studied hard with Minoma, Kendo, Tetsu, and Setsuna, and together the 5 of you, and the rest of Class 1B, passed the written exam. Everyone except for Minoma. He was a bit down in the dumps about it, but luckily Mr. Vlad said that everyone was going to attend the training camp. Today was the last day of break before the first-year hero course would venture off into the woods to hone their hero skills further, and you decided to cherish every second of relaxation. You'd spent the whole day at the arcade with a few members of Class B, and now you and Minoma were finishing up the day with a long overdue sleepover. Black or brown? You pouted softly, your legs crossed on your bed as you held up 2 thin eyeliner pencils. Minoma threw his head back. His lips pursed and he pushed himself back, causing the wheeled chair that he sat on to slow to a stop right in front of him. Let's go with brown this time. He leaned forward. You nodded as you dropped the black pencil onto your bed and uncapped the brown one. Okay, you know the deal, babe. Look up. You scooted towards the edge of the bed. Minoma's eyes flickered upwards. You held the pencil closer to his eye, bringing your hand up to his chin to stabilize him. Minoma's eyes briefly fluttered as the pencil grazed the waterline of his eye. Have you decided on a hero name yet? I'm leaning towards Heartache. Your tongue poked out between your lips as you swept the pencil under his eye. Your hand cupped his cheek and you created a thick swoop under the corner of his eye. Minoma's lips puffed up. I'm not sure that really fits you. His eyes flickered down to you before they looked back up. You paused, taking the pencil away from his eye to glare at him. Great, now I'm back to square one. You huffed, dramatically flopping back onto your bed. No need to be so dramatic. Minoma smirked, rolling his eyes at your antics. That's supposed to be my thing. He ran a hand through his hair, flicking it upwards. You giggled a bit as you slowly sat back up. Minoma leaned back, turning so that he could get a good view of his half-finished eyeliner in the mirror on your wall. He raised a skeptical eyebrow, turning back towards you. You waved his concern off. Don't get your thong in a twist. I'm not finished. You smiled teasingly, taking his face in your hand once more as you brought the pencil to his other eye. And anyway, what about you? If I recall, you couldn't decide on a hero name either. But I finally have. Minoma's face brightened up, as if he'd been waiting for you to ask him. Your eyes flickered between his as you thought back to the last real conversation you'd had with Bakugo. A soft smile pulled your lips upwards. Is it Copycat? I think that'd totally be a cute hero name. You nodded to yourself. Minoma let a small snicker leave his lips. Cute, maybe, but a bit too on the nose for my liking. No, I've chosen. Wait for it. He trailed off, his eyes landing on your face. He waited for a moment before his eyes narrowed into a flat glare. Ahem. Drumroll please. He huffed. You blinked, pulling the pencil away from his eyes. Oh, but of course. I apologize. You smiled, grabbing the black eyeliner from your bed and drumming both pencils against the edge of his chair. Monoma smiled, nodding happily. I, Nito Monoma, shall soon be known to the world as Dash. Your drumming grew louder. Phantom Thief. His body shot up, his arms striking a pose. Your smile widened a bit as you let out a soft hum. Well, it definitely is dramatic enough for you. You giggled. It's so you, isn't it? Monoma smirked cockily as his hips swayed from side to side dramatically. You let out a loud laugh as you uncrossed your legs. Monoma's smile softened as he sat back down. But that's what I mean. You need the type of hero name that tells people who you are. He mindlessly drummed on your knee with his pointer fingers. You smirked. So basically, I need a name that says, I am here. You put on a wide and cheesy smile as you mimicked All Might to the best of your ability. Monoma spat out a loud laugh as he narrowed his eyes at you. I thought you weren't an All Might fan. He hummed out cheekily. Hey, your hands shot up. Just because I'm not his biggest fan doesn't mean I can't recognize a great hero when I see one. You tossed the black pencil back onto your bed as the laughter began to die down. You twirled the brown pencil between your fingers before scooting to the edge of the bed once more to finish his eyeliner. Just as you got Monoma correctly positioned in front of you, a soft knock sounded from your door. You glanced over to the door, letting out a small sigh. Come in. You called out, capping the pencil. The door pushed open to reveal your mother, with a small smile on her face, and Yoshi, looking like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Your mother stepped into the room while Yoshi stayed in the doorway. I just wanted to see how you two were doing. Your mother smiled, pinging her head to the side. You raised an eyebrow, tilting your head a bit as your eyes narrowed. You let out a small huff as you watched your mother's eyes flicker over to your half-packed bag on the ground. No, you didn't. You crossed your arms. You don't have to lie, Mum. You wanted to talk about the training camp again, right? Yoshi let out a small sigh as your narrowed eyes softened. For the past few days, your mother had been nagging you constantly about this training camp. She didn't want you to go. You'd been away from her before, even as recently as your internship with Midnight. Then again, you were still relatively close to your house, not to mention you had your phone with you. But this was different. Your mother was in no way in support of this summer training camp. Your mother let out a bashful laugh as she stepped closer to you. Her eyes flickered to Monoma. I'm sorry to act like this in front of Monoma, but I'm really not comfortable with being apart from you in that way. She sighed softly. I know UA is reliable, but there have been more and more attacks from villains lately. Not to mention, they're not telling anyone where this alleged training camp even is. Her eyes narrowed into small slits as she looked down. You waved her off. Nothing's gonna happen, Mom, I promise. Besides, I can take care of myself. Your eyes flickered to Yoshi, who nodded his head at your words. Your mother stared at you for a moment more. Then she let out a long breath. Her hand reached out to cup your cheek. I just don't know what I would do if anything happened to you. She pursed her lips, her eyes flickering between yours. No matter what, you're still my little girl, and I don't want you to go. You found yourself leaning into her touch, almost wanting to give in to her request. Monoma gripped the seat in between his legs, his eyes flickering between you and your mother. He felt like he was witnessing something private. He stared silently as your mother and you looked at each other, seemingly coming to some sort of unspoken agreement. But then Yoshi grabbed her arm. This is a good opportunity for her to learn how to control her quirk better. Yoshi's voice was strong and his grip on your mother's arm was tight. He knew he wasn't your father, and rarely did he try to tell you what to do, but he just had to step in. His gaze shifted to you. You're going. Finish packing your bags before you go to sleep tonight. You blinked, your eyebrows furrowing as you tried to decide what to do. You didn't want to disappoint your mother, but you really did want to go to the training camp. But Dash, you're going. Yoshi repeated. He tugged your mother back towards him. Your eyes narrowed at his grip on her, not noticing the glare, directed at Yoshi, that had settled on your mother's face. Your mother swallowed, carefully pulling away from Yoshi. Her eyes fluttered shut for a moment before she willed herself to smile as delicately as she always did. Her gaze flickered to Monoma. Make sure to protect her if something happens. Monoma blinked, awkwardly leaning back in his chair. With a quirk like hers, I think she could do more damage than I could. He hummed, tossing you a small smile. Your mother didn't say anything else. Instead, she turned to leave your room in silence, leaving Yoshi to follow behind her. The door closed behind them. It was silent for a moment before Monoma turned to you. Awkward much? He raised an eyebrow. What was all that about? You stared at your door. The image of Yoshi's hand wrapped around your mother's arm burned into your head. Damn it. You just started to like Yoshi and now this hatred was beginning to creep its way back in. You hoped it was all in your head. You shook your head. No idea. You and Monoma showed up to school bright and early the next day, each carrying large bags on your backs. After last night, you were relieved to be getting out of your house for the week. You wore a small smile on your face as you leaned your back on Monoma, exhaling softly. Classes 1B and 1A were gathered together in front of the buses, getting ready to board at any moment. You glanced back at him. So who's sitting with who? Monoma dramatically frowned down at you. Trying to get rid of you so fast? I'm hurt. He huffed, his eyes watering softly. You rolled your eyes, letting out a small snicker. Don't be a baby thing. You turned around to face him. I'd never try to get rid of you. I just know you have other friends too. I thought you might want to spend some time with them. Monom's jaw practically dropped at your words. And you're okay with that? He circled around you, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Who are you and what have you done with my best friend? He huffed. You rolled your eyes, smirking softly. Pipe down, but I'm fine with it, okay? I have other friends too, you know. You stuck your tongue out at him, using your pointer finger to pull the skin under your eye down further. Monoma gasped, placing a hand on his chest. You must be growing up. He hummed thoughtfully. You slapped his arm. Shut up. He let out a small laugh. I think I'll sit with Pony then. You blinked. Pony. Definitely not the name you expected to hear. Your eyes flickered to the tiny blonde girl as she chatted with Tetsu. A teasing smirk spread across your face as you turned to give him the cheekiest look you'd ever given anybody. Ponyha? By her. What's going on with her? Monoma's face turned a pale shade of red as he looked away. I don't know, what's going on with that brutish firecracker? You felt something stir inside you at the mention of him. Nothing. You held your hands up into the shape on an X. Monoma shrugged, smirking evilly as he turned back towards you. Then nothing's going on with Pony. You let out a sharp gasp. Wah, that is so not fair. You grumbled, gently punching him in the arm. Monoma smirked, flicking his bangs out of his face. Seems pretty fair to me. All right, let's load up the buses. Mr. Vlad called out. Everyone form a single file line. Remember to line up in alphabetical order. No, that's dash. Wait, don't all board at once. You and Monoma stared at Ida with deadpan faces as the two of you watched Class 1's class rep try, and fail, to have his class board the bus in an orderly fashion. What a prude. You let out a small sigh. You can say that again. Monoma snickered. You nudged Monoma with your arm, pointing at Pony who was staring to board the bus. You better hurry up if you want to sit with her. Monoma nodded, tugging on his bag to make sure it was secure. What about you? I'll sit with Kendo. You gestured to the class rep as she helped guide everyone onto the bus. You held your fist out towards Monoma. Talk to you when we get there. Monoma nodded, bumping his fist against yours. You held the straps of your bag tightly as you began to board the bus. Your mind flickered back to your mother's concern. You considered taking a step back, saying you had a medical emergency or something and going back home to ease your mother's fears. But then, out of the corner of your eye, you saw Bakugo. He was boarding his bus, an angry expression on his face as he yelled at his red-haired friend. You shook your head. This was a good opportunity for you. Plus, you were in good hands with the teachers at UA. Everything was going to be just fine. Everything was not just fine. So far, you'd be chased, stomped on, and screamed at by the absolutely horrid dirt monsters made by Pixie Bob's quirk. It was a classic bait and switch. Your class filed out of the bus with the hopes of using the bathroom. Instead, Class 1B was subject to some sort of violent obstacle course, and you were sure Class A had run into the same issue. You really should have seen it coming. I can't believe we were so stupid. You mumbled, leaning down and pushing the top of your head into Tetsu's back as you finally made it to the actual campsite. We should have seen it coming. Kaibara limped next to the two of you. He shook his hand rapidly, trying to shake off the aftereffects of his quirk. Some members of Class B arrived a bit earlier than others, Hananuki being one of them, but for the most part you'd all arrived at the same time. Tetsu stopped walking. You shook your head back and forth against his back. Everyone in Class 1B had gotten hurt in some way, but at least they'd done something to wind up that way. Your eyes squeezed shut as you let out a labored breath against Tetsu's back. You hadn't done much of anything. After all, how were you supposed to fight something that wasn't human, something that didn't feel? Your quirk wasn't designed for that. This was like the entrance exams all over again. You'd been so anxious that day, wondering how on earth you would get any points against those large, unfeeling robots. In the end, you latched onto others, using their emotions to push their quirks to the max. You only hoped that if you made it obvious you were using your quirk you'd get half of those points and pass, and by some miracle it worked. But this was different. There weren't any points involved here, this was survival of the fittest. These weren't your rivals, these were your classmates and your friends. The most you could do was give them a temporary power-up or run around like a decoy for a bit. You felt so useless. You all did super great. Pixie Bob's bubbly voice hit your ears. Shut the F up. I actually thought you guys would take way longer. Please. Shut the F up. Mr. Vlad spoke up. All right class, listen up. His arms crossed. Once you get your stuff off the bus we'll all go to dinner in the cafeteria. Then you'll have the chance to bathe and get a good night's sleep before we get down to work tomorrow. He nodded. Why is everyone so loud? Are you all right? Tetsu craned his neck back so he could see you. A worried frown sat on his face. I'm good. You nodded your head against his back. Tetsu grimaced as he nodded awkwardly. Well, I'm just asking because I think your emotions are kinda leaking over. Crap. Your head snapped up and you took a large step away from the boy. I'm sorry. A watery frown rose on your lips. Tetsu's frown deepened for a moment as he saw your scuffed-up face, your eyes glossy with unfallen tears. He let out a soft breath before plastering on a large, toothy grin. You did really awesome out there, Hoshikawa. He let out a small chuckle as his hand settled on your shoulder. Why don't you wait over here with Kaibara while I get your bag? You blinked, pursing your lips as Tetsu ushered you over to where Kaibara now stood with his bag. Watch over her for a second. Tetsu smiled before making his way over to the bus. Kaibara glanced down at you in confusion, panic flickering in his eyes for a moment. You okay? He raised an eyebrow. You turned your head to meet his gaze as you shook your head. Apparently not. You let out a small sigh. I thought I had better control over my quirk. You mumbled, glancing down at your hands. Kaibara nudged your arm. Don't stress about it. So you slipped up a little, quirks are tricky like that. And yours is trickier than most, I guess. You nodded absent-mindedly. It doesn't matter. You mumbled, reaching your hand up to gently grab hold of the sleeve of his blazer. 'Cause even when I do control my quirk I can't actually do anything. You pursed your lips, forcing them up into a bittersweet smile. Kaibara shook his head. Nah, you just gotta figure out your thing. He smiled down at you, nudging your arm again. You'll figure it out. You're smart like that. Your smile grew less strained as you half-heartedly nudged his arm back. Thanks. Kaibara nodded, pointing over to Tetsu. Looks like he's got your stuff, so why don't we find a place to sit down? He tugged you forward, walking you over to the cafeteria. You're friends with Kendo and Setsuna, right? They're right over there. You let out a small sigh. Thank you for the pep talk, Kaibara. You smiled softly at the boy. But you don't need to baby me just because I'm a little sad. Kaibara let out a small offended scoff. Baby you? He put on a sheepish smile. I'd never baby you. Right. You let out a small laugh. Like you didn't have a full-on panic attack when Tetsu dropped me off next to you. Your eyes narrowed teasingly. Kaibara opened his mouth to reply, but you cut him off. Don't try to deny it, I can sense your emotions, remember? You smirked lazily, tilting your head back. Kaibara paused for a moment before letting out a defeated chuckle. Okay, you got me. But can you blame me? He held his hands up in surrender. No offense, but I never know what I'm gonna get with you. Your smile faltered as you let his words sink into your head. What's that supposed to mean? Your eyes narrowed and your grip on his blazer loosened. Kaibara's eyes widened. No, it's not bad or anything. He shook his head. It's just, you're always either flirting or annoyed when you talk to me. Or anyone, I guess. He cringed at his words. You simply stared at him, a frown threatening to pull at his lips. Don't get me wrong, you've calmed down a lot since the internships though. Your gaze flickered to the ground as you released your grip on his sleeve. Oh. Your hand fell to your side. You weren't quite sure how to feel about what he said. Your eyes flickered up to Kaibara, watching the way he looked everywhere but you. Does everyone feel that way? You were hesitant to ask. Did you even want the answer? Kaibara's gaze softened. Holy crap. This food is almost as good as lunch rushes. You and Kaibara looked over to see Class 1A and 1B, mingling and eating together in semi-peace for once. Kaibara smiled at you. Come on, let's eat. He took hold of your arm. Your smile faded as you let him drag you over to the table that seated Tetsu, Kendo, Monoma, and Setsuna. It was true. The food was delicious, just as good as Lunch Rush's food back at UA. There were meat and veggies and noodles too. And it smelled just as good as it tasted. But you couldn't appreciate it. At the bathhouse, the other girls were playing around. The water was the perfect temperature, giving your skin that golden, dewy effect you usually loved. It was relaxing and gave the girls of Class 1B the perfect opportunity to get to know each other better. But you couldn't appreciate that either. Your mind was even preoccupied as you and the rest of the girls in Class B slipped into the sleeping bags. The girls played a round of 20 questions before they went to sleep, but you opted out. You briefly recalled Kendo asking if you were okay. You smiled and said yes, at least you think you did. You didn't get much sleep that night. Instead you laid awake, your eyes plastered on the ceiling as Kaibara's words swirled around your head. You wondered what he would have said if he had finished his sentence. We're focusing on our quirks? Kendo blinked. You let out a small yawn as you ran a hand through your hair. The sun shone brightly through the trees, making you squint a bit. You'd been forced to wake up early, but it honestly wasn't too far off from the time you woke up to engage in the workout routine midnight assigned you. You were actually pretty proud that you'd been able to maintain it over the past few weeks, so you weren't too tired. Or you wouldn't be tired if you had actually gotten some decent sleep. If your wandering mind wasn't enough to keep you up last night, the wooden floor was totally not comfortable to sleep on. Class A's already training. Mr. Vlad huffed. You all need to catch up. Your eye twitched. And whose fault is that, I wonder? Some teacher you are. You mumbled under your breath. Monoma pinched your arm, trying to stifle a snicker of his own. Ow. You glared at your friend. What? It's the truth. You? Oomphed, crossing your arms. Last semester Class A was in the spotlight. Mr. Vlad continued. Next semester it's Class B's turn. From now on, you're shooting for the top. Don't let me down. You scoffed. Oh, whatever. Your eyes flickered to Tetsu as comedically large tears poured from his eyes. His body was tense and shaking too. You pursed your lips, quickly looking away. He's taking this way too seriously. Setsuna jogged forward, slowing just behind Mr. Vlad. I get that you want everyone to improve our quirks, but we have 21 unique powers in our class. What kind of training will help all of us get better? Her eyebrows furrowed. Yeah, can you be more specific? Hananuki pet his head. Mr. Vlad began walking. When your muscle fibers are overused, they break and grow back tougher, thicker. Quirks are the same way. They improve the harder you push them. They get stronger after every workout. In other words, your face dropped as you and Monoma turned to look at each other. In other words, Monoma frowned. In other words, your eyes widened. He plans to break us. In other words, Mr. Vlad smirked. You'll have to break yourselves. Your eyes widened as your class came upon the clearing that Class A had already begun training in. Your eyebrows furrowed as you leaned closer to Monoma. So, he's upset we're behind, but doesn't wake us up at the same time as them? You pointed out to Class 1A, nose scrunching up at the intense training they were all doing. What sense does that make? You scoffed, smiling bitterly. Monoma stared at them, his jaw dropped. Bested by Class A yet again, I see. His eye twitched as an annoyed smile rose on his lips. Operative types will be raising your limits, maxing out your power. Mr. Vlad stood tall with his arms crossed firmly. And the rest, you'll mostly focus on strengthening body parts related to your quirks. Class B let out a nervous shudder at his words. Now normally these changes happen gradually dash. But we don't have time for that. Aizawa interjected. He weaved through his students, making his way over to your class. Your class has a lot of work to do. You could practically feel the disdain radiating off of Monoma and Aizawa's words. Not only was Class A ahead of Class B, but here their teacher was bragging about it. But wouldn't combining both classes make for too many quirks for the teachers to handle on their own? Kendo tilted her head to the side. Aizawa nodded. That's why we called them. That's correct. The wild pussycats appeared as if from nowhere, suddenly twirling their way into view. 4 kittens and 1 litter. Your feline fantasies are here. All 4 of them giggled, bouncing up and down, the 3 girls all wearing tight, short uniforms. You smiled. I'm so down for the fan service. Your head nodded up and down. You parted your lips as the wild pussycats explained their quirks. Ragdoll with Search, who could know almost everything about them just by looking at them, from their location to their weakness. Pixie Bob with Earthflow, allowing her to alter the earth around her. Mandalay with Telepath, letting her speak to others inside their heads. Then lastly Tiger with the quirk Pliabody. He could stretch and bend his body in impossible ways. Your lips pushed out into a soft pout as you scanned the group. Maybe you could train with Mandalay. After all, her quirk was certainly the most similar to yours. Don't fall behind Class A. Mr. Vlad turned to face your class. Do me proud. Class B nodded. Yes, sir. Wow, that looks brutal. You ped your head to the side at Bakugo's harsh, intensive training. Haas. Bakugo glared at you. What the hell are you doing over here? Don't you have your own training to do? He screeched, his face turning red as he moved his hands into the tub of boiling water. I'm taking a 5-minute break. You shrugged, lifting your water bottle up to your lips to take a long sip. Bakugo scoffed, lifting his hands from the tub. The 5-minute break, my butt? You're just slacking off. He pointed his hands to the sky. His palms crackled with smoke and sparks before a large explosion was fired. You ducked down just enough to not be affected by the aftershock. If I don't take a break, I'll have a breakdown. You huffed, crossing your arms. A mental strain is way harder to get rid of than a physical one. Bakugo huffed rigidly. Say that sheet to me again once you've actually had a physical strain. His hands dunked back into the boiling water. Your eyes narrowed at him as you pouted begrudgingly. I've had a physical strain. You huffed under your breath. What the hell are you doing talking to me anyway? Bakugo's teeth gritted together. Go annoy the extras in your class. You glared at the blonde, a mundane smile on your face. I just wanted to say hi to my favorite dog. You crossed your arms, ignoring the way smoke seemed to pour out from his ears at your words. Your eyes flickered past Bakugo, to where Mandalay was smirking at you with crossed arms. It had definitely been 5 minutes already. But I guess if you really don't want me here, I'll go. I should get back to my training anyway. You waved him off. See you later, Ketsuki. Try not to burn off all your skin. As if I would. Bakugo barked back. Worry about your own sheet. You sauntered off towards Mandalay, your hands clasped loosely behind your back. Your smile faded from your face as you let out a deep breath. Talking to Bakugo when you were already feeling down was a real gamble. He'd either make you feel so DMN stupid that you ended up motivated to do better, or you'd feel like such shit that you just want to crawl into a deep hole and never come out. You hoped that you'd feel the former. Unfortunately for you, you felt neither of those things. A sigh slipped past your lips as you approached Mandalay. Same thing as before? You glanced up at her. She nodded, a peaceful smile gracing her lips. Are you finding it difficult? You put your hands on your hips. Kind of. It's just a little stressful. You shot her a polite smile. Mandalay giggled a bit. I understand. Mental quirks can be pretty taxing, but I promise it's worth it to keep training it. She lifted her arms to rest her hands behind her head as the two of you walked back over to your spot. But hey, look on the bright side. Once you've pushed yourself to your limits and the camp is over, you can kick back with a relaxing bath and sleep for as long as you want. A large grin made its way to her face. You hummed at the thought. Sleep sounds nice right about now. You let a practiced smile take over your face. Well, don't get ready for bed just yet. Mandalay laughed. Time to get back to work. You nodded as she led you to the small cluster of your classmates, each one using a different technique to strengthen their quirk. You pushed your way to the middle of the cluster, once again taking your seat in the center of them. Your legs crossed over each other as you placed one hand on your heart and the other on your lower stomach. It was nerve-wracking for you, having to sit there on your butt and breathe while your classmates' emotions went haywire inside you. Some of them were proud of their progress, elated and confident and determined, while others were frustrated and angry, starting to feel dejected and tired and weary. They were jumbled up with yours, pulling and tugging you back and forth between dozens of emotions. Your eyebrows furrowed as you rubbed your stomach softly, trying to calm yourself down. Your quirk was a tough one to strengthen. If you pushed yourself even a little bit too far at the wrong time, you'd risk causing yourself irreversible mental damage. Plus ultra my butt. It was truly a tricky process, one that resulted in you meditating with your classmates' emotions for 15 minutes, then meditating alone with your own for 10. The goal, as Mandalay told you, was for you to strengthen your mind and be able to not only withstand the emotions from large groups of people, but pinpoint who they were coming from, all while keeping your own emotions in check. You were already totally and utterly mentally exhausted. But if you could get that part down, Mandalay promised that later on in the week you could work on perfecting the emotional shockwave you'd been pondering with Midnight. That was good enough motivation for you, anything to add a long-range attack to your arsenal. You exhaled softly through your nose as you felt tears well up in your eyes. You were getting overwhelmed. You shook your head, eyes fluttering shut as your hand rubbed your stomach. Crying a little isn't the end of the world. You had to keep going. Your lips parted to let a breath through. For seconds in. For seconds out. Just like Midnight taught you. You began sifting through each emotion one by one. It was going to be a long day. But you could do this. Come on now. We're not serving your food anymore. Pixie Bob grinned, waving her paws back and forth. If you guys want to eat, you'll have to make your own meals, starting with curry. The first-year hero course deadpanned as Ragdoll began laughing at them. I see. Your eyes flickered to Ida. An important part of caring for someone after a disaster is providing for their physical needs as well as spiritual. He hummed, his fingers pressed to his chin. This is a great opportunity. Speak for yourself. You smiled blankly. Not everything is a learning experience. Figure out how to cook on your own time. Ida shook his head, ignoring your attitude. Nonsense. Everything can be thought of as a learning experience. Now, he turned to face everyone. Let's make the most delicious curry in the world, everyone. Your eye twitched. Yeah. Okay. Cooking wasn't really an issue for you. Cooking in a group as big as this one, however, was. Especially since some people had no clue how to cook. But honestly, it wasn't so bad. Well, the process wasn't the greatest, but the curry actually turned out pretty yummy. You lifted your spoon to your lips, taking a large mouthful. Yuck. Your face practically turned green at the taste. Okay, so maybe yummy was the wrong word. This is straight up trash. You turned to Setsuna and Kendo. Both girls nodded in agreement. Kendo slowly chewed her food with tears brimming her eyes, trying to swallow it down. But I'm so hungry, I need to eat something. You stared at the bowl for a moment before reluctantly taking another spoonful. Straight trash. You mumbled through your mouthful. By the time you finished your meal, the sun had gone down completely and there was a frigid chill in the air. You let out a soft breath as you pushed off the tree you were leaning on. Your hands reached high towards the sky and your feet lilted upward, lifting you onto the tips of your toes. High to the sky, then low down to the ground. You made sure to do the same stretches every morning when you woke up and every night before you went to sleep, a habit that seemed to stick with you from the warm-ups and cool-downs back when you took gymnastics. It was cold, but you wanted a breather before this test of courage that the pussycats had been hyping up. What the hell are you doing out here? You turned your head to see Bakugo, fast approaching you with his hands shoved into his pockets. You blinked, delicately pushing yourself down from the position you were in to sit comfortably on the dirt ground. I just needed some air. You let out a small breath, your eyes narrowing at him teasingly. Why are you here? Couldn't stay away from me, huh? You smirked. Bakugo glared at you. Yeah, right. Get over yourself, you DMNTs. He huffed. You snickered softly at his annoyance. Your eyes stayed on him as he silently sat down next to you, leaving a couple feet between the two of you. He must have been tired and worn out from his own training, too tired to yell at you like he usually would anyway. It was quiet for a bit as the two of you let the cold breeze blow around you. It wasn't like you'd ever felt uncomfortable around Bakugo before, but this was different. It was nice. Bakugo was actually kinda peaceful to be around when he wasn't screeching like a banshee. And just maybe you were peaceful to be around when you weren't egging him on. You let a soft smile form on your lips as you spoke up. How's your training going? You brought your knees to your chest. Bakugo scoffed lowly. Nothing, I can't handle. The cold breeze cascaded down your bare arms, making goosebumps form on your skin. What was the point of the boiling water? You ped your head to the side. You stupid or something? Bakugo's eyes narrowed at you, not really expecting an answer from you. It expands my sweat glands, lets me produce more sweat to create greater explosions. You nodded at his words. You thought back to the explosion he aimed at the sky earlier that day. It was definitely bigger than his usual explosions. So your quirk really is improving. You muttered, shivering softly. Bakugo let out a quiet "He." Of course it's improving. I refuse to stay at the same level I was last semester. You hummed softly. You really did admire his need to be better. It was silent for a moment before Bakugo's eyes hesitantly flickered to you. What about you? Your shitty quirk gotten less shitty yet? The tips of his ears were red as he spoke. You let a small giggle slip out at that. It was almost cute how awkward he was with asking basic, caring questions. I think so. You nodded. It's only the first day, and I'm already mentally exhausted, but it's working. You smiled to yourself as you buried your nose in the crease between your two knees. I'm getting better at withstanding a mass amount of emotions. I can feel it. Bakugo stared at you. It was strange, the feeling in his chest when he thought of you or looked at you. You were a pain in the butt. A big one. And yet he found himself actually looking forward to getting a glimpse of you between classes, as effing stupid as that sounded. And right here, all curled up into yourself with your hair pulled back into a messy ponytail, he found that he couldn't force himself to look anywhere else, not that he wanted to anyway. You weren't wearing your usual makeup today. He'd almost forgotten what you looked like without it. It didn't make a fing difference whether you wore that sheet or not. He noticed your smile as you thought about your hard work today, clearly proud of yourself. He even noticed the way you shuddered and jolted every time a soft wind came your way. Why the hell was he paying attention to this sheet anyway? Bakugo gritted his teeth at himself, trying hard to ignore the heat that was rising to his face. You're a demon idiot. You jumped at the sudden yell, your head snapping up to look at Bakugo. He'd stood up already, looking ready to leave. Your eyebrows furrowed. You hadn't even done anything to PSS him off this time, so what was his problem? What the hell are you? Your eyes widened as you watched Bakugo peel his sweater over his head, leaving him in his t-shirt. If you're cold, don't go out in a shitty tank top. Before you could even blink, Bakugo whipped his sweater in your direction. It landed on your face, hitting you with such force that your body tumbled backwards. Your face grew a deep crimson red as his smell, the smell of burnt caramel, flooded your senses. Your hands rushed up to your face to pull the sweater down. You glanced up, looking for Bakugo, only to see him angrily stomping his way back to the clearing in front of the cabins. "And don't forget about this shitty test of courage," he hollered, his teeth grinding against each other and his hand covering the bottom of his face. "If I have to come find you, I'll kill you." Your fingers dug deep into the sweater and you held it close to your chest. You tried hard to keep your smile to a minimum, but you just couldn't help it. You broke out into a large grin. "Ah, he does care." You teased as if he were still right in front of you. You glanced down at the hoodie, hesitantly lifting it up to your nose so you could take another whiff. Crap, you really hoped no one was around. You let out a soft string of giggles as you pushed yourself to your feet. As much as you'd love to sit around and smell the sweater and wonder what it meant that he gave it to you, the test of courage would be starting soon. You slipped the sweater over your head, trying not to blush at the way it was too big for you in every way. The sleeves were baggy around your arms and it ended in the middle of your thighs, completely covering your shorts. You had no idea Bakugo was that much bigger than you. Your fingers poked through the sleeves, gripping the edges of them. Your smile softened out as you made your way to the cafeteria to get water. This was it. This was the moment you screwed up. Maybe you should have left with Bakugo. Or stayed where you were. Or maybe you should have gone straight to the designated meeting spot instead of heading back to the cafeteria for some DMN water. Anything that would have saved you from what was about to come. Your nose twitched. What the hell was going on? It was cold, a sharp kind of cold. One that felt like freezing metal pressed ridged against your body. Even the air felt still as it filled your lungs. Your eyes sluggishly fluttered open, your head falling forward in a drowsy manner. Your head was pounding, and you squinted as your eyes slowly began to adjust to the darkness of the room. Your throat burned of dryness. Where the hell were you? The last thing you remembered was feeling thirsty. You'd gone back to the cafeteria to get some water and then your eyes flickered around as a string of muffled screams carried over from the next room. Your eyebrows furrowed and you sniffed. You tried to move around, to lift your arms upwards to your face, but you couldn't. Your eyebrows knitted together further as wiggled around, growing more and more panicked by the second. It was growing increasingly clear to you that that cold metal feeling that had encompassed your body was, in fact, cold metal encompassing your body. Heavy metal gauntlets up to your forearms that trapped your hands by your sides. You glanced downwards, barely able to make out the thick ropes around your waist and thighs that had you pinned to the wall behind you. Tears welled up in your eyes as you felt panic flood your senses, starting in your chest and spreading every which way until it had taken over every inch of your body. That's right. You never actually got your water. You were filling up a cup when you'd heard a voice behind you. You looked around, but nobody was around, so you just written it off as your quirk. It wasn't like you hadn't heard voices before after all. Your inner dialogue was often quite loud. But then it spoke again. So you turned around and called out, because maybe Tetsu was playing a prank on you. Because why would you consider that villains had infiltrated the campsite? Because this was UA and you knew you'd be safe there. You assured your mother that you would be safe there. But you weren't. And you didn't even get the change to fight back. You remembered some sort of heavy gas that made you feel tired, and then you saw a figure covered in burns stalking closer to you. But you couldn't do anything. Tears spilled down your cheeks. Your eyes squeezed shut as you shook your head. This was no time to be crying. You needed to figure out where you were and how to get the hell out. Looks like the little princess finally woke up. The voice was low and gravely, as if the person's vocal cords were angrily scratching against each other as he spoke. There was a small sliver of light as a small group of people entered the room. For a second, you caught a glimpse of a blonde tuft of hair. Your eyes widened. Katsuki? Your heart rate sped up rapidly as your mind jolted with fear. No. Calm down. They'd gotten Bakugo too. How the hell had they gotten Bakugo? Breathe. If Bakugo was still trapped here, there was no way in hell that you'd be able to escape. Keep your eyes on him. Did he even know you were with him? Maybe he'll look over. So nosy. The door slammed shut and Bakugo faded from your line of sight. Your eyes shot up as a dim light slowly flickered on. You know, We actually thought it'd be easier to get him on our side if we used you as bait. Looks like it's only pissing him off though. You stared at the man as he approached you. It was the same man with the burn marks. A shame. So he did know you were there. You said nothing back as you processed the new information. Now you could see this man clearly. His body really was covered in burns, even up to his face. For a moment you thought there were silver piercings on the edge of the burns, but the harder you looked the more you could tell that they were actually badly placed staples, used to keep his burnt skin and his undamaged skin together. You felt your body want to recoil in disgust and fear, but you forced yourself to stay still. I just knew she'd be super adorable once she woke up. A bubbly voice giggled. You glanced to the side to see a young girl happily hopping from side to side. Her hair was blonde, put up into two messy and slightly lopsided buns on either side of her head. She wore a middle school uniform, covered by a fluffy sweater. "Hey, what's your name?" The girl shot forwards, kneeling down in front of you so close that you could feel her breath on your face. "I'm Toga." She giggled, her eyes growing wide as she stared at you. Your heart thumped against your rib cage as you watched her bare her teeth at you, giving you the strangest smile ever. "Whoa, you're really pretty. I bet you'd look totally cute covered in blood." Goosebumps spread across your skin at her words. You watched as she turned back to the scarred-up man, a confused look on her face. "Does she talk?" She glanced back at you, a curious pout puffing her lips out. "She does." Your eye twitched. This voice was new. This voice was familiar. Your eyes narrowed as you looked past Toga, past the scarred-up man, and far into the shadowy corners of the room. And when the final figure stepped into the light, your eyes widened, far wider than you thought physically possible. "It's you." Your voice shuddered. You could practically feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand at full attention as your pupils shook violently. It was him. The man from the convenience store that day. It was him. His face was covered by a fragile, rotting hand, but still you could tell. His menacing red eyes peeked through one of the fingers, and his shaggy blue hair was just as messy and greasy looking as it had been that day. "The boss here says that you can sense emotions." The man with the scars shoved his hands into his pockets. "But you took out that girl with the vines without even lifting a finger." He smirked. "So that's not all your quirk can do." You inhaled sharply. "You weren't originally on my radar." The man you'd seen at the convenience store, the boss, raised a hand to his neck. The sound of his fingernails scraping at his skin made bile roll around in the bottom of your stomach. "But after I saw you again, I remembered your performance at the sports festival." He stepped closer. "Your quirk isn't flashy and you didn't make it far at all. But that's because you humiliated that kid. You didn't care about winning, you just wanted everyone to know what you could do." He hummed, blood beginning to break through his scabbed-up neck. Your lip quivered. "That's not true." Your jaw clenched as you glared at him. "It was true. You did super good in the sports festival." Toga giggled madly, hopping from foot to foot. "You're really fast." The boss stepped closer once more. "Maybe we got off on the wrong foot." His voice was like knives scraping together in your head. "My name is Tamura Shigaraki. And I want you to join us, the League of Villains." You stared at him for a moment, letting the offer stand weightlessly in the air. You felt so terrified your heart was practically stuttering hard enough to stop altogether. "Is that a League of Legends reference?" You sniffed, your glare flickering between the three of them. Your voice came out a broken mumble. Shigaraki's eyes widened just slightly. He paused. For a moment your heart rate spiked further, and you worried you'd said something wrong. But then he spoke. "Yeah." He let out a scratchy breath. "It is." He stared at you, taking in your tear-soaked cheeks. His gaze only lasted a moment longer before he decided that you weren't much of a threat to him. "Take off her restraints," he ordered. The scarred man shot him a look while Toga rushed towards you. She shoved you forwards, her fingers working quickly to untie the rope around you and unlock the metal around your arms. It was a crudely made contraption, ripping and pulling at the fabric of Bakugo's sweater as it fell to the ground. You let out a shaky breath. You could feel your chest hiccup rapidly as you tried to control yourself. You couldn't afford to lose your cool in this situation. Your emotions were your weapons, And right now you didn't have the luxury of panicking. You needed to breathe. So you took a deep breath, gulping in as much air as you possibly could before you took a step away from your captors. Toga moved along with you. Why you want me to join your group? Your eyes narrowed and a frown took over your face. You stood tall. No way in hell. You sniffed. I'd never agree to work with villains. You spoke the word like it would conjure up the devil. The scarred man smirked, letting out a low chuckle. Your ear twitched at the sound. His eyes found yours and you quickly found yourself unable to look away. Trying to act all tough all of a sudden? He slowly trekked closer to you. The burnt skin around his mouth bubbled up as his teasing smirk widened. Your heart hammered violently as he crept closer and closer, and soon enough he had you cornered. You'd stepped back, pressing your back against the wall and staring up at him with defiant eyes as he leaned down to greet your face with his. The smell from Katsuki's sweater was instantly drowned out by the smell of aged rust. You fought against your natural inclinations, urging your nose not to scrunch up. A few seconds ago you were tearing up and blubbering like a kid or something. He raised his arm to rest it on the wall beside your head. Now here you are, trying to refuse our offer. You can't pretend you're not terrified. Your jaw clenched as your eyes gazed up at his. You could feel his hot breath hit your nose. You wondered if you could play the helpless damsel in distress, throw him off of his game a little and tug on his heartstrings. But no. If watching Bakugo in the sports festival taught you anything, it was that some douchebags didn't care who they were attacking as long as they reached their goal. Everything your mother taught you, so easily debunked in one 5-minute match. It made your heart want to crumple up inside your chest. And he was right. You were terrified as shit. I bet Katsuki's terrified too. Yeah. Your eyes widened momentarily as a light bulb broke in your mind. Katsuki would never let anyone know he was terrified though. A smirk crawled across your face. That's right. If Bakugo was scared, there was no way in hell he'd let these meatheads catch on to it. In fact, he was probably working with his usual level of confidence. You imagined the insults he would sling left and right at the villains. You could work with this. You just had to channel your inner Bakugo. With a heavy heart, you pushed yourself off of the wall, forcing your face even closer to the scarred man's. His eyes widened for a second in confusion. Your veins overflowed with adrenaline and false confidence. Please work. Back the hell away from me, grill marks. Your breath smells like dog shit. A moment of silence passed. The scarred man stared at you, an unreadable expression plastered on his face. Maybe grill marks was too much. Your eyes flickered between the man's cyan eyes as he began to chuckle. Is that so? He smirked wildly, an amused expression on his face. You're pretty feisty. I like feisty women. He leaned closer, almost fully closing the gap between the two of you. You almost faltered at his response. Your lips pursed and your eyebrows furrowed. Keep on dreaming. I'm like half your age. I'm 24, princess. You internally cringed at the nickname. There was only a centimeter or two between the two of you. If he wanted to, he could totally overpower you. You were sure he was physically stronger than you, not to mention his quirk outranked yours. No competition needed. Your quirk? You dumb beach, you forgot about your quirk? Shut the hell up, I can't think properly. Maybe your quirk could be just the key you needed to make it out of here. They'd already let you out of your restraint and they didn't even know how your quirk actually worked. You just needed to touch him. You look way older than that. Your hand slowly crept closer to his torso. Maybe it's all the scars. Adds like 30 years or something. And then you touched him. And you were hit with a rush of desperation. And rage. And a sadness so deep you grew goosebumps along the surface of your skin. You inhaled sharply, pushing down the aching feeling in your chest. You watched the man's eyes grow glossy and wide as you latched onto his desperation and need for approval. Then you pulled them to the surface. Could you help me get out of here? You stared up at him with doe-like eyes. Please. Shigaraki's eyes widened from behind the dusty gray hand that rested on his face. It finally clicked. He'd realized how your quirk worked. Dobby dash, but it was too late. The scarred man, whipped around, filled with a newfound need to fight for your approval. A blue flame ignited in his hand, creeping up his arm. Toga's eyes widened, her mouth making an zero shape as she let out a loud gasp. You made a run for it. Whoa, she got Dabi. Toga's eyes flickered back and forth between Dabi and Shigaraki, waiting to see what would happen next. Your heart raced as you sprinted towards the door. Now that you weren't touching Dabi anymore, it would only be less than a minute before his emotions returned to normal. You had to be fast. Your legs burned angrily as the rope burns twisted with every shift of your legs. You were so close. Toga jumped back, a wary grin on her face as she twirled a knife between her fingers. You ran faster and faster until you slammed into the door. Your fingers latched onto the doorknob. Toga grinned madly as she rushed forwards, ignoring the flames that Dabi sent her way. She just needed to stall him long enough to figure out how to knock him out of it. You yanked the door open. Katsu dash. You think you're so clever. A dry hand clasped over your mouth, pulling you back as a foot kicked the door shut once more. So close. You screamed, barely hearing someone on the other side of the door shout back for you. You were so close. Shigaraki's fingers curled into your cheeks as his head lowered closer to your ear. His pinky finger hovered above your chin. I wouldn't move around so much if I were you. Just one more finger and I'll turn your body to ash. A bottomless pit of dread circulated your body at his words. You could feel the ends of his greasy hair scratching against the back of your neck. So what's you ants? You mustered up whatever courage you had left and bared your teeth into his hand. You could feel it all, your teeth sinking into his skinny hand deep enough to taste the blood on the tip of your tongue. You could even feel a soft crunch reverberate into your teeth and through your skull as your canines met his bone. Shigaraki gripped the ends of your hair, letting out a painful shriek as he wrenched his bloody hand free from your mouth. You felt the tips of your hair decay under his touch. Though it was a pathetic loss, you almost teared up at the faint sensation. But then you felt it. The worst pain you'd ever felt in your life. Flaky. Jagged. Painful. That was truly the only way you could describe the Führer slowly dismantling the first layer of skin on your upper left shoulder blade. Like someone had taken a knife and carved out a thick hole all the way down to the bone. It had already eaten through Bakugo's sweater and your tank top, only to turn thin layer after thin layer of your skin to blood and dust. You opened your mouth to scream. It certainly would have been blood-curdling, one that Bakugo, outside the room, would have had nightmares about. But instead, all that escaped was a tortured wheeze. Your body slumped to the ground like a lifeless ragdoll. Oh, I really wanted to be friends. Toga pouted. Her golden eyes scanned over your bloody figure. I was right though. You look super cute all covered in blood. Your eyes flickered over to where Toga and Dabi stood. Dabi glared at you with a newfound hatred, a fresh cut soaking his cheek. There was no more amusement to be found anywhere on his face. Toga glanced up at the cut and let out a small giggle. No. I'll ask you one more time. This was not how the training camp was supposed to go. Another loud shout from the other room. Will you join the League of Villains? Tears streamed down your cheeks. Your next words would do well to send Tamura Shigaraki spiraling. The world would be better off without F-ups like you. I couldn't care less about joining your League of Villains. You grunted, paired with a weak glare. So just die already.